Mishra ma'am, Vice Chancellor KVV Karad, respected Dr. M.B. Ghorpade sir, Registrar KVV Karad, respected Dr. Leena Gahani ma'am, Deputy Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, and respected Dr. S.R. Patil sir, Director IQC KVV Karad. I welcome and invite all the dignitaries to grace the dais.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now take this opportunity to talk about a person whose leadership and vision not only made her a pronounced Vice Chancellor, but her integrity, respect, and compassion for work makes her a great person. Ladies and gentlemen, she held the distinction of being the first lady Pro-Vice Chancellor of University of Health Sciences in the state of Maharashtra. I request Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, deemed to be University, to deliver the welcome address.
Hello, a very good morning to one and all. Honorable Chancellor of Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, respected Dr. Suresh Bhosle sir, learned Chief Guest, Chairman of Executive Committee of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, respected Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan sir, Honorable Pro-Chancellor Dr. Praveen Shingare sir, Honorable Chief Advisor to the Chancellor and University, respected Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir, Honorable Chancellor of Avinash Lingam University, Coimbatore, respected Dr. S.P. Tyag Rajan sir, learned resource persons. That includes illustrious galaxy of eminence, namely Dr. Leena Gahane, Deputy Advisor, NEC, Bangalore, Director IQAC, Datta Mege of Institute of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Trupti Wagmare, Registrar of the same university, Dr. Shweta Kale, Principal of Sitabai Nargungar College of Nursing for Women, Dr. Rupa Verma, Dr. Suvarna Ganveer, Professor and Head Department of Neurophysiotherapy, Dr. Vittalrao Vikhe Patil College of Physiotherapy, Ahmednagar, Dr. Atmaram Pawar, Principal College of Pharmacy, Bharati Vidyapit, Pune, Director IQAC of KVV Karad, Dr. Satish Patil sir, learned dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed members of the organizing committee, participating delegates present across, and those who have joined online, ladies and gentlemen. In all humility, at my disposal as Vice Chancellor of this illustrious university, I accord a very warm welcome to all of you with profound sense of thankfulness and gratitude alike to the learned dignitaries for accepting the invitation accorded to them and have joined this NAC-sponsored national seminar on a very vital theme that has been titled as Alignment of Health Professional Education and with NEP 2020, A Way Forward. Ladies and gentlemen, National Education Policy 2020 has given the country a new insight for the growth, development of education as a whole, commensurate with the concerns and challenges that are confronting the human society as a whole in their short-term as well as long-term manifestations. The armory which is used to shape the generation is education in its unique way. Diligently planned and articulated education system therefore turns out to be the mother repository of invocation of future for any and every country in the world. India has always been front runners in the domain of education at all levels by virtue of the great legacy on this very count from times immemorial. The National Education Policy 2020 is, in my humble opinion, a real pathway which has been liberally carved out to carry forward and further the very legacy, blending it with contemporary and futuristic dimensions, so that India adorns its unique place in the Committee of Nations as Vishwa Guru, which is its legitimate and rightful entitlement. It is in this very context the university has ventured into working out a way forward for alignment of health professional education with the NEP 2020 so as to invoke a desired direction, mode and manner for accomplishment of the same. You shall agree with me that health professional education, by virtue of its uniqueness, has to be handled with diligence in the context of shaping of the same with the reference to directions and principles incorporated in the NEP Policy 2020. It is for this very reason the university has ventured in inviting learned brains who have immense expertise in the relevant domain, so that in this seminar, with analytical deliberations, discussions and learned guiding inputs, a way forward could be conceived which could be formed in an appropriate documentation to be remitted to the concerned authorities who are dwelling on the very arena for actualization of the desired purpose. I am sure that the day-long deliberations would definitely generate worthwhile propositions that would be of cause, consequence, significance, importance and relevance all in unison. I am keenly looking forward to the same, and therefore accordingly a very warm welcome to all of you, especially to respected Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, who in spite of his very tight occupancy has ventured in to join and inaugurate this all important seminar in an online manner. I close. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam, for rendering a wonderful opening of today's event. It is now the time to honor the gracious presence of these stalwarts for this occasion. May I now request respected Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, Registrar Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, to extend a hearty welcome by offering a floral bouquet to Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, Chancellor, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, and Chairman and Managing Trustee of Krishna Charitable Trust, Karad, and the presiding officer of today's function.
I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra Sir, the Chief Advisor to the Chancellor KVV. May I now request respected Registrar Dr. M.V. Ghorpade Sir to extend a hearty welcome with a floral bouquet to Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra Sir.
Thank you, sir. We highly appreciate presence of Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare, Pro-Chancellor KVV. I request Dr. S.R. Patil, IQAC Director, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit, to extend a warm welcome with a floral bouquet and memento to Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare, Pro-Chancellor, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit.
May I now take this opportunity to request the IQAC Chairman, Dr. S.R. Patil Sir, to render a warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare Sir, Pro-Chancellor, Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit. Sorry for the inconvenience. I consider it a great honor to welcome Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra Ma'am, Vice Chancellor KVV Karad. May I now request IQAC Chairman Dr. S.R. Patil Sir to extend a floral welcome to Honorable Dr. Mishra Ma'am.
Thank you, sir. May I now take this opportunity to request Dr. Mrs. Vaishali Mohite, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to extend a cordial welcome with a floral bouquet to respected Dr. Leena Gahane, Deputy Advisor, NAC, Bengaluru.
Thank you for gracing the occasion, ma'am. May I now request respected Dr. Shashikiran Sir, Dean, School of Dental Sciences, KVV, to offer a cheerful welcome to respected Dr. M.B. Ghorpade Sir, Registrar, KVV.
Thank you, sir. May I now take this opportunity to request Dr. Mrs. Nehal Masurkar, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Allied Sciences, to extend a hearty welcome with a floral bouquet to respected Dr. S.R. Patil, Director IQAC, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, deemed to be University.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May I now take this opportunity to request respected Dr. Mrs. Supriya Patil, ma'am, Dean Academics, KIMS, KVV, to extend a cordial welcome with a bouquet to respected Dr. M.B. Fansarkar, sir, Observer, MMC.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. May I now take this opportunity to request Dr. Mrs. Jyoti Salunkhe, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, KVV, to extend a hearty welcome with a floral bouquet to respected Mr. N.R. Mujawar, Observer, Maharashtra Nursing Council.
We cordially welcome all the university officials, respected medical director, respected medical administrator, Krishna Hospital, and deans of constituent faculties and dean academics, and all the dignitaries of the dais. I render a hearty welcome to all of you and thank you for gracing the occasion.
Nothing is impossible as long as we have faith in God and His mighty power. In order to remove the darkness, light is essential. An invocation song is a prayer to communicate with the God for inspiration and blessings. To mark the commencement of this event, let me invite all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for lighting the lamp and Saraswati Pujan. I shall also request respected Dr. Aparna Pathare, Assistant Professor, KIAS, to recite the auspicious Saraswati Vandana.
माता भवानी शारदे, माता भवानी शारदे, उजळोत आमुची जीवने, उजळोत आमुची जीवने, माता भवानी शारदे, जननीच तू कात्यायिनी वरदायिनी संजीवनी, जननीच तू, जननीच तू कात्यायिनी वरदायिनी संजीवनी, तू निर्भया अनदामिनी, तू षड्रिपू संहारिणी, तू षड्रिपू संहारिणी, हो प्रकट तू जनमानसी, हो प्रकट तू जनमानसी, करी शुद्ध आमुची अंतरे, करी शुद्ध आमुची अंतरे, माता भवानी शारदे, उजळोत आमुची जीवने, उजळोत आमुची जीवने, माता भवानी शारदे, माता भवानी शारदे.
Thank you so much, respected dignitaries, and thank you so much, respected Aparna Pathade ma'am, for adding such sweetness to this occasion with your wonderful, soulful singing. Now, as we move on to the opening of the theme, today we are privileged to have with us a maverick, a wordsmith, with an exceptional command on every language that he has ever imbibed and who knows success in every walk that he has attempted to tread. I fall short of words as I provide an introduction to the spectacle personified. Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, who is presently the National Head of Academic Program of Indian Program UNESCO Chair, India Bioethics. He has held the august office of Honorable Chancellor of Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad, for a full term of 5 years, upon from 2014 to 2019. His association with the Medical Council of India in various capacities has been of well over 3 decades, whereat he has held the prestigious position of Finance Committee Chairman, Member of Executive Committee, Chairman of Academic Committee, and several others. He has had the distinction of being recognized as Professor Emeritus, Professor of Eminence, Professor of Excellence with 5 health sciences universities all over the country. He is holding the office of Pro-Chancellor cum Chief Advisor of Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences deemed to be University in Nagpur, and also renders his services as Honorary Director, Center for Health Professional Education Policy and Planning. Dr. Mishra functions at multiple higher designations with several educational organizations and as a consultant editor for Contemporary World's Who's Who at the American Biographical Institute, USA. He has been a pioneer in evolving postgraduate degree courses curriculum as the chairman of Postgraduate Medical Education Committee of Medical Council of India, New Delhi. Dr. Mishra is the recipient of well over 100 prestigious national and international awards in recognition of his selfless service to particular cause of higher education in general and medical education, in particular for over 3 decades, and the spate is on an endless manner. His creative work, notable achievements, and unparalleled contribution has been acknowledged not only in the country but also by the global population. Without further ado, let us welcome with a big round of applause Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, sir, Chief Advisor to Honorable Chancellor KVB, to open the theme for the day.
Esteemed Honorable Chancellor of this University, Respected Dr. Suresh Bhosle ji, Learned Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, respected Madam Dr. Neelam Mishra, Deputy Advisor NAC, Honorable Lilatai Gahane, seated on the dais, esteemed Director of the IQAC, Dr. S.R. Patil, Registrar of the University, Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, learned resource persons who acceded to the request of the university and are present here, especially Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, who shall be inaugurating this seminar, and by virtue of his preoccupancy, who will be joining with us at 9:50 a.m. Honorable Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, Chancellor of Avinash Lingam University, Coimbatore, who shall be guiding the deliberations, especially with reference to domain of medical education, again will be joining online around 11:30. Learned resource persons present over here, Director of the IQAC, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, respected Dr. Tripti Wagmare, Learned Registrar of Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Shweta Kade, Principal of Sitabai Nargunkal Nursing College, respected Dr. Rupa Verma, Head of the Department of Neurophysiotherapy at Dr. Vitthal Rao Vikhe Patil Nursing College, Ahmednagar, Dr. Suvarna Ganveer, and dealing with the pharmaceutical education, my erudite learned young brother, Dr. Atma Ram Pawar, who is Principal of Pune College of Pharmacy under the aegis of Bharati Vidyapeeth, my learned brother, Dr. Fansadkar, n number of the luminaries present across me, learned delegates who are participating in this NAC-sponsored national seminar, both on-site and online. Ladies and gentlemen, I join Honorable Vice-Chancellor in according a very warm welcome to all of you, and simultaneously wanting to record my humble sense of thankfulness and gratitude to Dr. Gahane for giving this university of holding a NAC-sponsored national seminar. And we feel not only honored, ma'am, but we feel privileged alike. The theme that has been taken up, ladies and gentlemen, is something which is vital and significant. When we are contemplating the policy document of National Education Policy 2020, there are certain parables which are absolutely the flagship indicators of making India what we are legitimately entitled to. Not that this is the first education policy which is expected to be heralding the future of the nation. Post-independence, Education Commission headed by legendary Dr. Sarvapalli Dr. Radhakrishnan submitted their first Education Commission report way back in 1948, which resulted in prescription of the national policy for education for this country ever since independence. 1986 was the last benchmark, and after that 2020, almost after a gap of 34 years, a policy frame for 21st century India is put into offing, which is expected to be worked up in terms of rolling down or rolling out the various dimensions of education, and especially as a university we are dealing with the higher education aspect of it. 6 important parables which need to be taken note of, Chancellor sir, in my open remarks which I am wanting to put across is, this document which is to be taken in continuum with the hitherto policy documents, but the significant features have to be taken note of. This policy contemplates a flexibility in the domain of education. That flexibility which should be resulting in holistic development of the learner. And when we contemplate holistic development of the learner, it basically means that segmented knowledge would always be making him perhaps an expert into a segmented domain. But integrated knowledge in a holistic manner whereby the learner is provided with a cafeteria approach. That is the hallmark of this policy. And therefore the first important dimension which has to be borne in mind while working out the action plan, any domain that we are contemplating, including the health professional domain, is the flexibility which is envisioned and envisaged in the entire policy document, which hitherto was missing in previous all policy documents. And therefore I can say that Indian system of education is expected to be entering into a new era by virtue of the permissible flexibility which is contemplated in the policy document, which according to me is a unique manifestation and a golden opportunity for all the planners of the Indian system of medical education to avail this dimension for the holistic development of the learner. When we are contemplating, ladies and gentlemen, flexibility, this flexibility is not a compromise which is ingrained and incorporated therein. It is the multidisciplinarity which is expected to be a integral part of this flexibility. What is the umbrella of flexibility? What is the rubric of flexibility? This flexibility is to be viewed in the context of multidisciplinarity of the entire system of education. This does not mean that there is any pollution, that there is any perversion, that there is any admixture which is expected to be diluting or overshadowing or overcrowding. It is peaceful coexistence for the purposes of the fact that we realize, can there be a health professional education in any domain, be it nursing, be it medical, be it dental, be it pharmacy, be it Ayurvedic, any domain, can it be bereft of humanities? The answer is a big no. If humanities is an integral part of the operational essence of the entire health professional education, then what is the place of humanities in the entire structure of the curriculum of the health professional education turns out to be $1 million question. Having structured the ADCOM module for the purposes of the said purpose, let me put it across, ladies and gentlemen, as an author of it, that it is too small a venture for the purposes of harmonization of the medical or any health professional in the context of humanities, where ADCOM module is a good beginning, but still larger dimensions remain unattached. I am required to be referring to a Belmont report 1979, which perhaps brought the entire concept of harmonization, humanization and socialization of the health professional education, and the Trinity mandates that it has to be integrated with the entire spectrum of humanities and humanistic sciences, which will include not only communication, which will include not only absolutely the psychomotor skills, which will not only include altruism and professionalism, but it will include n number of rubrics of psychology, sociology, humanities, and n number of areas which cover what we call as rubric of social sciences. How exactly they will be echoed, appropriately reflected, incorporated, given a place and worked out in the form of a blend which has been absolutely need felt right way back in 1979 in terms of the findings of the historic Belmont report. And therefore to that extent, I feel that this National Education Policy 2020 Leena Thais seems to be a logical extension of what has been incorporated for health professional education in Belmont report in United States of America, which was accepted by them, and what is classically called, Dr. Tripti, as the Canadian experiment was a manifestation of that, which is expected to be taken up in the lap of National Education Policy for health professional education. The third important dimension is, which is inbuilt in terms of a policy frame in this particular documentation apart from multidisciplinarity, is education cannot be restricted to a single degree profile, and therefore what are the feasibility of structuring the entire system of education into a complete continuum or a pyramid, but proposing it to be worked out in terms of lateral exits. Those lateral exits have to be viewed in the context of socio-economic conditions prevailing in the society, and in the context of that profile of education, proposition of lateral exits, but lateral exits which ultimately are expected to be ensuring that there is an end certification which is worthy, which is relevant, and which is consequential, blended with required levels of competencies incorporated therein to be put across for the purposes of usage. But this exit is not expected to be lifetime. There has to be a collateral entry in terms of the propositions, and this lateral entry and collateral system mandates that ultimately it has to be a periodic performance appraisal through working out of some workable currency, and that currency world has accepted in the form of credits, and therefore it incorporates the entire proposition of credit-based system to be incorporated in the domain of education, which by itself is the real doorway to internationalization of the entire system of higher education. We are the third largest growing system of higher education in the world today, and by 2025 we shall be turning it out to be the second place in the development and growth of higher educational system. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, national education policy turns out to be a real fillip, it turns out to be a real catalyst, it turns out to be a real harbinger, and permit me to say so, it turns out to be a real red carpet for the purposes of putting this across in a mode and manner which will be giving us international gaze, international show window, and perhaps international cognition as well. Fourth important dimension which I am wanting to put across is education cannot be bereft of technological advancement. Incorporation of information, communication, technology to its hilt, to its best usage is the hallmark of the national education policy. 2 years corona pandemic, really amongst n number of disasters that it must have caused, I have every reason to believe that virtual dimensions incorporated in the system of education is one of the greatest blessings that these 2.5 years have blessed with. National education policy gives an entire depiction of judicious, necessary, inevitable use of scientific advents, technological developments, and therefore entire education which is techno-based is expected to be the hallmark of national education policy. Emphasis which has been put across on innovative research is yet important landmark, the fifth landmark which I put across as of the national education policy. Until and unless the research profile is going to be strengthened, and it is in this context, ladies and gentlemen, national education policy contemplates the segregation of the higher educational institutions distinctly into 3 categories. There will not be a 4th category, and those 3 categories are: first category will be purely research intensive universities which are totally devoted and dedicated to research. First categorization itself, which was never there, this provides for that there will be research intensive universities. Second category, it will be teaching and research based universities, and the third category will be the whole autonomous degree conferring institutions. These are the 3 segregated classifications which are being put across in the entire domain of structuring of the higher educational institutions. What is the operational meaning of it, ladies and gentlemen? We need to decipher very clearly. The operational meaning is that affiliating system which UK, whose educational legacy we follow, UK had given a goodbye to affiliative character of the institutions by the universities way back in 1872. And today we are overburdened by the affiliative system of higher education. National education policy is the first contemplation which is providing that goodbye affiliative system. There shall not be within 15 years from the date of launch in phases manner, the affiliative system is to be given a goodbye. And that affiliative character, ladies and gentlemen, I have worked with the traditional universities in various capacities for 3 decades. Contemplate a situation, a university having 800 affiliated medical colleges, a vice chancellor intending to visit 1 college per day in his or her term of 5 years. प्रत्येक दिवशी जर तो एक महाविद्यालयाला भेट द्यायला निघालं तर 800 महाविद्यालय त्याला 5 वर्षात कमी पडतात, किंबहुना काळ कमी पडतो आणि कॉलेजेसची संख्या संपत नाही. हा सिस्टम, हा कॅरेक्टर कसं वर्क करेल याविषयी एक यक्ष प्रश्न जो उभा होता त्याला समुचित उत्तर या नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीमध्ये मिळालं आहे. Therefore, goodbye affiliative character system. Luckily, deemed universities under section 3 of the UGC Act do not have any affiliative character, and therefore, Linatai, that turns out to be a good model of working out in the context of national education policy. 6th important dimension, ladies and gentlemen, which I would like to put across is emphasis on the trinity which ought to be the hallmark of education is emphasis on excess, emphasis on equity and emphasis on quality. इस देश के एजुकेशनल सिस्टम के अंतर्गत भी एक पवित्र त्रिवेणी होनी चाहिए और उस त्रिवेणी का नाम है इक्विटी, access and quality. That is the triveni of the higher education contemplated in national education policy. And the last, the most important parable which I would like to flag in my opening remark is ultimately Indian system of medical education with all its manifestations of internationalization, what should be its identity? Should it not have a face, or it should have its glory in a hired face? Is $1 million question. If my educational system is not to have your and my face, then neighbor's face being put in the name of progeny has always been a questionable proposition. And therefore, Indianization of the educational system, without losing its content, without compromising with its context, without losing its impact, and without even giving a small little prejudice to its consequential relevance. Indianization of Indian system of education does not mean a retrograde step. I would like to clarify with all possible strength at my disposal. It does not mean that we are wanting to cloud the Western system of medicine. Indianization of educational system means that we ought to have Indian color to the existing system of education, whereby it is Indianized not only for the Indian context, but this Indianized contextual education is put across to the entire world as Indian education for global purpose. It is that dimension, ladies and gentlemen, which is giving a way forward in the contours of national education policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 important landmarks which have been put across in a generic way. For what? Let us understand the reality, ladies and gentlemen. We have been talking about 74 years of progression, yes, but we have to take note of certain propositions. What is the gross enrollment ratio which is there in the domain of higher education today? 2018, when we ventured into formulation of this policy, Chairman Sir, gross enrollment ratio of higher education in the country was 26.3%. What does it mean? याचा अर्थ असं होतं की आपल्या या सगळ्या एक्सपान्शनच्या नावाखाली 100 विद्यार्थी जे हायर एज्युकेशन करता एलिजिबल होते त्यांच्यापैकी 26.3% इतक्याच लोकांना आपण प्रवेशित करू शकत होतो. Is this equity? Is this access? Is $1 million question. And therefore, this national education policy has taken an ambitious targeted proposition whereby it is proposed that within 15 years, that is 2035, the enrollment ratio in the gross enrollment ratio in higher education ought to be 50%, which will be at least an equity in terms of every one out of the 2 admitted to the portals of higher education. This is the targeted essence of access, equity and quality in the domain of higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it for certain that there are n number of ambits which shall be taken up by the learned resource persons with reference to health professional education, and I am really wanting to record my sense of appreciation for Dr. S.R. Patil and his entire team. लेनताई त्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीने त्या पूर्ण विषयाचं थीमाला सब डिव्हिजन केलेलं आहे. They have not left any stream of the health education untouched, except of course because they did not have the Ayurveda, therefore that stream is left untouched. But you don't worry, in Datta Mege we have already worked out a document and we will be passing it on to you, so that the entire ambit of health professional education for the purposes of Niti Ayog and other propositions, we will be able to work that out in tandem with the 2 universities putting together. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the entire spectrum of initiative which has been undertaken by Dr. Patil under the rubric of IQAC of this university and his entire team, and the liberty that has been given to us by NAC in terms of this NAC sponsored seminar, for which I would like to record my sense of thankfulness to both Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan and of course Dr. Leena, who is here as the representative of NAC. She is the deputy advisory in NAC for this very purpose, that the core purpose of today is deliberating on these 5 important aspects and evolving a declaration in the context of NEP as to what ought to be a way forward for working out NEP 2020 in the domain of health professional education, where we promise that we will end today's entire discussion. None of the discussions we shall let go a-begging. We will crystallize them into the form of a declaration to be evolved, to be put it across to both NAC as well as the competent authorities in the Government of India, which could facilitate it being taken as a basal document for the purposes of futuristic formulation which are already underway. Therefore, in this entire Setu Bandha, आम्ही कदाचित नल नील नसू ताई, पण आम्ही निश्चितपणे खारीचा वाटा आमच्या सद्भागीत आपण दिलं, आम्हाला ते लाभलं आणि त्या बाबतीत आम्ही आमचा तो खारीचा वाटा प्रामाणिकपणे पूर्ण करून एक आशादायक चित्र जे नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीच्या माध्यमातून आपल्याला अभिप्रेत आहे, राष्ट्र निर्मिती करता, मॅन मेकिंग करता, कॅरेक्टर बिल्डिंग करता आणि नेशन बिल्डिंग करता, त्याच्यात निश्चित this particular event will turn out to be a great significant milestone in terms of its humble contribution. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you for patient listening, and thanks all resource persons for finding time to be joining this day-long seminar under the aegis of Krishna Vishwavidyapit. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about the theme of the day. We express our deep gratitude for your valuable presence and guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on board with us personality whose talent and excellence in his field knows no bounds. The chairperson for the inaugural ceremony, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman, Executive Committee, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Before he delivers the inaugural address, let me provide a brief introduction of the stalwart. Professor Bhushan Patwardhan has over 40 years of experience in higher education, scientific research and institutional governance. He is one of the top-cited biomedical scientists who is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. He has worked on boards of several universities and member of important national committees like Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Education, University Grants Commission, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. He has worked on several policy making committees and task forces like National Knowledge Commission, Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, Lancet Citizens Commission on reimagining Indian health system. He has made original contributions in evidence-based Ayurveda, especially in Ayurvedic biology, ethnopharmacology, natural product drug development, and integrative approaches to improve public health system. His pioneering contributions on novel concepts such as therapeutic adjuvants, IUSoft, IUgenomics, reverse pharmacology, network pharmacology are widely recognized. He is a recipient of many orations and awards, including Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Award 2021, Dr. R.P. Devdas Oration 2020, V.K. Zog Best Teacher Award 2017, Waldemar Hafkin Oration 2014, Harihar Mukherjee Award 2015, Gopal Das Parikh Award 2015, Sir Ramnath Chopra Oration 2013, Dr. P.K. Devi Oration 2011, Dr. C. Dwarkanath Oration 2008, just to mention a few. He has delivered invited lectures at many national and international platforms, including the United Nations, World Health Organizations, American Chemical Society, National Institutes of Health USA, University of California, Pennsylvania, Penn State, Illinois, South Florida, Johns Hopkins, George Washington University. He has authored many books and chapters with reputed publishers including Elsevier, Academic Press, Wiley, Pharma Press, Intake, and Research Signpost. It is noteworthy that his 25 articles have been cited more than 100 times. He has received several research grants, has guided 20 PhD students, and holds 8 Indian patents, 2 US patents with over 9,800 citations. I shall now request Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan to deliver the inaugural address through online platform.
Namaskar. First of all, let me thank all of you for inviting me, especially Professor Ved Prakash Mishra, whom I really have in very high esteem. It is very difficult to speak after him, you know, he is such a eloquent speaker. And last time when I visited him, Varda, just last week, you know, I was telling him that I remember when he talked, you know, I remember one of my senior mentor, who also is from Satara, Principal Bhosle, Shivaji Rao Bhosle. His expertise in delivering Marathi lectures was so superb, you know, and I remember when Dr. Mishra talks in English, I remember always Shivaji Rao Bhosle. Sureshji Bhosle, namaskar, we are meeting after a long time, but I remember that in 2004-5, I think, I was on the board of Krishna University as well as Datta Meghe University, you know, and I remember our interactions, and I know that under your leadership, this university has progressed substantially. And I really am very happy to get reconnected with all of you. I can see Dr. Tyagarajan, who also happens to be my mentor, one of the eminent medical scientists of India, who at that time when nobody was ready to look at herbal medicine, could work with Nobel laureate Bloomberg and published one of the top cited article in Lancet. You know. I cannot see everyone sitting there. I'm sorry for joining online. I was to come to you physically, but today I'm blessed with Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji visiting my home just after half an hour. And so I'm in bit hurry, but it's not possible to say no to Professor Mishra, and especially when it is for Krishna. I'm here with all of you. You know. Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, actually I could listen to him for last few minutes, and he made some wonderful comments, you know, means he talked about the Triveni, accessibility, availability, affordability, and these are really coming up as a major areas, not only for India but globally. He also talked about what will be the, what should be our identity, you know, identity for Indian medical system. And I think that point is extremely important. All over the world, and I'm sure many of the stalwarts sitting here are aware that on one side, post Flexner Committee report, there was a revolution in medical education in America, but that went into a super specialization. No, and that has made actually the healthcare in US unaffordable. You know, even rich people in America or other countries, you know, rich countries are not able to really afford the cost of medical education. So where are we going, and is that path what we are following of a super specialization is the right path? That is my first question. My second question is, what are the people's need? You know, people need simple things, and people need, we need to really empower community to take health in their own hands. When for some reasons health is lost, then the medical fraternity's role come in, you know. But our first role, medical doctors are guardians, you know, means our first role should be to protect. So prevention should take a central stage. And I feel, and I shared this with Dr. Mishra also earlier, that we should bring back the glory and the glamour to disciplines like family medicine and general practitioner. The glamour that we get for, say, cardiac surgeon, we should be able to get similar glamour to family physician. I think that will be the revolution for our people, you know. So we need to really transit from current pathy-based, silo-based medical cure approach to person-centered approach. And those who may have read the last article I wrote with Dr. R.D. Lele, you know, is completely on this theme. As you know, Dr. R.D. Lele, one of another doyen, you know, who is also my mentor, was so passionate during his last decade, you know, and he was a champion of evidence-based Ayurveda, and we wrote a wonderful article about how to transit from this pathy-based to person-centric approach. Person-centric approach is becoming popular all over the world, And I'm not going to go into details of that, but let me tell you the typical way in which our traditional systems of medicine understand person. Because in medicine, person is important. We cannot go blindly just based on our pathological reports. We are not robots, and if we become robots, then robots will take over. So the human component of medical practice we must protect. And unless we do that, we will not be able to really stand in the emerging technologies of AI, machine learning, and robotics. Last point I want to make is India needs its identity, what Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra was telling, which is stemmed on our own traditions, but not compromising the value and rigor of science. Both are important. For example, there are several. The Ayurvedic medicine to me is a personalized medicine. Well, a person or a patient goes to Ayurvedic classical Vaidya, different persons with same symptoms may not get different medicine. They will get different medicines. Why that? Because they are considering every individual as different, and we conceptualize that this variation which they are able to make on their Prakriti assessment, on their Guna assessment, is actually leading towards personalized medicine. And so we hypothesize that Ayurvedic concept of Prakriti, Vat, Pitta, Kapha has genetic connotation. And you may remember that in 2005, we published our first landmark paper in International Journal and presented our work at Cold Spring Harbor Symposium in Pharmacogenomics. At that time, pharmacogenomics was just emerging, and the genotype to phenotype correlation was still a mystery, although Human Genome Project was coming up. And because our work was more in rheumatoid arthritis, we had a cohort of rheumatoid arthritis, and with Dr. Arvind Chopra, who is another eminent physician from Pune, a gold medalist from FMC, with him, we worked and we showed that HLA-DRB1 gene polymorphism, because at that time, the whole genome was not possible, but we showed that the distribution of alleles are statistically different in Vat, Pitta, Kapha. And this small experiment which we did in our small laboratory at Pune University actually opened up a new discipline called Ayur Genomics. And I must tell you that in Ayurveda and Yoga, there are hundreds of such knowledge points. And we must really build on them, take them for research. All said and done, and I remember Dr. M.S. Valiathan, another mentor of mine, with Dr. B.M. Hegde, Dr. Ashok Vaidya. These are the people who have groomed us, on one side for biomedical research, on other side for public health sensitivities, Dr. N.S. Devgar, Dr. Antia, Dr. Arole. These are the people who have impacted on our mind. And so the Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences, which we started at Pune University, started the first MPH program, which was open to all, not necessarily only for the medical graduate. There is a lot to talk, but the identity, the Niti Aayog had appointed a committee, and our report is in final stage, and this committee is for actually proposing a framework of comprehensive integrative health system for our country. And this is not a mixopathy. This is on evidence based. Whatever is best is available wherever, we should bring in based on evidence and should be able to really use it in the best interest of the people. So this is what we are talking about. World is going in this direction. Means you talk about China, Korea, Japan, and even in America, Canada, European Union, Australia, you will find that integrative medicine is coming in mainstream. That is our strength. We have to look at it. We cannot go on producing medical graduates who are illiterate in our own strengths. And we should not really go into the mode. When I am telling you this, I also must warn that we should not go on the mode of self-pride and fast glory. Because the science rigor, the research is the main thing. The evidence base we cannot forget while we move on to the personalized medicine. This can we really think of some commonalities? Can we really think of a family physician who brings in on one side the advances in pharmacology and surgery from the modern systems of medicine and brings in prevention, diet, lifestyle from yoga, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha and other systems of medicine? Can we really do that? Because see, today general practitioner or medical graduate coming out of a medical school Are we really capable, empowering that person to treat non-communicable diseases? I have a big question in mind, because treatment of diabetes is not giving metformin or insulin, It requires a very high level diet management, high level lifestyle management, and many other things, So it's a holistic treatment. Are we really teaching them in our medical school? Again, there is a question mark. So can we take these advantages of, say, Swastha Vrutta or Dinacharya and Ritucharya, or concept of Rasa, which is there in Ayurveda, or the concept of Kosha or concept of Guna from yoga? Can we really focus more on physiological interventions also, because physiological interventions are more important than pharmacological interventions when it comes to non-communicable or chronic diseases. Our aging population is also increasing. Mental health is emerging as a big problem. So no one single pathy will be able to give this. We will have to come together, break these silos, and I'm sure with the leaders like Dr. Mishra and Dr. Tyagarajan and the institutions like Krishna under leadership of Dr. Bhosle, I'm sure we will be able to come out with such a role model, first for India and then for the world. Lancet Citizen Commission, of which I am one of the commissioners, is also looking into this, and I'm sure this model which will emerge will be role model for first for India, but then ultimately it will be a boon for the medical education in the world. I also must acknowledge that several medical academicians are working on this, and a recent book by Dr. Adakoli, on medical education is also one of the very important contribution which has been made. I am sure under the guidance of stalwarts like Dr. Mishra and Dr. Tyagarajan, this journey will be facilitated, and the young minds will be shaped in the direction so that we give our focus back onto the public health and actual needs of the society, rather than going on a path of making medical education and medical treatment more and more expensive, unaffordable, and we devise our own model. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sure all other experts who are there will give their thoughts, and as Dr. Mishra has said, the whole thing can be converted into some kind of a white paper or some kind of an action plan. I'll be very happy to look at it. And at NAC, finally, I must tell you that we are changing our systems now from input-based system to outcome-driven system. From a snapshot of one-time assessment to the real-time continuous assessment. So in future, you will see a lot of changes happening in NAC, and the purpose of education will be addressed more effectively, which is about the high-order cognitive skills, creating thinking community, critical thinking, building in. All these are extremely important. Problem solving, all these are extremely important for medical education. They are not that effectively captured in our current frameworks, which in future you will see this change will happen. And the basic purpose of assessment and accreditation actually is to improve quality of education. And we hope that together we will be able to achieve it. I believe that NAC is not one building which is present in Bangalore. NAC consists of all of you. And I'm happy, Dr. Mishra and Dr. Bhosle, that you have included all other disciplines under medical education. So pharmacists are here, nursing are here, allied health is here. So all together, because medical education cannot be restricted only to one particular discipline. It is a now multidisciplinary domain. And I must congratulate you for this excellent effort and wish you all the best. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Patwardhan sir, for expressing your thoughts in such a lucid manner. We are delighted and honored to have envisaged your talk. Your contributions to the field of Ayurveda are stupendous, and you were, are, and shall ever remain an impeccable persona that everyone looks up to. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are certain individuals whose achievements are indescribably numerous. One such a person that we all look up to is Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidyapit deemed to be University Karad, who is a noted academician, administrator, and needs any introduction. It is heartwarming to be led by an individual of an impeccable stature, grit, determination and dedication. Your contributions are difficult to be summed up into few lines, Honorable Chancellor Sir. I am honored to welcome Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, Presiding Officer, to add glory to this event by his precious words.
Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Dr. Shingari, Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra, Dr. Ghorpade, Dr. Mrs. Leena Kane, Dr. S.R. Patil, all respected speakers who are from NAC, members of the staff and friends. I think Dr. Patwardhan and Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra have clearly set the tone for this seminar. And I just told Dr. Mishra that, you see, I have not really studied the whole national education policy, but what I understand, little I understand, I know that what is happening, let's say, in health sciences education is that we are working around, you see, very narrow concepts and going ahead into specialization and super specialization. I think the national education policy in its first salient features would like to break these narrow barriers of specific disciplines, so that we can become more multidisciplinary in character. We can offer more to the students in form of electives. We know in health sciences that we are, you see, bound by the mandate of councils. If you look at Krishna, almost all our courses, except the allied sciences, are all under respective councils. But I think we have enough scope to work around the councils also, offer certificate courses, offer, you see, doctoral courses, give various electives. I think we have within the system also enough scope to give alternatives to students. However, the national education policy has a big larger picture in front of us. We need holistic development. We need, you see, a national character to this education, and that is being brought forward in the national education policy. As a doctor, we know that, you see, you are becoming a graduate, a postgraduate, and then a super specialist, and in the end, actually becoming a technician. And you lose touch with the personalized medicine that was, you see, being followed for years together, for centuries together, and which was a good model. So Dr. Mishra, Dr. Patwardhan have dealt with this family physician methods which we have been following for years together. And I would like to say that, you see, today, as doctors are moving away from this, somebody is filling the place. And if anybody is filling the place, it is the nurses who are filling the place. And now we have a big shift in family physician treatment, wherein we have nurse practitioners. And nurse practitioners are allowed to practice medicine almost in all developing countries. So we are going away and somebody else is coming in there. But I think we need to really relook at the way we are, you see, practicing medicine. So as Dr. Patwardhan has said, the glory of family practice, it has to come back, because we have to be personalized in our treatment, which is missing. But you will see personalized, you see, marketing is on the fall. You will find everybody is so personalized, you want to buy a product, they'll call you 10 times. But you see, a doctor doesn't have time to do all that. So we see we are not, you see, catering to our patients like we should be doing. Now, as far as the important part of access, equity and quality goes, you see, Krishna is a role model. We have, you see, with the quality, we can present our role model that this is possible. It is possible to give affordable health care, you see, to everyone, to see that everybody has an access. And I think this is something Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra will definitely put forward. It is, we are in the same, you see, situation like DIMSs. Datta Meghe is also based in rural areas, catering mostly to the rural population. So this is something we have to think about. As far as medical education goes, we can see that there is a shift in the curriculum. The curriculum from, we used to have knowledgeable graduates, now we need knowledgeable, skilled and competent graduates. Now there is the shift. We need graduates who are good at problem solving and who are, you see, good at decision making. We need graduates who can really perform in the community. So that shift, we are seeing that shift. It is already occurring here, and this will of course give rise to, you see, better dispensation of healthcare in future. Sir, I am allotted 10 minutes only. So I'm sure before I conclude, I have a word of thanks to NAC, who has offered us to have this seminar here. We are very thankful to you, madam. And before I close, I'll also like to, I have a word of appreciation for Dr. S.R. Patil and his team, who have put a lot of effort in putting this together. So with these few words, I take your leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting on how to overcome the nano barriers of specific disciplines and again bringing back the glory of family doctor in such a simplified manner. Thank you so much.
Now that we are about to conclude the inaugural function for alignment of health profession education with NEP 2020, a way forward, I would now request respected Dr. S.R. Patil, Organizing Chairman and Director IQAC KVV, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. It has been an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of IQAC, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, our Chancellor, for being such an exemplary and visionary mentor. Sir, you have been a great leader who has selflessly dedicated to helping young individuals to find the right path to follow. Thank you for being such a great role model. We have been fortunate enough to have Honorable Dr. Bhushan Pakwadan as our chief guest. From the depth of our heart, we thank you, chief guest, for all the words of wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, sir. We express our deep sense of gratitude to our respected Honorable Ved Prakash Mishra, sir, for your guidance and all your activities that ensures that to do the right thing in a right way. Thank you, sir, planting the seeds of knowledge. We sincerely thank Honorable Dr. Praveen Chingare, sir, Pro-Chancellor. Sir, you are the inspiration for us. We are blessed to have you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Our backbone, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Neelam Mishra, Madam, always she is there for us. Thank you very much, Madam, for your motivation and support. The seminar has been supported by the NAC. We acknowledge and put on the record our thankfulness. Dr. Leena Ghane, Madam, thank you very much. We acknowledge and thank you, Dr. M.B. Panalkar, MNC Observer, and N.R. Mujawar, MNC Observer, as our program has been aggregated as a CPD by Maharashtra Medical Council and Maharashtra Nursing Council. I need to mention my deepest sense of appreciation and thankfulness to respected registrar and all university officials for their constant support. I also extend thanks to all deans and dean academics and staff members for their enormous cooperation within the organization of this seminar. Special thanks to Medical Director A.Y. Shirsagar, sir. He is always a support system for us. We have a team of well-motivated and dedicated persons who are the resource person for today's seminar. We thank them wholeheartedly. We are grateful to our non-teaching staff who render their support with noble actions to the success of this function, IT department, photography, electric department, and all support staff. Special mention for the university press. Thank you very much. Finally, with folded hands, much respect and reverence, we thank everyone present here. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Once again, I thank everyone for spending your valuable time to make this inaugural function a great success. Your presence means a lot to us. My sincere thanks to one and all. With the due permission from the dignitaries on the dais, we conclude today's inaugural function.
I now request all the delegates and stakeholders to kindly proceed for tea break of 15 minutes, which is arranged outside the hall.
We are extremely sorry. I request everyone to kindly be seated as we are going to have the first session of the day immediately after the inauguration function. To mark the commencement of today's program, I would want to request Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Advisor to the Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapit deemed to be University, to share his valuable insights through the opening session. I request all the delegates to kindly remain seated, as after this session we are going to have a tea break.
To mark the commencement of today's program, I would want to request Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Sir, Advisor to the Chancellor KVB, to share his valuable insights through the opening session. To chair the event, I would request Honorable Dr. Pro-Chancellor Dr. Praveen Chingare sir, and the co-chair for this event shall be Vice Chancellor ma'am, respected Dr. Neelan Mishra ma'am.
We shall now continue with the our seminar with the permission of the Vice Chancellor and Chairman of this session. I request Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra to give his keynote address on the alignment of health profession education with national education policy, a way forward. Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, please.
Learned Chair, learned Co-Chair, esteemed resource persons, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In continuation of the discussion in the inauguration, I deem it my privilege and with profound sense of thankfulness and gratitude to the Chair and Co-Chair, in continuation of the opening remarks, observations made by the learned inaugurator Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, I deem it my privilege to be putting my stray thoughts on the theme that has been espoused for the day-long seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, the first parable which we need to decipher for ourselves is what for education and what for health professional education. When I look into in the context of health professional education, ladies and gentlemen, I am not purely talking in terms of the historicity from the Vedic times to the Indian system of medicine. I am just taking the recourse to straightway the commencement of 20th century, wherefrom the milestones are required to be undertaken to decipher the progression that we are aiming and that we have achieved. 1904, the Education Commission, which came to be constituted even for the health professional education by the House of Commons, submitted its report. And in the context of that report, one of the important manifestations post division of the Bengal 1906 with Lord Dalhousie, important landmark parliamentary enactment came to be notified, wherefrom I am wanting to make a humble beginning, and that was 1916 Indian Medical Degrees Act. It was this which for the first time gave a legitimacy to the Indian higher educational institutions right to confer the degrees in the health professional domain. Till that point of time, ladies and gentlemen, no health professional education degree was conferred by the Indian educational institutions under their authority and jurisdiction is an important aspect which has to be taken note of. From 1916, the second important landmark which I am wanting to take to is 1934. The Indian Medical Council Act passed by the British Parliament for the purposes of making of the Indian Medical Registry. Hitherto, the registry was with the General Medical Council, Great Britain. And there was no registry for Indian system of medicine because in terms of the recommendations of the Lord Macaulay, the Gurukul Parampara the Madrasa Parampara, and for that matter, the entire concept of Sanskrit schools was absolutely dismantled. I am tempted to quote very significantly the memoirs which are put across in 1835 by Lord Macaulay before he gave his Education Commission report upon extensively touring this country is significant. He says, we will not be able to rule this country with a handful of people from a distance more than 10,000 kilometers until and unless we are able to ensure that the educational system deep rooted in this country, which is the cause of its growth, prosperity and self-content, is not dismantled, unquote. It is here I am wanting to put my entire observation across, that from 1835 observations to 1904 British Education Commission for Indian degrees, 1916 Indian Medical Degrees Act, 1934 Indian Medical Council Act under British Parliament, and then finally, ladies and gentlemen, certain important developments beginning from independent India. 1947, Indian Nursing Council Act was the first act passed in free India for the domain of health professional education, that is 1947 INC Act 47. 1948, Indian Dentists Act for the purposes of registration of dental education and registration of dental graduates came into operation. 1956, University Grants Commission Act 1956, born out of the recommendations of Dr. Sarvapalli, Dr. Radhakrishnan Education Commission, along with repeal of 1934 Indian Medical Council Act and creation of 1956 Indian Medical Council Act, where the Western medicine defined under section 2 came to be defined as modern medicine. Please try to understand these important parables which I am just flagging in the history in order to understand what exactly is supposed to be the shape of health professional education in the context of national education policy. If we do not take these benchmarks into the historical perspective that have taken place over the developmental profile, perhaps we will be thinking that we are wanting to put a square hole or a square in the peg hole, which is not so. 1956 with the UGC Act coming for higher education and Indian Medical Council Act repealing 1934 Act with Western medicine keeping the definition same, but Western medicine is replaced by modern medicine, and therefore, Chair, the first parable which I am wanting to draw is modern medicine in parlance in free India is Western medicine of slave India. Statutorily I am able to put across, and the evidence is section 2 subsection D of 1934 Act ad verbatim reproduced as section 2 subsection D of 1956 Indian Parliamentary Act. The next important development which I take is 1970 Indian System of Medicine Act resulting in constitution of CCIM. 1973 creation of what we call as Central Council for Homeopathy Act, an independent council created for the Central Council or for the purposes of homeopathy. Important landmark is the simultaneously in the 70s we got to create pharmacy education separately in terms of creation of the Pharmacy Council of India Act, and finally we went to create All India Council for Technical Education Act. Why I am putting this across, ladies and gentlemen? If you take the umbrella of higher education in the entire gamut, what does it look like? There is a Medical Council of India or Indian Medical Council for Medical Education. There is a Central Council for Indian Medicine for Indian System of Medicine. There is a Central Council for Homeopathy for Homeopathic Education. There is a Nursing Council of India for Nursing Education. There is a Pharmacy Council of India for Pharmacy Education. There is now a Allied Health Sciences Council for Physiotherapy and Allied Health Sciences Education, and simultaneously, ladies and gentlemen, there is an independent All India Council for Technical Education and University Grants Commission for Higher Education. What Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan perhaps was wanting to refer by in terms of educational system in silos. These are the statutory silos which are really large on the face of it in terms of chronological creative development over a period of time. Whether it has done good or bad, I am not putting it across, because still any authentic document on that count is not generated. But one more important development I would like to put across. Education in its affiliative character under the rubric of affiliative universities, which was the hallmark of Central University, State University, which is even today. 1982, Professor Rais Ahmed, the then Vice Chairman of the University Grants Commission, a high power committee, gave a report on the basis of which they said professional education will not be able to thrive well under the rubric of traditional universities in the umbrella of segregation of traditional universities, and therefore profession-based universities are a must, which was adopted in 1984. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it is out of this the first health sciences university, Vijayawada NTR University of Health Sciences, with its headquarters at Vijayawada, came into operation as the first health sciences university. And then in continuation of the same, 1986 Vijayawada, 1994 Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences Karnataka, 1998 Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, and today out of 29 states, 16 states have health sciences universities for the purposes of health sciences under the rubric of state managed universities. And meant for all the health sciences colleges under their rubric. If you take the instance of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, it is not just modern medicine. It's medical education, it's dental education, it's nursing education, it's physiotherapy, it's practically the entire gamut. But pharmacy is kept outside it, and unfortunately or fortunately, Dr. Atmaram Pawar is here. Pharmacy education has got two husbands. Pharmacy Council of India as well as All India Council for Technical Education. या देशात सुप्रीम कोर्टला निकाल काढावं लागलं की मॅनेजमेंट सायन्सेस हे UGC कडे राहतील की AICT कडे राहतील. Jokes apart, ladies and gentlemen, there is something which is missing in terms of some degree of golden handshake amongst these silos for a larger purpose, and that is exactly the point which is being driven home by the National Education Policy 2020. You want centrifugality, ladies and gentlemen. That's the rule of the day. But can there be a centrifugality without a centripetality? Is the thematic depiction, Chair, I am putting across with your and co-chair's permission for this August gathering. If there is no centripetality, how can there be a centrifugality? Contemplate a situation. What was liberalism? Liberalism is built in the first hymn of Rig Veda 10,000 years before. What did it contemplate? Let noble thoughts come to us from all universe. We are not a segregated society. We are not an isolated society. We are not a society which is wanting to be ruling by imposition of our thoughts over the world. Whatever is good and noble, हमने कभी पाश्चात्य की बात नहीं की, हमने कभी पौर्वात्य की बात नहीं की. हम तो कहते हैं कि दुनिया के अंतर्गत जिस भी कोने से अच्छाई का उच्चांग अगर उड़ करके हमारे पास आता है, हम उसको आत्मलिंगन देने के लिए तैयार हैं, क्योंकि हम उसे भी आत्मबोध के ही धरातल पर स्वीकार करने की मानसिकता रखने वाले लोग हैं. दिस इज द एसेंस ऑफ centripetality. And what is centrifugality which has been put? The principle of centrifugality is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Globalization नाचीज और कमजर्फ हैं हम. क्या हमें ऐसा लगता है कि ग्लोबलाइजेशन, लिबरलाइजेशन एंड प्राइवेटाइजेशन हैज बीन गिवन बाय द मॉडर्न कमर्शियल वर्ल्ड? सॉरी, ग्लोबलाइजेशन इस देश के अंतर्गत वेदों ने दुनिया को दिया, एंड दैट वाज वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. इट इज नॉट दैट मैक्लुहन मेड वर्ल्ड एज अ यूनिटरी विलेज. It was Rig Veda which says the whole Vasudha is my kutum, and that is centrifugality. Centripetality is let noble thoughts come to me and come to us from all universe, and centrifugality is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It is this essence, ladies and gentlemen. Indian education for India and Indian education for the world simultaneously. But Indian education for the world and for India by Indian by name. This is the simplest of the understanding which I am contemplating. How exactly to be made this applicable to health professional education is $1 million question. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 or 3 important things have to be borne in mind. And I am flagging those issues because we need to capture and we need to definitely take cognizance of them. Linatai, national education policy nihi centralized regulatory governance frame describe केला असला तरी लॉ आणि हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल एज्युकेशन यांना बाहेर ठेवण्यात आलं आहे. I am not critically commenting on it and I am not making any adverse comment on it, but let us admit the fact. Sir, health professional education in regard to the governance is not within the umbrella of apical higher education, National Education Commission, which is contemplated under the National Education Policy. Which means what? And the reason is simple. Because Medical Council of India in 2019 came to be repealed by the NMC Act, and NMC Act 2019 is protected under the NEP-2020. Therefore, what is the result? Therefore, Dental Council is protected as Dental Commission. Therefore, Nursing Council is protected at Nursing Commission. Therefore, Pharmacy Council is protected at Pharmacy Commission. Therefore, for that matter, Central Council for Homeopathy is protected as Central Council for Indian System of Medicine or Commission. And CCIM already is converted into a Central Council of Indian Medicine Commission. What has changed? It is perhaps the same council with same jurisdiction, with same function, is now converted into a commission, and therefore the segregated regulatory frame which I narrated from 1934 till this particular point of time, that is 2019, even under the NEP, it remains in the same way, is the first consideration which cannot be lost sight of when we are contemplating the entire frame of health professional education. That's number one. Number two, are we contemplating loss of identity of these professions? Definitely not. Definitely not. National education policy by no stretch of imagination overshadows anything, undermines anything, pollutes anything, perverts anything, or pervades anything. These are the 5 things. I had a detailed discussion with Dr. Kasturi Rangan in Nagpur. And these were my 5 concerns. We talked for about 3.5 hours. Sai Sridharji was there, I was there, and Kasturi Ranganji were there with Warkhadi at Ramtek. आम्ही रामटेकच्या देवळात जाऊन तिथल्या गेस्ट हाऊस मध्ये बसून 3.5 तास आम्ही चर्चा केली. आणि त्यांनी या 3ही गोष्टींना सांगितलं की डॉक्टर, एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या, आयडेंटिटी कुठल्याही प्रोफेशनची कुठल्या पद्धतीने केली जाऊ शकत नाही, कारण त्याला इंटरनॅशनल स्वरूप आहे. पण त्या स्वरूपाला आपल्याला हँडशेकिंग ही करण्याची मुभा असायला किंवा नको. अँड दॅट इज एक्झॅक्टली व्हॉट इज NEP. NEP basically contemplates what, ladies and gentlemen? We were concerned. We as IMA, definitely we put across our observations on the entire NEP in regard to the possibility of admixture of pathies. No. Connotation is simple. If you look at the entire healthcare delivery profile, don't you believe and has the world not accepted that it is segregated into 4 important parts? There is something which is now designated as preventive medicine. There is something which is promotive medicine. There is something which is curative medicine. There is something which is rehabilitative medicine. Integrative medicine in its parlance is, I'm keeping a bit aside, I will deal with that. But incorporation, and why I am saying so, has the entire corona period not brought out a huge chink in the armory of curative medicine? Either the traditional thought was that strong economic powers with strong curative healthcare delivery system, absolutely they are unassailable, and their citadels shall never be fragmented. It will be only the developed and it will be only the developing and subdeveloping world which will be put to fragility. Inequities which were there and which are there in the world, corona has proved one thing, that curative domain with one blow, the chinks in the armory are totally revealed. And what was left undone? Has it not revealed that it is the preventive domain which has to be emphasized? Is it not a domain of promotion which is again turning out to be a reality? And therefore, is it not a domain which rehabilitative in terms of the increase in the life expectancy ultimately is going to govern the scene of healthcare delivery system? These are the four important dimensions, and therefore I am not again using an adversity as a proof for justification of something, Chair. But I think Corona has definitely been a good evidence for propagation of NEP-2020 in the realistic sense, in as much as the curative strength in isolation is no strength for the purposes of protection of humanity is the answer which has been generated by Corona. And therefore, where lies the emphasis? Person centricity, which was referred to. It medicine which ultimately is going to be converted into robotics. Whether we are contemplating of the robotics, by the robotics, or for the robotics, or we are contemplating of the human beings, by the human beings, and not only for the human beings, for all living beings. That is what is called as one medicine. Paris Declaration 2011, ladies and gentlemen, I am wanting to bring to focus. If you really ask me, NEP 2020 has given shape to what? I would unhesitatingly say, in the domain of health professional education, Dr. Tripti, it has given a real manifestation to a feasibility of one medicine concept which is incorporated, which does not mean loss of the shape of modern, face of modern medicine, which does not mean loss of the face of nursing, which does not mean loss of the face of physiotherapy, which cannot mean loss of the face of dentistry. And it also does not mean loss of face of anybody. Everybody will have faces, but we will face together. And that is the entire concept of the health team which WHO contemplated in the Alma-Ata Declaration. What was the reason for modification of the Beijing Declaration? For the purposes of propagation of the health team. What is health team? Is health team cosmetic? And why should there be a team which is created after the outcome? Why should there should not be a team which should be inbuilt in the process itself? What has been put across by the WHO in terms of an outcome integration of a health team, the NEP is wanting to put an inbuilt mechanism for the purposes of invocation of that particular health team. That does not mean curative dimensions of any of the pathies are expected to be diluted in any manner. They will have their relevance. The pharmacology of modern medicine shall be pharmacology of modern medicine. But evidence-based pharmacopoeia of Ayurvedic medicine shall also be a parallel pharmacopoeia in the domain of health cure. That's the simplest of the simple. Pharmacopoeia of homeopathic medicine will also be a pharmacopoeia. And then, if my cure is valid, and if your promotion is valid, then promotion derived from person centricity in Ayurveda, curative dimensions derived from the modern medicine, nursing care hitherto also derived from their own domains. Nursing, you tell me, what is now left for a plastic surgeon or a maxillofacial plastic surgeon, which a maxillofacial dental surgeon is not entitled to? You look into the competencies of the two, and you will be finding we may be fighting over that. That's a different part of the story, that my domain has been elbowed by a dentist and therefore this is a denigration. हा एक egocentricityचा भाग आहे, त्याला जाऊ द्या. But the fact of the story is that oral cavity which hitherto we thought was absolutely a domain of a dentist, what exactly are the plastic surgeons in the maxillofacial domain doing? And for that matter, what the maxillofacial surgery, is it not as good as the plastic surgery which is being worked up? What is the harm? If maxillofacial surgeons and maxillofacial dental surgeons, they are in tandem, and they are not in tandem out of the commercial conjugation, but they are in tandem in terms of their orientation itself. आवश्यकता के अनुरूप हाथ मिलाने के बजाय मिले हुए हाथों के साथ आगे बढ़ जाना कौन सा बेहतर है is $1 million question. However, there are bottlenecks, ladies and gentlemen. One bottleneck which I have already tried to put across is that of the regulatory jurisdiction. With the validation of these acts which is already now inbuilt, and even law is now outside. Therefore, I having not studied law in details, I am not commenting on it. I am restricting myself only to the health professional education. It is imperative, therefore, for us to dwell how exactly we, by virtue of now hitherto operating in our own models, can we work out a spatial correlation? And when I say spatial correlation is S-P-A-T-I-A-L, spatial correlation for a temporal correlation. If there is a spatial correlation, then only temporal correlation will be possible. However, today we have non-correlation temporally, therefore we cannot think in terms of correlation spatially. What is to precede and what is to succeed? When architecture create, imagine all of us in our life, a small little poor person like me and perhaps many others like you, आयुष्यात आपली काय इच्छा राहते, कसं बसं एक आपलं घर व्हावं. ते घर कसं होते? अहो त्याला एक आर्किटेक्चर लागतं की नाही लागत? ते आर्किटेक्चर काय करतो? तो आर्किटेक्चर रेखांकित करून शेवटी त्याचा एक ब्लूप्रिंट तयार करतो आणि घरचा नकाशा ग्रीन कागदावरती राहत नाही, व्हाईट कागदावरती राहत नाही, तो ब्लू कागदावरतीच राहतो, त्यालाच ब्लूप्रिंट म्हणतात. दॅट इज स्पेशियल कोरिलेशन. त्या स्पेशियल कोरिलेशन मध्ये जो इंटिरियर डेकोरेशन असतो तो टेम्पोरल कोरिलेशन आहे. It is that, ladies and gentlemen, which is expected to be a workout mechanism. Why these 5 illuminaries drawn from the different fields? What are they to do? They are not to utilize what they are. All of us agree, you are tallest of the tall, brightest of the bright, giantest of the giant. Can there be an holistic handshaking incorporated into the system without elbowing each other, without disturbing each other, without disallowing each other, without marginalizing each other, but possibly coexisting with each other? What is the referral? When imagine the whole of the developed world, is it possible for you to avail a secondary care facility without a referral from general practitioner? Ahe ki nahi demarcation? Is it possible for you to avail a tertiary care facility without a referral from secondary care? Absolutely not. Ha demarcation ka hai? Because they have ultimately a tertiary care facility cannot be availed for a simple headache which otherwise could be dealt by a general practitioner. What is that? In other words, level of primary health care in an integrated manner. How does a ASHA worker oriented in few techniques and competencies of modern medicine, oriented in absolutely person-centric techniques of Ayurveda, oriented within her baggage a connotation of homeopathic medicine, worked out with doses and bouts of physical medicine, is capable of creating an ASHA in the life of a poor and helpless man? Is that ASHA worker of modern medicine or of nursing or of dental or of what? She is an ASHA worker for creation of an ASHA. What can be created in an ASHA, then why I should be a Nirasha is my $1 million question. And that's exactly what I am wanting to be permitting at the basal operational levels. Why should I not be in a position to work it out in a judicious mixture? And I always say, I used to watch my mother, I used to watch my sisters, and now with permission of my wife, I also watch my wife. कभी आपने देखा है क्या, किसी भी महिला को आप किचन में सब्जी में नमक डालते हुए देखो, वो नमक डालती है, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा डाल देती है. ये थोड़ा सा क्या है? और वो थोड़ा सा ही कहते हैं द रियल स्वाद इज जनरेटेड आउट ऑफ दैट. थोड़ा सा is an integration which is being worked out for the purposes of not over and above. It is that admix which is required to be created, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore the threat which we think that modern medicine is going to be threatened by Ayurvedic medicine. No Ayurvedic medicine can threaten modern medicine, and no modern medicine can be a threat to Ayurvedic medicine. There cannot be a threat of modern medicine to nursing, and vice versa, nursing to modern medicine. How is pharmaceutical sciences different from, how is Atmaram Pawar's pharmaceutical chemistry different from Ved Prakash Mishra's pharmacology? I am not in a position to understand. But Atmaram Pawar is in his old world, I am in my own world, and everybody is in his own world. We have created small fiefdoms. Let us create a kingdom. These fiefdoms, if we can integrate into kingdoms, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the human benefit will be kingly in nature, otherwise it will be सूबेदार-like in character. सूबों के अंतर्गत बटे रहने के बजाय आओ हम मिलकर, we will be in a post situation of a larger umbrella. लड़ाई कहाँ है? That also, chairs, we need to understand. Circus. fear is, if I am overshadowed, then what? Where is the question of overshadowing, you tell me? You tell me, are the modern medicine people chair consistently are not using Ayurvedic drugs in the name of modern pharmacopoeia for the cure of entire hepatic disorders? I am asking any and every modern medicine man. मैंने कहा उनका हिमालयन ड्रग्स फॉर हिपैटिक डिसऑर्डर्स चलता है, फिर वो क्यों नहीं चलते? Which goes to strength. You have your strength, I have my strength, you have your weaknesses, I have my weaknesses. Let us consolidate the strengths and let us segregate the weaknesses. Chronic disorders where I have no cure, chronic disorders where I am not in a position to render the hospice which is mandated, those chronic disorders which are being easily taken care of by Ayurvedic setup in terms of immunomodulators, in terms of n number of herbal medicines, where exactly is the harm? Where exactly is the propensity? Imagine the world's largest herbs available in terms of flora and fauna in India, and the most untapped research on the very count in India. The whole concept of Ayush is born out of that. The entire ministry is created for that particular purpose, and the concept of reverse pharmacology is the live example of that integration. What is reverse pharmacology? Modern medicine and the entire modern medicine proposition has absolutely emphasized that the moiety and the molecule which is generated to marketing, it will be passing through 4 important phases. Then only it will be put into human usage. Preclinical research, clinical trial 1, clinical trial 2, clinical trial 3, beginning from T0 to T1 to T2 to T3, then T4. Here is the entire set depicted in the Samhita, which is already in human use. We are going to reversely generate the evidence of it. It is in the market without evidence. Therefore, evidence needs to be generated so that it continues to be marketed. It's as simple as that. Robust generation of evidence is a hallmark, and therefore it is that integration. Ayurvedic medicine, as rightly put out by Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, it will need robust evidence. Samhita cannot be an evidence to the global community, and therefore we have to generate the evidence. And what will be the basis of evidence? Basis of evidence will be evidence which are required to be generated in the context of globally accepted research methodological approach. Blending it with that, what is the harm? Research methodology of the modern parlance for the drug testing, drug verification, drug endorsement, drug validation, let it be incorporated in the Ayurvedic system. Where is the problem? Evidence generation which are worked out in terms of the global acceptance, let them be worked out in the domain of Ayurvedic medicine. Where is the hitch? Absolutely not. The whole problem is, can there be research tools separate for modern medicine and research tools separate for Ayurvedic medicine and separate research tools for pharmaceutical science? The answer is a big no. Sociological research is one. Basic research and applied researches, the tools are common, and basic and applied sciences research cover the entire gamut other than the sociological and philosophical sciences. This is the simple rubric. It is in that context, ladies and gentlemen. I am putting this across basically, not I am wanting to in any way prejudice your thinking process. I am wanting us to think on this, work out a way forward by only saying, yes, we are still hiding ourselves in chilman, as it is called as wheel. हम पर्दा नशीनी के साथ जी रहे हैं. नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लेना ताई मुझे पर्दा नशीनी का एंटीथीसिस नजर आता है. And therefore, if you really ask concurrence with both of you, to all these learned people, what I am wanting to put across in this, I don't call it a keynote address. I say we have already put into locks. Key will not do. We will have to work out a master key. And the possibility of that master key is NEP-2020. It provides us that laxity. And therefore, I only concludingly say, idhar chilman se wo jhanke, udhar chilman se wo jhanke. इधर चिलमन से ये झांकें, उधर चिलमन से वो झांकें, लगा दो आग चिलमन को, न ये झांके न वो झांकें. Therefore, what is the disturbing factor? Chair, it is the चिलमन. इस चिलमन को ही हटाने का काम है. न वो ढकी होंगी, न इंक्विजिशन होगा. जिज्ञासा पर्दा नशीनी के साथ चलती है, पर इसका मतलब हम बेपर्दा हैं नहीं। आंखों का हया का पर्दा भी मेरे लिए काफी है, वरना तो तेरे पर्दों से भी मुझे एतबार नहीं। It's in that context, ladies and gentlemen, I am wanting to put across with all possible sincerity and serenity, as I say, somebody has to bell the cat. And there could not have been a more pious place than the confluence of Krishna and Koina, because way of confluences can be discussed, debated, deliberated only in the vicinity of a pious confluence. There, let Karad, in this day, in the confluence of Krishna and Koina, work out a document of confluence for health professional education. With that hope and expectation, I am submitting with the confidence of the chair and co-chair this humble connotation for the consideration of all concerned. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving this permission and putting this across. Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, our Chief Advisor, sir. During his speech, we came to know about the different timings of our, or you can say landmarks in the history of medical world, about when the Nursing Council came into act, when this Ayurvedic and different councils they came into act. We came to know about how this health professional education system, this university came out of the clutches of traditional university. We came to know, we learn how we should coexist with each other. Different arms of this health team is consisting of different branches. This is like a band mutti. So all these different arms should coexist with each other. And what the sir has told, that was the role of centrifugality, the Sudhaiva Kutumbakam, and the centripetality, that all the noble thoughts come to us from all the world. That is more acceptable. We should listen. And what he said, NEP, that the Chilman ka role, that is the minor subdivisions, we have to just remove that. So that is the whole important part of his speech. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request Chairperson Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare to felicitate learned speaker Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Advisor to the Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidyapit, deemed to be University, Karad. I take this opportunity to request Dr. Mrs. Supriya Patil, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, to felicitate the chair and the co-chairs of this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request all the delegates and the stakeholders to kindly proceed for the tea break of 15 minutes, which is arranged outside the hall. We will resume here post break for the second session.
ಕಾಮನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಓದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಐ.ಎ.3 ಸುಭದ್ರ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಐ.ಎ.3 ಮಾಡಿಲ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ಸೊ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ನೈಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಲ್. ಅವ್ರವ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಐ.ಎ.3 ನಾವು ಮಾಡೇನ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಟ್ ಐತಲ್ಲ. ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್. ರೈಟ್. ಹಲೋ.
Hello. Hello. Good. We are starting the second session. I introduce the to speaker. Dr. Leena Govindgani is working as a deputy advisor to NAC, Bangalore. She is a professor of physics with teaching and research experience of 22 years at Nagpur. Earlier, she has held responsibility in academics. CAGP supervisor at RTMNU Nagpur University and worked as a member of Board of Studies and NAC think tank member. She is instrumental in design and development of new manuals, applications, state reports and assessment tools in light of National Education Policy 2020. Presently holding the responsibility of convener, seminar committee as well as team leader scheme newly launched by NAC. She has published many articles in national and international journals. She has worked as a national study team member of unique study done on status of women in India in 2019 and has this opportunity to discuss the findings of this study with Honorable President of India. She has delivered more than 950 lectures on many national social and technical issues on the academic, social and organizational platforms and chaired the sessions in national and international conferences and webinars. A top academician, patriot and well-known personality of national stature, a well-known freelance writer, and she has written almost 1,000 articles, poems, a member of many professional bodies, social organizations like Rashtra Sevika Samiti. She is HR trainer for many sectors, KTC, PWD, Irrigation Department and many more. I welcome Dr. Leena Govindgani for deliver her lecture.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Session Chair. I am in fact delighted, very happy since morning. I am here with Krishna Vishwavidyapit, NAC-sponsored webinar on alignment of health profession education with NEP-2020, a way forward. Honorable Chancellor to the University, Pro-Chancellor, Chief Advisor Dr. Ved Prakash ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor and all dear friends, Vande Bharat Mataram. Since morning what I was listening to, I just wanted to put it in Sanskrit shlok. Nityam smarami shubhadam varadam varenyam Sindhur midhaut charanam sudiyam sharanyam Shreyo nidan par bharat punya bhumim Shailadhiraj mukutam mama janma bhumim. The whole purpose of we being Bharatiya is to make our Bharat Vishwaguru. In the keynote address, Dr. Ved Prakash ji has mentioned about the Ved shloks, Ano Bhadra Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha. Let all noble thoughts come from Vishwa to us and let we have an attitude, a look like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He talked about centripetal and centrifugal. I am a person of physics background. Sir, this is couple of forces. Without one, another cannot exist at all. So it is both way required an energy from outside to give a prakash just like a Ved Prakash to the world. So I should say that the very frontline workers which we observed during COVID-19 pandemic, you all, namaskars to all. Since this is a NAC sponsored webinar, I need to talk on quality of education. I am here for that. Thank you, Dr. Satish, giving me an opportunity to talk on the role of IQAC in enhancement of a quality culture in health science institutions. Quality is an abstract concept. So it is pursued in a different way by the different stakeholders, isn't it? For me, being having a medicine background, the quality may be something different as compared to the another paths. But if a quality is to be measured and assessed in an appropriate intervention to be undertaken at a right time for a quality improvement and quality sustenance. And that is what NAC has been doing for this quality assessment. You being the health science institution, it is very, very important to have a quality assurance system in higher education with an appropriate vision, mission, and with the core values. So to incorporate several elements such as vision, mission, core values, and the goals of the institution, the formation of quality management system is very, very required. The internal evaluations of the programs at various level of the institution is required. Along with that, the external evaluation. Friends, if you look into the entire process of assessment and accreditation, then in that case, the institution is asked to fill in, first of all, the intent to have the assessment accreditation of their institution, which we call it as an IIQA. But once the preliminary details are with NAC, after that, the institution has to fill the self-study report. As you are aware of, self-study report is a part of the institution stakeholders to fill in, wherein the stakeholders, the faculties, the students, the alumni, the teaching staff, non-teaching staff, administration, everybody has to give in the input to prepare the self-study report. Preparing the self-study report is the self-introspection, and that introspection is very, very important because NAC believes that self-introspection, self-evaluation is very, very important, done by the institution itself rather than by an external agency. So as to have that quality culture, that is institutionalization of the quality in the institution, each person devoted for the quality, it will play an important role. And the focus of my today's presentation is how the role of IQAC, it will help to inculcate the quality culture. Moving ahead, there are certain keywords of the quality assurance system. The internal quality assurance system of HEI are self-regulated responsibilities of higher educational institutions aimed at continuous improvement of a quality and achieving academic excellence. In the keynote address, it was pointed out by the speaker that it is a time wherein we need to record our achievements, our observations through a peer-reviewed research. Having a publications of our observations, our experience in a fashion which is recognized in the academia. So it is very, very important that there has to be self-regulation and there has to be continuous improvement of quality and achieving the academic excellence. The next point is about the institution has a mechanism for academic and administrative auditing. Audit means whatever is our vision. The vision of the institution may be very, very broad. But to reach that particular vision, we have to step forward. We have to take certain steps, certain action plans, which we call as a mission. So, what stage of that particular, vision we have reached, it would be possible only through the audits. So, the internal quality assurance system of the institution has to conduct various type of audits. May it be the academic audit, may it be the administrative audit, may it be the green audit, may it be the energy audits. So auditing is very, very important. It adopts the quality management strategies in all academic and administrative aspects. The institution has an IQAC and adopts the participatory approach in managing its provision. So many a times it is observed that there is centralization of a power. However, the IQAC cell, which is recommended by NAC, it has in place the participation of all level of stakeholders. Now, the quality management system, it comprises of 7 components. First of all, we need to understand why this particular initiative in our institution, what is the objective. Then we need to line up upon what is the purpose, because in morning, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan has mentioned about the entire process of NAC is now focusing towards outcome-based education. We are thinking about outcome-based accreditation even. As of now, the entire process is more of input and process driven, but now we are getting focused towards outcome based accreditation. So what and all are the processes devised by the institution? What are the procedures? What and all are the responsibilities on the various stakeholders in the institution? And important thing is documentation and then participation of all components of the organization. So all these 7 aspects, it will make up the quality management system for achieving the desired quality. Now, each member in the quality management system has its own role to play. So the quality management system has to coordinate and direct the organizational activities. Then it has to satisfactorily meet the stakeholders' needs. Then it has to comply with the regulatory requirements to improve the organization's effectiveness and efficiency on a continuous basis. You being the health science institutions, I feel that the documentation may be a challenge for your institutions. But unless and until there are the documental evidences in place, complying any quantitative claims becomes really difficult. If you look into even the health science manual, 70% of the questions, what we call it as a metrics, they are quantitative metrics wherein you will be giving numbers. But those numbers, they will be mapped with the documentation. I know you are very busy bee. So documentation sometimes becomes, you neglect documenting the things. But I think it is a time now for each of the initiative, activity, any vision document you produce, there has to have a documental evidence. And I'm really happy that after this conclave, this particular conclave is ending into some declaration. So declaration will be the document. And this declaration will have its own importance in your fraternity. People will like to know what has happened throughout, what and all were the deliberations and what is the intent to organize such a conference or the webinar. So all these would be possible only if the institution has within the quality management system. Now, there are certain key components on which this quality management system it is built on. The first one is about the quality awareness. We had been talking of the great silos or differentiation between various commissions and the councils sir was talking about in the morning. But when he questioned about the very purpose of existence, we being devoted to seva, I should say, I don't say as a profession, it is a seva, on which the entire humanity is built in. The time for the quality of a human life, I should say in a bigger sense, the certain parameters in the institutions has to be there. So the quality awareness, quality design and plan, that means going beyond self. What he talked was about locking ourselves. He talked of pardanashi. But pardanashi is something very important because in the same quote he talked about inquisitiveness. Because inquisitiveness is a success story. It is a pillar stone of what you can say a research. Unless and until there is a jidnyasa, you cannot get into the research, because tapo moolam hi sadhanam. So that is very much required, that there has to have what is there behind which is not yet discovered, that I wanted to discover it. So quality design and plan, that is also important. The third point is about quality assurance and control. The systems are in place, people are working for it, but are we having any mechanism wherein we are able to measure to what extent the quality is been achieved, just like the audits we had been doing. Then quality audits, their reviews, they are important. And the last point, it is about the quality improvement. What I was earlier, I have to be better tomorrow. Otherwise, there will be a stagnancy in the overall mechanism of the institution, overall, processes, governance, administration of the institution. So 8 key points are there for successful operations of the excellence program. Strategic direction has to be there. Leadership engagement has to be there. Institution has to identify the potential among the individuals. If an individual is assigned with a specific work a person is having a passion for, definitely a human or the individual or the faculty, it will excel in that. Then the process excellence, that is important. We have to derive, we have to upgrade with the various processes of the quality which are there in the institution. Then innovation. Sir at the tea time talked about we need to innovate, we need to experiment. What happens if we fail? We will try it again, because we should be just like that ant which is continuously climbing up with a bigger load than her own weight to reach that particular hole of the tree. So innovation will lead to what you can say excellence. It will enhance our experience in the field, so we should experiment on. I should say, you being all fraternity, various fraternity of health science are sitting together. Why not coming together and to have a best solution, a best treatment to a patient, so that the patient, rather preventive is better than a cure, it has been talked of. But still, why not to give a treatment such that a holistic way of looking at the patient to bring out of and give a life to that. Then employee involvement, it is very, very important. Participative methodologies, participative learning, teaching, and even administration and governance, it has created a great impact on overall excellence of the institution. Then commitment to the quality, superior safety, and commitment to the surpassing stakeholders' expectations. So all these are the key components, I should say, to the quality. So first of all, what we have to do is we have to identify opportunities in the process in a workflow. Secondly, we have to plan how can the current process be improved. Third one is to execute, implement, and change. And fourth one, the review processes. So overall implement cycle, it is a continuous process. So I think all educational institution, may it be any sort of institution, we have to look forward for the quality improvement. Education is a prime mover of a society and pillar of national development. Why education? For what we are, there to make the good citizens, so that they contribute in the national development. So the aim is focus on appropriate development of human beings. The process is basis of development in all other domains of humanities, and the outcome is the quality of higher education, which makes the nation progressive and advance in personal, professional, and global spheres. Now I will come to the vision of NAC. NAC talks of quality, the defining But for 2 decades, more than 2 decades, NAC is heading in that direction. What I mentioned Similarly, at NAC, we also conduct the research studies. That is how we prepare for state-wise analysis reports as well as quality fact sheets, which are being presented to the state governments, higher education departments, to the ministry, so that they can understand the performance of the institution across India. Then to collaborate with the other stakeholders of the higher education, so that in hand we can bring what change we wanted in the education scenario. We believe that the educational institution is a living entity. As we require 5 elements for any living being to grow, similarly, if you look into all the 7 criteria of NAC, it starts with curricular aspect, teaching, learning and evaluation, research and innovation. Then we talk of students' institutional infrastructure and learning resources, students' support and progression, governance, leadership and management, and institutional values and best practices. Any institution performing well across all 7 criteria, they will definitely excel and have a name as a institution giving a good academics to the students. Then to accomplish the mission of NAC, the whole structure of all 7 criteria, it is built on the 5 core values: contribution to the national development, fostering the global competencies among students. This is very important. What sir was talking about, कि after 5 years of graduation to the medicine course, are we really sure that our student can stand on their own feet, can face the global challenges whatever are there? So it is a time to make our students ready to face the global challenges. Inculcating value systems among the student. We live in a very diverse society wherein we will have to deal with all aspects of life. In that situation, inculcating value systems among the student is important. It would be possible through various value-added courses or add-on courses, which would be the electives at various levels in the institution. Promoting use of technology. We are being able to use the technology extensively, especially after pandemic. We are finding that anywhere we can reach out and make our, we can put forth our views. So use of technology, entire process of NAC, if you look into, it is technology driven. You have to register on a portal of NAC, create HEI portal, and the entire process of NAC, it is on through the portal only. Quest for excellence. Being an educational institution, we have to excel, and otherwise, there will be a challenge for us how we will survive. I will not get into the much more details about the various parameters on which all these, to the base of which all these core values are there. I will just rush through certain sites. But still there are certain dimensions, what we call it as a tangible dimensions. There has to be competencies, so that we talk of the sufficient academic staff, theoretical knowledge, qualifications, practical knowledge, up-to-date teaching expertise and communication. Then attitude, understanding the student's need, willingness to help, availability for guidance and advice, giving personal attention, emotional and courtesy. So all these dimensions, being a teacher, being an educational institution is very, very important. Now, how the quality would be assessed? There are 3 ways in the NAACS ANA process wherein we are measuring the quality. The first one is about self-evaluation. Second one is about the peer reviews, wherein the peer team members visit to the institution and they try to assess the qualitative parameters what you have placed in your SSR, and then the various surveys like a student satisfaction survey. Whether the prime stakeholder, what we call as a student, is satisfied with this teaching learning process of the institution or not, the survey is being conducted. So this is how the process of NAC conducts the reviews as well as feedbacks from various stakeholders. Now I will just have a look at the spirit of NEP, because the entire seminar webinar is aligned with how the health science institution will proceed in light of NEP. If you look into the entire document, which is of 76 pages, it talks about background, it talks about Bharatiya rootedness, that is a pride in India. Then it talks about flexibility. Friends, I am a person of science background, but I never got a chance wherein I wanted to learn some subjects of music, but that was not a possibility unless and until I go for additional BA. But now it talks of the flexibility wherein I can have the choice of what you can say the courses, or I should say it talks of multidisciplinary education. Second way of looking at the flexibility is that the student has got an opportunity to have a break in the their education if required, and again they can rush back to the education. So that flexibility of going out for some reason, or if some constraints are there, and joining back education without losing the credits, it is very, very important, which was not available earlier. It talks of inclusive education, it talks of light but tight governance. Then it talks of research, and it talks of futuristic approach. So these are the points on which the entire national education policy is built up. We talk of the progress of education this way. Education 1.0 was talking about the lecture and memorization method. The more focus was on that. Then in education 2.0, the internet enabled education learning or the open and distance learning was launched, and it was quite successful because as per convenience, as per availability, the student used to carry on the learning. Then education 3.0 talks of knowledge production and education, wherein the technology or professional institutions they were created in our nation, and now it is a time for education 4.0, wherein innovation will be the prime mover for promotion of the education. If you look into the NAAC's various manuals, looking into the needs of the institutional functioning, you being the health science institution having a very special type of functioning, NAAC has come out with a special or a specific manual. We call it as a health science manual. Looking into the questions which will suit you, we have come out with various type of manuals. Like that, we have a Sanskrit manual, we have a yoga manual, then we have a teacher's education manual. So looking into the functioning as well as the requirement of the institution to catch the quality in those institutions, we have come out with the specific manuals, and here is just a display of the qualitative and the quantitative metrics across all the criterias which is available on our website. Important one is about the quality assurance cell that has to be there to monitor and to have the policies, to create new policies in the institution, what is being recommended by the peer team members. So quality assurance cell functions just like an heart of an individual functions to keep it alive. Similarly, the IQAC cell of the institution is very, very important. It works with quality upgradation in the higher education institution. NAAC requires that after the first cycle, all the educational institutions, they should have the IQAC cell, so that as a quality enhancement is a continuous process, the IQAC become a part of institution system, and it will work towards realization of goals of quality enhancement and sustenance. The basic objective of IQAC to develop the system for conscious, consistent and catalytic improvement of overall performance of the institution. Then the promote the holistic academic development of the institution during the post-accreditation period. It will channelize all efforts and measures of the institution to measure the institutional functioning towards quality enhancement through internalization of quality culture and institutionalization of the best practices. So, after accreditation, the major work of the IQAC cell will be to inspire the faculties who are working on various criteria to prepare the documents, prepare the policies to the institution, and making all those policies coming into an action. Function of IQAC will be, they have to develop their own benchmarks, then facilitate the creation of learner-centric environment in the institution. Faculty has to inspire for the required knowledge and technology. Feedback response from student, parents, stakeholders on the quality related institutional processes, it is very, very important. Then it has to organize for institutional workshops, seminar related themes and promotion of quality circles. It will act as a nodal agency of the institution for all initiatives related to quality activities, including adoption and dissemination of the best practices. Then development and maintenance of the institutional database through the IMS, development of quality culture in the institution. It will ensure that whatever are the documents required, may it be the AQARs, that is annual quality assurance cell or the report, it has to be timely submitted to the NAC, so it will take forward all the quality related documentation processes in place. Research sharing and networking with other institutions in India and abroad. So this will increase the visibility of the institution in the education scenario or in the academic scenario. So internalization of quality culture will inspire each one or the all stakeholders of the institution to shoulder the responsibility that they have to prepare the documents as per they are required in the NAC. Provide a sound basis for decision making to improve the institutional functioning, and all these are the benefits. Institution once accredited, we were talking about in light of NEP, if the health science institutions are not coming in the ambit of what we can say an HECI, Higher Education Council, then in that case many benefits health education institution may be deprived of, and one focus was about a national research funding, what we are entitled to get, we may be deprived of. What I wanted to suggest is, if the institution is accredited, then the other funding agencies, may it be the industries, may it be some pharma companies, they will definitely look into, if the institution is accredited institution, then a funding will also be a possibility. To bring in the health science institution in ambit of NIRF, definitely there has to have some mechanism, there has to have some suggestion, which I think all the fraternity sitting over here, they will be looking forward. Now, there are various roles and responsibility. I will just display it on the screen of the IQAC coordinator. Dr. Satish Patil is really working well, I think, in this regard to bring in what and all are the roles and responsibility as advised by NAC. Points to remember with selecting the members, they are there. It is expected that the IQAC cell has to have the representation from all stakeholders. You have to have the representation from some NGO, you have to have the representation from alumni, you have to have the industry person associated with you, management person has to be there. So IQAC team diversity will definitely help to have the holistic policy, which will definitely improve on the performance of the what you can say the institutional. There are various what you can say the operational features of IQAC, but I just wanted to bring to your kind notice that the functions, the policies, the meeting, the decisions of the IQAC, it has been covered under 6th criteria, governance, leadership and management, wherein we are asking a question about, there are 2 QLM questions. It is related to IQAC cell, the institution, whether it reviews the teaching, learning processes, structures, methodologies of operation, and learning outcomes at periodic intervals through IQAC setup or not. And the another question is about 6.5.3 talks of QNM, whether there are the regular meetings of IQAC, collaborative quality initiatives are there, whether the institution is participating in NIRF or there some other accreditation agency, it has assessed the institution also. So this is the important thing if the institution is having such a cell. The newer initiatives and distinctive approach for further development of HAI is also encouraged through NAAC's informed review process of assessment and accreditation. So let us initiate the mechanism wherein we will be having various audits, what I talked of earlier, and these audits, they are to be conducted through IQAC cell, and in coming days, the institutions who are accredited by NAAC will definitely take what and all are the recommendations done by NAAC through the IQAC cell. Each one of us wanted to have some change, but we never wanted to be a part of change, right? So now the new hashtag of life is, if you want to have a change, be a part of change. Then only there will be a transformation what is expected as per NEP-2020. We talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are very thankful that during the COVID times, when world was looking at each other and they were very feared for life, that time Bharat was there to create a vaccine. Not only Bharat has vaccinated their own population, but we also exported the vaccines. It was possible only when we had an attitude to save the humanity, isn't it? Batting for a ball which goes beyond crease for six. So that is what is our attitude. And you as a frontline workers, we had been continuously listening on it. Your quality, your institution having a quality initiatives will have a greater impact on the lives of the people, I should say. So kindly record the things, though you are busy with lot of work, practical work, because each human coming to you with any consultation they wanted from your side, each individual is different. You have to deal with various aspect very differently. Individualist approach has to be there, distinctive approach has to be there. But yes, the institution having such a sale will have a lot of inputs, so that the policies of such institution will definitely help to have a quality culture in the institution. Thank you institution for providing me a chance to talk on the role of IQAC in enhancing the quality culture in the institution. If there are some questions related to NAAC CNA process, 1 or 2 minutes we can cover up. एक 2-3 प्रश्न असतील तर घेऊन घेऊया and then you say.
Hello. Any questions, please?
Yes, sir.
So very elaborative and simple presentation to understand, but as you said, so I am a pharmacist, but here many doctors are there and time is very precious for them, where as a principal I have to sign many documents and we have to submit it. So can there will be a change in the future, because in the documentation system,
signature is a problem with this document.
Thousands and thousands.
I agree to you that there are hundreds, thousands of documents. If it is an university, there will be more than 50,000 documents. Why not to go for digital science? See, medicine has to handhold not only with the other fraternity of medicine, health science. I should say that they should shake hand with the technology as well. Sir was giving the example of the dental and the plastic surgery. We are not behind, sir. Unless and until material science is there, we are not going to succeed. So it's a time that let us use the technology by and large to make the job easy. If you have a digital science, immediately whatever circular you draft, and if you have the system adopted with you, immediately it will get a signed document and it will save it to your website or whatever storage you have in it. So go for digital sign. Yes, we are looking forward that we will decrease the load of documentation which is as of now there. We are trying for it. For affiliated manual, if you look into, we have reduced the metrics to 55 only, so that the documentation will get. See, but capturing the quality across 360 degree of institution, even for NAC, it is a great challenge. So that is how there are a number of questions, so that we should not miss that whatever achievement is been done by the institution, we are not able to capture it in assessment and accreditation. But we have simplified, rationalized the university manual as well as autonomous manual. We are waiting for NEP to get implemented. Some recovery, if they are coming, then in lot of NEP, the assessment accreditation scenario will be something different. It will be more focused, it will be having the artificial intelligence, what Dr. Bhushan was talking of, more of the outcomes and achievements of the institution. Yes, yes, madam, please. Yes, sir. Yes.
Supreme Court has very categorically said that digital signature will hold true for all purposes except resignation of the individual from any consequent purpose.
So you have the answer in the same seat, sir.
This is the interpretation which was given way back in 1992-93 when Kalyan Singh's resignation was sent on fax,
And the issue was whether his government is required to be dismissed or it should be taken as that he has resigned. That time Supreme Court had said resignation is one document, and they interpreted it what is the meaning of the word resign. Resign is not submitting or tendering resignation. You sign when you take over. Yes. And therefore when you are relinquishing you have to re-sign. So therefore it is not resign. It is re-sign. And therefore it has to be in black and white.
It has to be in original. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation was actually very relevant to me and Dr. Patil, I must say.
That is how two IQACs were sitting together. Yes. And they were having, yes.
Ma'am, just two queries. Since NAC has now come up with new benchmarks for the universities, is NAC also planning to introduce these benchmarks, and whether in lines with the NEP vision? And when do we expect this change to happen?
See, anything done by NAC, it is informed on our website. Yes, we are looking forward. We are preparing for disclosing of benchmarks for all manuals what we have created. Let us wait. We are working on it. And what was the another question?
Whether these benchmarks will be somewhat aligned to the NEP principles of health professions. If the entire structure it gets
revamped, definitely, the new system, new metrics, new way of looking at will be, one data, one nation implementation we are looking forward, so that all preliminary, information will fetch from there, and only the specific performance of the institution may be, captured in assessment accreditation. This will be very early for me to say anything on. But yes, whatever are we doing at NAC, we immediately disclose it on our website through announcements.
Thank you, ma'am.
Look forward for it.
Thank you, because whatever we do, it is mostly the benchmarks which are laid by NAC.
Nothing goes well.
Absolutely.
If you are doing for the purpose for assessment accreditation, I should say don't do it. Don't do it for assessment accreditation. You do for quality in your institution. You make your institution as a founder of, अगर कहीं देखना है, landmark देखना है, कहाँ देखना है, तो my institution is like that. So prepare for quality, for self-evaluation, self-institutionalization of quality culture in your institution, not just for mere assessment accreditation purpose.
Thank you, ma'am. That's
Anyhow,
what
you
we'll
are
be
getting
doing.
Good admissions.
Yes. We'll be giving the suggestions based on these today's.
So I think this, any other question? Okay. Anyhow, we are available 24/7. You have your IMS portal. Through IMS, you can anytime raise a query. I think this webinar is Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha. When you discuss, when you interact, you become more learned. You learn many things. About digital sign, I was not knowing, I came to know. The history of, or I should say the journey of, health education, sir has given all canvas of. Because unless and until we know the itihasa, you cannot have the firm Vartaman and the future cannot be secured. So this is how I think the whole day deliberations will bring many things to our notice. Thank you very much. Over to Chair.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, you have nicely addressed the IQAC, how it should be genuine and vibrant. You connected again to the today morning address of the Honorable Mishra sir about the Triveni, equality, access and quality. In true sense, Ganga Yamuna Saraswati we call. And here at this place, Karad, sir has also talked about Krishna Koina, and third is the Jnana Ganga, which is the Krishna Vishwa Vidyapit.
Wow.
So Ganga Yamuna Saraswati are here also. And so you all again stress his thoughts about the centripetality and centrifugality and Vasudeva Kutumbakam. About the quality assurance, you rightly stressed how should be the quality assurance management cell in the institutions. You have to have the true soul there, as you connected 5 elements, Prithvi, Apa, Tejo, Vayu, Akash. And these 5 elements are the soul of life. Similarly, 7 criteria which are the properly strengthened, and with the documentary evidences that will fetch the good grades of gradation for our institution. And I am sure that will fetch it. And in addition to that, you slightly stressed about the NEP also. And I assure that we have allied sciences, and which has got ample opportunities in this NEP, and will make the landmark about this. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, dear Speaker, and thank you so much, Chair and Co-Chair. I request respected Dr. S.T. Moite Sir, Dean, KIMS KVB, to felicitate Dr. Leena Govind Gahane, Deputy Advisor, NAC. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that engrossing talk. May I now request Dr. Mrs. Akshada Kopardi, ma'am, Dean Academics KIP, and the member of the organizing committee to felicitate the chairperson and co-chair for the session, respected Dr. S.T. Moite Sir, Dean KIMS. Thank you, sir, for being a part of the session and agreeing to chair the session. I shall now request Dr. Koparde to felicitate the co-chair for the session, respected Dr. G.R. Patade Sir, Dean KIAS KVB. Thank you so much, Dr. Patade Sir, for summing up the session in such beautiful words. Thank you, one and all.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with the session 3, our speaker for next session is Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, the Chancellor of Avinash Lingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore, who is going to deliver a talk on Academic Bank of Credits and Medical Education, and has joined us through online platform. As we begin with our session, I humbly request Honorable Advisor to the Chancellor, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, to chair the session. I also request Dr. Mrs. Supriya Patil, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, deemed to be University Karad, to co-chair the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Honorable Chairperson to introduce our speaker.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there could not have been a better pleasure that I would have been endowed with to be introducing a Himalayan personality who really does not need any introduction to the landscape of higher education in this country. I always take Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan as an Adhunik Rishi, devoted and dedicated to the cause of higher education in its totalistic way. Leave aside the positions that he has adorned, but the contribution that has emanated out of Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, had it been only gigantic, it was good enough, but it is milestonic as well. The nature of benchmarks and milestones that he has set out in the various domains of higher education, ensuring its dimensions, direction, and its core essence, the quality centricity, including the modalities of assessment and accreditation, rankings and ratings, with special emphasis on health professional education, makes him stand tallest amongst the tall. I have great pleasure in inviting him for deliberating on a very important theme. Academic banking of credits, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the important propositions which till date, in spite of the competency-based medical education and health professional having been structured, it eludes its incorporation, and NEP emphasizes the same. And therefore, with great expectations, we look forward to Dr. Tyagarajan to analyze the issue, deliberate on the issue, and elucidate on the issue with his expertise and the celestial wisdom that he is blessed with. Over to Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, sir, for his deliberations, requesting him in all humility not to begin his words of wisdom, but a discourse in its realistic sense. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. My honorable mentor, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, sir, for your very kind and nice words. As always, you have been saying that to encourage me to work further. Thank you very much. Respected Chancellor of this Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Dr. Suresh Bhosle, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Neelam Mishra, the IPAC Director, Dr. S.P. Patil, the NAC Deputy Advisor, Dr. Leena Kohane, and all the other distinguished personalities. I have been just hearing the entire proceedings of today's morning, starting with Dr. Bhushan Bhatwardhan's inaugural address with a vast ocean of suggestions to improve upon our higher education system, and then the keynote address as well as the introductory address of our Dean of Higher Education, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, and all the other speakers of the day. I am thankful for having given me this particular topic, since I happen to be a member of the Academic Bank of Credit Regulations of the UGC. So it will give us a lot of good pullback for us as well to see how well this can be integrated with medical education. With this introductory remarks, please permit me to share my screen and to start my talk. I hope you are able to see the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, Dr. Tyagarajan, your screen is visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, as I just mentioned, the Academic Bank of Credit is actually a via media by which a learning student will have a home of plethora of knowledge open towards them. And how are we going to apply it to medical education? Is the theme of this particular lecture, which has emanated from the National Education Policy 2020, which in fact brings about the outcome pillars as a paradigm change from a teaching-oriented perspective to a learning, relearning, and lifelong learning perspective, from a state of rigidity of curriculum and the teaching process to a realm of flexibility, from a status of silos in an higher education system and even in an institution, going in for holistic and multidisciplinary perspective, instead of just being users of knowledge, making the students as creators of knowledge, and then instead of just keeping them as job seekers, going to the various gates of job providers, they themselves to become job providers and job promoters is the outcome pillars as such. It is in fact to lay foundation for this kind of outcome, this whole process has been initiated and the policy has given several avenues. One of the first thing is integration. Integration is of various various requirements with 21st century skills. We have been hearing from the morning about the holistic and multidisciplinary higher education reforms, how it is to be made into an Indianized education, very well integrated with the 21st century higher education, not to demarcate vocational education with the regular education, putting in value education component as an integral component, even the lok vidyas which are available in the field in native expertise to be brought in, and then bridged with skill education with internship and incubation centers, make the students globally competent by global citizenship education without forgetting the importance of Indian classical languages, literatures, and technology infusion into the Indian languages itself through a functionalized e-education methodology is a core components of integration of the NEP 2020 with 21st century skills. If you see the ancient education of our country, the 64 kalas, which are actually the arts, and the 14 vidyas, which are techniques, which we call as technology today, have been there in the ancient Indian educational system. And in fact, Sri Rama and Lakshmana have mastered all the 64 kalas and 14 techniques in their mastery of knowledge, which has included all sorts of the skills that are required, starting with arts like Hindu legends, grammar, and the other kind of justice, ethics, yoga, mantra, etc., along with astronomy, science, and knowledge of various kind of animal kingdom, and so many other arts and other things to be put together so that the individual becomes holistic. Even our own ancient universities, in the regular university system, as we can call so, the Nalanda and Takshashila have been there as a model of the integrated higher education system, which has attracted students from all over India and also from other countries in the Southeast Asia and other Europe, like Tibet, China, Central Asia, etc. And it has had residential facilities for more than 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers, and the education has been multidisciplinary in these universities. In fact, the stalwarts of these higher education and education per se, like Chanakya, Panini, Chandragupta Maurya, Aryabhatta, etc., have graduated from the Nalanda and Takshashila. And that is what NEP 2020 wants to bring back into this country as a total holistic educational package, so that the students will become well-rounded individuals who will possess the critical 21st century capacities, which will also include those in professional, technical and vocational disciplines. That is where the interdisciplinarity comes in, integrating humanities and arts with STEM, science, technology, environment and management and mathematics, etc., are all bringing with the singular motive of increased creativity, innovation, critical thinking, higher order thinking capacities, problem solving abilities, teamwork, communication skills, and in addition to the mastery of curriculum across the fields. So this kind of a general engagement and enjoyment of learning is being thought about in the holistic NEP 2020. Thus, the aims of holistic and multidisciplinarity education is to develop intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral capability in an integrated manner, and then capacities in fields across, as I told you, all the disciplines ranging from arts, humanities, languages, sciences, social sciences, including professional, technical, and vocational fields. Then, along with that, importing ethics of social engagement and soft skills. Thus, in all undergraduate programs, including those in professional, technical, and vocational discipline, we have to evolve a system, and for which we need really departments of several disciplines inside a university system, and that is why the multidisciplinary concept of universities have been brought in, as vividly described by our mentor Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra. The university system and structure has itself been formulated in such a way that you will have intensive research-oriented universities, teaching and research universities, and autonomous colleges. So the courses across the such departments and university divisions will have not only face-to-face courses, but we can also have courses in the ODL mode with a kind of credits that are to be assigned to all these courses and the programs per se. That is how the whole thing has been evolving and expected to evolve. While you are having this kind of a combination of disciplines, multiple entry and multiple exit, so that you are removing the current rigid boundaries and create new avenues for lifelong learning, there needs to be a flexibility and mobility for the students, not only at the graduate level, but also at the master's and doctoral level. That is possible in multidisciplinary universities, but you could also have the research-based specializations. So what is happening here is, by way of creating that kind of an ecosystem, you will have an institutional autonomy, and not only institutional autonomy, but also student autonomy and freedom to go cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary thinking process. So for that, there is a system that has been developed by the NEP 2020, and that has been designated as the Academic Bank of Credits. This Academic Bank of Credits is a digital store. The academic credits earned from various recognized higher education institutions, so that the degrees from an higher education institutions can be awarded taking into account the credits earned by students from any other higher education institutions in the country which has been accredited by NEP. So, if you want to define the ABC, it is the National Academic Service Provider as a digital virtual online entity established and managed by the Ministry of Education and the UGC to facilitate all students of specialized higher education institution to become the academic bank holders, academic account holders. It is something like all of us having financial account in banks. You are putting in your finances in the bank for which you have an accounting system and you have an account number and so on. Similar concept has also been put in into the academic bank of credit where you are putting in your academic achievements converted in the form of credits which can be equated with your financial kind of inputs that you have got, and that you have an account, and like you can withdraw your money from the financial account. Even from here you can withdraw your credits for betterment of your qualification or awarding of your degrees and so on. So this is a distributed learning system by seamless student mobility within inter and intra-university system. It can be within the university or across the university, but through a formal system of credit recognition, credit accumulation, credit transfers, and credit redemption. This is to be coordinated by a body through the UGC, and we have a national directory for that which will be doing this particular aspect. So that is what I was trying to explain to you, how financial bank of credits can be there and academic bank of credit. In fact, in these days, there has been several ways by which a spiritual bank of credits can also be created in our spirituality perspectives. So wherever you are able to accrue your credits, whether it be an academic credit or spiritual credit or financial credit, they are to be accounted and you can redeem it as and when you want in the perspective that is required for that particular purpose. So the academic bank of credit, what is able to provide is that it will be utilizing the absolute autonomy provided by this particular structure to the students, so that they will be able to have full choice of courses for a program of study, flexibility in curriculum, and engaging core options. For example, the students, instead of following a rigid curriculum framework of the host university, depending upon the attitude and aptitude of interest by the student, they can migrate either virtually or physically to any other university in the country which has been registered with the academic bank of credit to take up courses which are of their interest, and those credits that are accrued will be redeemed or deposited into the academic bank, and through which it will reach the host university also by a credit transfer mechanism, and this credit transfer mechanism will become a regulatory provision which has already made as a regulatory provision as per the UGC regulation on academic bank of credits. So this kind of multiple entry and multiple exit has been made possible in this, depending upon the momentum of studies that a candidate can acquire. They may be able to continue to have this kind of multiple kind of accrual of credits for a degree or for a diploma or for a postgraduate diploma through an anytime learning, anywhere learning, and any level of learning of process. That is the facilitating 24/7 by 365 days operational mechanism of the academic bank of credits. So if you want to put everything together and to define the academic bank of credit, it is an academic service provider as a digital virtual online entity established and managed by the Ministry of Education and UGC to facilitate all students of the specified higher education institution to become its academic account holders, to allow distributed learning systems so that there is a seamless student mobility within inter and intra-university system through a formal system of credit recognition, credit accumulation, credit transfers, and credit redemption, which may be made possible by them. Without going into the details of the whole aims and objectives of this, let me only summarize and tell you that the students will be enabled to select best courses or combination of courses to suit their aptitude and knowledge thrust across the country. That is the fantastic kind of mobility and freedom that has been given to a student. And it is also able to select the best of the departments in the university system across the country, or the autonomous college system in the country, or even the teachers they may be able to choose depending upon the best of the teachers that they know of in other institutions. And again, it permits the student to choose a pace for their studies. If they are going to go slow and take an off and then do some other program in the middle, they will be able to do that and tailor their degrees according to their specific modification and specialization. That is where the principle of multiple entry and multiple exit scheme becomes operational. So only thing is that it is having an integration across campuses, universities and autonomous colleges, which are all NAC accredited, can be partners in this particular program. The indirect benefits of this system is that the universities across the country gets integrated, they would get network, and they will be able to build up collaborations, cooperations and other kind of joint program that they may be able to evolve and offer in days to come. And that is the much better way of facilitating lifelong learning among the formal and informal students also. So this will satisfy the quest of knowledge of these students to fulfill their dreams. That is the uniqueness and innovativeness of the academic bank of credits. So what is the function? As I told you, there is a very specific UGC guideline which talks about the choice-based credit system, which is very important. All those participants of this particular program will have to be NAC accredited, number one, and they should have an outcome-based curricular framework that should be adopted, number two. And number three, they must adopt the choice-based credit system wherein the UGC specified credit awarding system must have been adopted in them, so that the mobility of the credits along with the students, as and when the students complete a course, is made possible and compatible between the various universities. So there is no question of eligibility of these courses across the university. There is no question of migration of the candidate. All these boundaries and blocking kind of methodologies have been smashed out by this particular kind of a innovative reform that has been proposed. In fact, it is also allowing the courses that are being offered by the national schemes like SWAYAM, which can also be considered for earning the credits, and that will add up to their degrees. The only point that is here is that a host university may have to allow a student to take 40% of the total credits from anywhere outside their host university system. 60% of the courses have to be from the host university, and the remaining 40% they will be able to take it from any other institutions across the country's higher education institutions. So the functions are like this, and then it is also kept that the credits that have been deposited in the academic bank of credit in the national repository will be there alive for the students up to a period of 7 years. If it is an undergraduate education, they will be able to move anywhere else and take a course further, and it will be there for them to be redeemed later on as and when they would like to change it into a degree or a diploma and so on. That is also a function that is being facilitated by the academic bank of credits. This is actually helping as an amalgamation of various existing and futuristic teaching learning models, countering the stigma associated with distant and on-job learning, because any type of learning can be integrated into the system. So you can have a course done on an online mode that is offered by institutions. You can have a course from an industry on the job learning as a kind of a incorporated course into the degree program, besides the theory based or lab based kind of programs. So this kind of a unique integration makes the possibility of a holistic knowledge accrual for the students. Now, the universities have to be really responsibly handling this to monitor the development and operationalization of the academic bank of credit program, because the type of teacher staff training, mentoring, administrative audit and other measures for improving the quality of the performance of the ABC team in their respective university is to be handled by the IQAC. Internal Quality Assurance Cell will be the monitoring and quality assurance body for operating the ABC. And this University Autonomous College registered with ABC and implementing ABC scheme will have to upload it in its website, the annual reports of the UGC scheme, and already the registering of the ABC portal for all the universities has started. So this will come under the aspect of choice-based credit system, and this will also form a component of the institutional development plan, which is expected out of the NEP 2020 preparations of a university or an higher education institution. So that way, HEI will become more responsive to feedback and the needs of the students in this particular process. So the challenges will always be there. We have to really see how well we are able to take on the challenges when there are diverse type of universities. How will you make them multidisciplinary universities? What about the amendments that are to be done in the host university acts and statutes and so on? When the UGC regulation is operationalized, if it is adopted by the statutory bodies of the universities themselves, then automatically it becomes implementable in the institution concerned. The only thing is they have to have starting of new schools and departments if they are not having such departments. Otherwise, they may have to take those courses from outside their university. Integrating vocational education with formal education becomes another very important necessity. And credit transfer and credit acceptability has become already a norm in many of the universities, wherein they are even able to have credit transfers from many other institutions across the globe. So now the special purpose vehicle that has been established now it is operational, and this will be functional in a way that many of you must have seen, that you are able to have a digi-locker system which is able to register, and you can just see a video for a few seconds about how exactly there is a self-explainable digi-locker system that is there, where you can have your account having been started, and then you will be becoming a member of the Academic Bank of Credit, and there you will be able to also become your, this is a foolproof methodology because of your identity is there and your institution is there, which institution you are belonging to will also be there, and you will have an ABC ID card. So that you can print out and keep that particular thing with you, and that will make it as an authenticated document. So there are 24 documents that are issued on par with the original documents of the IT Act, and hence it becomes a fully operationalized academic bank of credit. every institution has to go into this kind of a system and then take it forward. Now come to the medical education. What is it now has to be done if you have to bring in this system in medical education? Fortunately, the outcome module of the National Medical Commission has already paved the way. And to understand it, we have to know that this particular elective system, as it has been named by the NMC, is an opportunity to work in a clinical laboratory research and community setup or in a team setting at an early stage in the medical profession itself, not after graduating. Even while they are actual undergraduates, this will give an operational and working experience to them. This will also be able to make them think of a career beyond examinations and giving students an impetus to think laterally besides laying down the foundation for future professional pathways. So, according to them, NMC defines selective is a learning experience created in the curriculum to provide an opportunity for the learner to explore, discover, and experience areas or streams of interest in the medical profession. So, there are some limited number of electives that has been provided for, and there has been a general guideline that is given, and the institutions can develop these kind of electives for their adoption. So the revised regulations on also. There are several articles, both within the country and outside the country, which has been clearly evaluating the usefulness of the electives. This is only our own Indian institution analytic study published in the Armed Force Medical Journal about electives in undergraduate health profession training opportunities and utility. To summarize the observations, they have shown that the elective courses are able to promote transformative learning, and this transformative learning is able to promote instrumental learning on one side and communicative learning on the other side, and by way of which these two kind of critical learning procedures is able to improve clinical and psychomotor skills, work performance, critical thinking skills. We all know now, by the way, that we have seen about the ABC and so on. It is to help medical students adapt to change and cope with situations of uncertainty, especially as they allow integration into contrasting study courses among various cohorts of students because of the ability to give transferable skills. If you see in an international scenario, there has been several ways by which the electives are promoted. Self-selective electives, that is the most important point that we have to note here, is that has been strongly promoted by the General Medical Council, UK, as well as the Association of Medical Education in Europe, AMW. The GMC advocates the effectiveness of optional electives as a mechanism to address the well-recognized issue of information overload associated with medical education. Instead of making them completely theory-intensive people, let them be made into hands-on experience-based kind of students is the system that has been incorporated into them. There is a report that is available which stresses on the need of these and also gives a set of programs that can be taken in. This is a report from the University of Sheffield, which has been made as a document by the AMEE guide, and that is being used here. What is important here is to understand that it is able to give around various aspects of these courses that are required, including ethics, professional conduct, and also the elective placements, particularly in low and middle income groups. It will be helpful in a practical situation. That is what has been mentioned there. So now between global and India, what are we there? How are we to go forward? See, if you see the international programs, undergraduate medical program, they are put under 5 broad categories. The first category is e-global international health electives. What about the international health scenario in which the students can be given an opportunity to take an elective? The second option is project work based electives. That could be mostly on a hands-on project that they may be able to do. Thirdly, a career choice oriented electives. If they are planning to become a specialist or any other kind of career that they like it, then they can take an elective oriented towards. Then the directed electives and wellness electives. These other kind of electives are the 5 groups in which there will be a basket of courses that will be made available for the students, and they may choose depending upon their interest and the kind of requirement that they want to do, in addition to the curricular framework that they are able to offer. Whereas in India, we are adopting the medical NMC curriculum with a limited way, which is being experimented now. Let us hope that this kind of limited way of elective system will get transformed after the successful implementation and adoption and practice by the students. It may think of taking in the choice-based credit system that will be there. If they can provide a free choice program for the students, this will become much more usable, and then ultimately it becomes integratable with the academic bank of credit system. And once you have several options, and the options that are going to be available are going to be differentially placed across the medical colleges in the country and the medical universities in the country, then a medical student will have an option of choosing an elective, not just only within their institution, but also to go out to the institution and have the credit transfer facility, credit redemption facility, and also bringing in about whatever percentage of credit transfer that may be permitted by the system. So this is what is the kind of a reform that they may try to suggest in our whatever the roadmap document that you will prepare. What our chief advisor and mentor, Dr. Ved Prakash Misra said, we may try to recommend that the host of the system may be further improved to bring in the choice-based credit system under the IMC and provide free choice programs or courses across the university, so that there is a flexibility for the students and choice that is made available for the students to choose these elective courses across the system within the Indian subcontinent medical colleges. Let me see that this kind of elective system will give the most desired kind of happiness among the medical graduates who are going to come out of our medical colleges. Thank you so much. If there are any questions. Am I audible? Sorry, I'm not able to hear, sir. Am I audible, sir? Are you able to hear me? Thank you. I think I am not able to hear your question, sir. Sir, sir, now I am hearing, sir. Now I am hearing you. Yeah, please go ahead. We are now in an evolving status. The NMC has provided certain credits or certain weightages for the present ASCOM module and the kind of the score that is permitted. The next level of expansion and flexible model is expected when, as in that certain some policy acceptability has taken place, a sufficient credit number percentage will be put in place in the NMC curriculum, so that that particular curriculum goes to the statutory bodies of the NMC, which will sit with the NEP, Higher Education Council, and so on. And but it may take time, but it is evolving. As a testing methodology only, the present elective system has been implemented through the ATCOM module. If it is going to be successful, most probably the next level of the flexible system might come into operation, and it will have to be practiced by all of us and then see what is the advantage. So the best way forward is to encourage the present elective system in all medical colleges, give the usefulness of the system to our statutory council as well as to the UGC, so that it will help them to frame a better, much more flexible option. You definitely have the autonomy, but within the framework that will be provided for. There will be an overall framework that will be given. Within that framework, you have the autonomy to do. Even this time, the NMC has given the ATCOM module. In that ATCOM module itself, the choosing or developing the electives has been left to the institution concerned. They did not specify, only broad categories are given, whether it is laboratory oriented or community oriented or basic science. So like that, the framework will be given. We will be able to, or the institutions will be able to choose novel, innovative kind of electives, which may be more sought after for the students. if the standalone institutions are accredited by NAC and if they have been also recognized by the UGC, then it is applicable. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
the best employment opportunities and higher education skills, it is very limited and we do not have the direction in terms of this, which is basically a thought which needs to be addressed on an urgent basis. There are certain strengths and a scope in terms of those strengths which can definitely give us a way forward in terms of definitely improving the current status of the dental education in India. Most of our health sciences institutions or universities, there are around 315 dental colleges, including the standalone colleges and colleges which are affiliated to various universities. So they are thoroughly equipped. Majority of them are having strong teaching learning systems with required pedagogical approach and are also equipped with potential learners, leaders, faculty, students, infrastructure. But there is a scope of starting innovative programs that are credit based as per the UGC guidelines. So this is one of the way forward if we plan our curriculum or our delivery of teaching, learning or the pedagogical process in tandem with the NEP 2020. Further enriching interdisciplinary programs and intellectual property rights. The major challenge in the Faculty of Dentistry, why we are still, all the other councils have come up with various competency-based curriculums in their respective faculties, but we have submitted the draft of competency-based dental education, but the major challenge which is envisaged is the current status of the faculty. The faculty development program is a major challenge which needs to be addressed urgently. Online and blended programs, as Dr. Tyagarajan sir was also emphasizing in his presentation, to cater the needs of different sectors. Honorable Ved sir was in his previous discussion, he was telling that incorporation of electives, not only in terms of being it a core elective of your core curriculum, but for a person or a learner to exit at any particular time and incorporating that particular elective and taking it as a way forward for he being able to entry in any other curriculum can also be thought of. And certain international collaborations. Each institute, university shall work on various international collaboration in terms of student exchanges. Even we can have the learnings shared by view of certain electives or faculty exchange, student exchange programs from home as well as so what are the cardinal features where we can expect or where we can have an operational plan in terms of dental sciences, taking into consideration the NEP 2020? One of the major area which needs to be discussed, deliberated, debated is the incorporation of electives. The core electives and the open electives, which have been discussed in the forthcoming slides. The assessment, from being an annual pattern of assessments, needs to be revamped to a credit-based assessment system so that we are able to map those credits, retain those credits, and are in a position to transfer those credits, and thereby providing a total academic flexible model for the Faculty of Dentistry. This is a timeline wherein the entire processes of, or the basically how we envisage the change in terms of incorporation of NEP into higher education institutes. So this has been discussed previously, and by 2020-40 it is envisaged that all the higher education institutes shall become multidisciplinary institutes and further increase the student strength, but the maximum number of college which are affiliated to the university should not exceed more than 300. And in terms of that, there is a scope of having new universities can be created throughout. There are certain initiatives for dental education in tandem with NEP, wherein we can definitely have a way forward in making the university or the higher education institute a multidisciplinary education and research university. The first is the change in the traditional curriculum and embracing the competency-based curriculum. Certain initiatives in pedagogy, internship and student wellness. The assessment modality to be changed into criterion-based assessment. Internationalization, academic flexibility, and retention and transfer of credits. As rightly said by Woodrow Wilson, it is easier to move a cemetery than to change a curriculum. And you all would agree this, especially when I am authoritatively talking about the competency-based dental education. Why are we late? This is an Indian scenario. Why are we late? I have been over the committee for submitting the draft of the competency-based dental education curriculum, which has been submitted to the Dental Council of India for its appropriate perusal, and we expect it to be implemented maybe from the current or the next academic year. We expect it, but so why are we late? That is $1 million question we need to really answer. If we do not transform the curriculum from the traditional mode to the competency-based curriculum, it is very difficult to have a way forward in terms of embracing all the initiatives which basically are envisaged in the National Education Policy 2020. Because majority of the things are linked with the competencies which are to be attributed to the graduates. So the attitudinal change of the academicians is needed so that we shelve the traditional concepts and open to change for providing better learning in terms of content, process and environment. So this continuum from turning or from a novice to expertise or mastery has been also proposed subsequently in the forthcoming slides. It has been mapped, this entire continuum, with the graduate attributes which the learner can embrace and he can exit at various levels. For example, if we try to map this and if we provide the care, the care, primary, secondary and the tertiary care, and if we try to divide the health dental education system, so we have tried to provide the flexibility to the learner to exit at various steps and he can contribute to the society into various levels, which will be discussed in the forthcoming slides. So if we try to incorporate, or the entire concept of the competency-based dental curriculum revolves around these graduate attributes in terms of the learner being able to incorporate or to learn and to embrace the critical thinking, professionalism, interpersonal communication skills, health promotion, practice management and use of informatics and patient care, and the assessment model which can be mapped to these these graduate attributes can be well mapped with the help of Dreyfus model of measuring a competence, where we can map the intuitive internationalization of the procedures and the analytical approaches of the situation from the expert, from the novice to the expert, in terms of the levels of the exit which the student can or the learner can have to their various levels. So what are the various salient features wherein the NEP 2020 proposes that the curriculum can incorporate in terms of the competency-based curriculum? Basically, NEP 2020 focuses the curriculum to be more holistic, more multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary in character, flexible and innovative, and the credit-based courses, basically the community courses, the value-added courses, incorporation of more ethics, courses related to ethics, bioethics can be incorporated. And the university will give the autonomy to various dental institutions and faculty to innovate the curriculum within the framework of the higher education institute. Also, another also engaging a pedagogy model for dental education in terms of incorporation of discussion and debates, providing various research opportunities for interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary thinkings, learning through creativity, through critical thinking, through problem solving, through higher order thinking, and ability to work in teamwork, and open and distance learning and online courses in education can be a part of your curriculum. In pace with, as ma'am was telling in the morning, 4O principles of learning, where learning is flexible. You can learn from anywhere, learn anytime. It is a personalized mode of learning and a student-centric mode of learning. Also following the 4 C's of learning, that is communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. Experiential learning can be one of the arm of NEP which can be embraced in the Faculty of Dental Sciences, where you can give, or where a model of vision techno-dentistry is proposed, where a vertical in terms of startups, innovations, integrating technology or the principles of engineering to the principles of dentistry, working hand in hand. So we have a way forward in techno-dental type of vertical, where startup innovations, incubation centers, technology development centers, centers in frontier areas of research, industry, academic linkages, and interdisciplinary research can be facilitated. Incorporation of electives. COVID-19 basically has really brought about various number of changes with students having different ways of gaining clinical experience. The major breakthrough was the incorporation of ICT in terms of learning. So we really went digital, and COVID has really made us map certain areas. We did not stop learning, and therefore an elective model which is proposed over and above the core competencies are in basically you can have 3 modalities of electives as proposed. The students can go abroad, that is 1 semester abroad, so that they can learn the procedures, the practices which are followed in those particular countries or setups. They can be virtually connected to other institutions, interdisciplinary institutions, higher institutions, global organizations, and they can also do it domestic with various higher education institutes which are having or following or falling into the same framework. Also, Vision NEP 2020 focuses on student well-being to be operated in a more structured manner. Now we are running it asynchronously, or it is considered to be a part of curriculum, but this has to be more structured. For example, vibrant campus life, participation of sports and other activities can be credit-based. There can be a counseling system which can be a part of your timetable. So there are various programs which can be developed around the counseling systems and facilities for the students in the campuses. So there can be a more structured and operational plan for student well-being. Apprenticeship model is another significant feature. If we try to evaluate the current internship practices, there is a rotatory internship model from where the student is posted into the major departments for 1 month and for the minor departments for 15 days, 45 days, depending on the current modality of internship. So it is a bit and pieces part of sort of a learning. In contrast to that, it is proposed that the curriculum should encourage the learner to be industry ready. That is, when he comes out of his internship, he should not be able, or he should not have the practice of treating the patient into bits and pieces. Rather, if you propose, for example, 10 entire cases to be done or completed during his internship of various competencies, so this change can be brought about. Emphasis on training the learners in interprofessional teams addressing the needs of special population, because this is the least covered or the least looked after area. We have many special population or special patients which are reporting to the dental clinics today. For example, the geriatric patients, mentally differently abled patients, mentally challenged patients, chronic systemic disorders, patients requiring palliative care. So they are the core groups which really need to be addressed in terms of providing the training, especially during the internship, and also providing special trainings in terms of community service and engagements during public health dentistry posting. We can also have language trainings which can be incorporated or which can be over and above the internships, for example, which will enhance or help those students for their further globalization in terms if they want to pursue their careers abroad. And family dentist training and bioethics. These are just examples which I could study from the literature, which I could think of. That it further requires more debate and discussion in terms of widening this or broadening this model. One another significant areas where we can think of transforming the dental education is the internationalization of dental education, where we all know there are lots of avenues abroad for our practicing or for the graduates or dentistry, but there the degree or the certification of here, it is not recognized over there. Basically, if we try to collate what is internationalization of dental education, it is the process of purposefully integrating international, intercultural and global dimensions into dental education in order to enhance its quality and prepare all the graduates for professional practice in the globalized world. So, again, a model wherein, or just a concept I can say, where internationalization of dental education, if we try to identify the formats and motivations in dental education, the dental schools can help them or prepare their students or provide them the skills in international collaborations, means to address cultural differences or competencies to become globally minded and equitable healthcare providers, thus increasing the understanding of being a part of global healthcare community and endangering global citizenship to promote equity both locally and abroad. So there is a need to map this particular domain of internationalization as well. And the major components of internationalization of dental education, where I could think of together are three in terms of institutional partnerships, including various offshore campuses, including various international institutions, encouraging further student mobility, which is inbound and outbound, and also providing a scope of various international activities at home. NEP 2020 proposes to promote India as a globally study destination, initiatives for having significant number of international students studying in India, and also providing greater mobility to students in India who may wish to visit, study at, transfer credits, or to carry out research at institutions abroad. What is the acceptability and feasibility of choice-based credit system in BDS curriculum? See, when reforms keep occurring, basically they keep on occurring at all levels of educational system, and to basically match the global trends which are required for essentially implying or redefining a curriculum into small measurable entities named as modules. We call it modules with the hours required for studying and learning. These are not teaching, but being the primary focus of development of mechanism whereby these modules can be combined in different ways so that they can be qualified as certificates, diplomas, or degrees, is the basic focus of, is the essence of credit-based assessment. So the need of the hour is to convert our traditional modes of assessment into choice-based credit system, where the learners can choose their curriculum and respect the learners' autonomy, the cafeteria approach, which can promote the equivalency and learners' mobility. So the proposal of BDS syllabus framework to choose the CBCS, as we were discussing, although yes, so this is just a concept, but we really require a way forward in terms of certain deliberations, discussions, where a CBCS model of dental education can be evolved, where the core courses are run as per the frameworks, and we also have certain areas or certain flexibility for incorporations of electives along with the core curriculum, so that we can think globally, act locally, which provides an arena of globalization of dental education. So from high stakes examination, which are annual in character, we should definitely shift to continuous and comprehensive evaluation systems. From conventional summative examination patterns, there is a need to have a paradigm shift on criteria-based gradings and continuous internal assessment, and also adopting workplace-based assessment methods, because this is the modality how you really can make the learner competent enough to work at their workplaces, which is a need of the hour, especially in terms of the faculty of dentistry, where skill is as significant as the knowledge or the attitudinal component. Coming on to the academic bank of credits, Honorable Tyagarajan sir has really, he has focused, he has deliberated in detail as to the basically the process, the functions, what is the entire operation of the academic bank of credit. But in terms of faculty of dentistry, NEP 2020 also proposes that ABC can digitally store the academic credits which are earned from various higher education institutes, and they can be awarded or they can be taken into consideration or can be credited during the award of the degree. So it also provides a flexibility of maybe having or completing 1 semester or 2 semester at any particular institute, and a similar institute or the student can have the flexibility to complete the rest of or can exit from one particular institute and can definitely pursue the further or the other the continuum from other institutes, because this bank will help the individual. It will have an individual profile of the credit earned, and it will provide a it will give a provision to transfer or redeem those credits. So it is just like a personalized store, academic store, like how the ORCID number or a Scopus ID, all of your publications which you have published can be stored or are basically they are detailed or they are mapped to your ORCID ID. So the learner can acquire new skills such as a certificate, short course, maybe a micro masters, etc. at any point of his time during the entire continuum, and this will be reflected, keep on reflecting in the ABC ladder. So this is a proposed continuum model for dental sciences, where if the graduate or if the learner enters at the level of 12th, that is level 5, so it is proposed that after the completion of 4th semester, he can exit with a diploma, and this diploma can be mapped to that particular learner. Either he can exit with a diploma and serve the primary level of dentistry, primary level of care provided to the dentist, or he can exit at, I don't know what happened. Or he can exit at the completion of 3 years, that is 6th semester, with a graduate degree, where also he can cater to the primary healthcare or the primary healthcare needs. After the completion of 4 years, which is an apprenticeship embedded model, he can exit with an honors degree. That is 3 years graduation along with 1 year honors, that is a research degree, wherein he is eligible to cater to, or he can exit, or he can cater to the secondary level of care as well, or he can also have a entry to other courses. For example, he can go to the techno health model, techno dental vertical which is proposed, or he can pursue his career further into clinical research, community based services. There are various avenues which can be thought of. After 4 years of honors, if he completes 2 years of his masters, he can exit with a specialization degree. That is a specialization maybe in prosthodontics or maybe whatever is his wish. So this will be 4 plus 2 years, that is 6 years, along with the internship or the apprenticeship which is embedded into this particular. So this is the flexibility which is provided into the NEP 2020, right? So we are trying to map our continuum along with the NEP model. There is also a provision wherein after completion of specialization, that is 4 years degree plus honors, along with 2 years of specialization and 1 year of super specialization, say for example oral implantology. If the student or the learner wants to entirely focus and practice or research into the area of oral implantology, he can exit after 4 years of honors plus 2 years of specialization plus 1 year of super specialization, and entire, or he can exit completely at level 10 where he can exit with a doctoral degree. So this is an entire proposed continuum model for the dental sciences in terms or in tandem with NEP. So, and the various levels where the student can entry or exit are also mapped along with this continuum, and there is we can provide a scope or as along in tandem with the principles of NEP, where we can provide a 2 years leeway for collateral entries and lateral exits as well. So this is a proposed model. Again, this is with the little understanding and the experiences and the proposed changes which we foresee in the Faculty of Dentistry, but this requires further application of mind, further brainstorming, further inputs from various specialists in all domains. So alignment of NEP with dental sciences, I would like to conclude that NEP 2020 provides a roadmap for future dental education. It is just the author's view which is based on the experiences and additional expertise in education, but prolonged debate, discussion, extensive consultations, acquisition of relevant knowledge will be the need of hour to bring about change in the existing academic reforms. And NEP 2020 envisages that the student graduate as well are well-rounded dentists from multidisciplinary educational research universities. And definitely the future will see a shift from disciplinary expertise to multidisciplinary skills. With this, I would just like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, madam, for giving us so much of insight into NEP 2020 in dentistry. It still seems to be a very crude thing now still for us, but I think discussion or what you say as brainstorming would definitely help us into moving forward into it. And you have also covered various topics, right from internship, what can be done and what can be done in examinations and what are the different levels. I think more or less you have given us an insight. So thank you so much. Thank you very much again.
Very well presented, Dr. Shweta. Actually, all these things have been put up in a DCI draft policies. Yes, see, they are put up for an gazette notifications. Actually, it's almost we are waiting for it. So, yeah, it may be another 1 month or something like that. They are saying it will be cleared, something like that. Thank you very much. I think we won't take up any questions and answers round because it's already time up. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Shashikiran ND Dean SDS KVV, Chairperson of the session, to felicitate Dr. Shweta Kare. Thank you so much, madam, for such an exuberant session explained in most simplified manner. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Mrs. Jyoti Sarunkhe, Dean Academics of Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences and member of Organizing Committee, to felicitate Chairperson and Co-Chair for the session. Thank you, madam. Concluding with the session, I would now request delegates to proceed for the lunch, which is arranged in the first floor of the same building. The lunch break shall be of 30 minutes and following sessions will be held in the same hall.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now that we are about to begin the post-lunch session of today's event, may I now request Dr. Vaishali Mohite Ma'am, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, KVV, to chair the session, and Dr. Mrs. Jyoti Sarunkhe Ma'am, Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, to be the co-chair for the session. The speaker for the event is Dr. Rupa Verma, who shall be speaking on alignment of NEP with nursing sciences. I request the chairperson, Dr. Vaishali Mohite Ma'am, to introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Rupa Verma. Dr. Rupa Ashok Verma is currently working as a professor cum principal at MKSS Sitabai Nargundakar College of Nursing for Women, Nagpur, Maharashtra. She has completed her Masters in Child Health Nursing from Dr. MGR University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and her PhD in Child Health Nursing from the Datta Mege Institute of Medical Sciences, deemed to be University, Nagpur, Maharashtra. She also holds a degree of MA in Sociology. She has more than 20 years of experience in nursing education and administration. She is an editor-in-chief of various indexed nursing journals. She is also member of editorial team and reviewer board of many esteemed nursing journals. To her credit, she has more than 30 publications in various index Scopus journals. She has also given her valuable and selfless services as a Vice President of Trained Nurses Association of India, Vidarbha branch from 2016 to 2022. She is the State Secretary of Nursing Teachers Association of India, Maharashtra State branch. Dr. Rupa Verma is a chairperson of Bylaws Committee of Nursing Scholar Society, and she has been awarded with the Best Nursing Teacher Award by Nursing Teachers Association of India in 2021, and many more awards on her credit. In different social and health related activities from renowned organizations, she has been inducted in Hall of Fame by Nursing Scholar Society in the year 2022. I am happy to invite you for the delivering session on NEP, alignment of NEP in nursing education. Thank you.
Thank you, dear ma'am. Honorable Advisor to the Chancellor, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra ji, Honorable Dr. Praveen Shengare sir, executives, officials, delegates and participants of this esteemed one-day national seminar which is sponsored by NAC. I am here to keep my views on alignment of health professional education in respect to nursing education a way forward, how we can move ahead. I would like to start the session with a quote of Henry Ford: "Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. Anyone who keeps learning stays young. The greatest thing in life is to keep your mind young." So the reason we are here, this galaxy of intellectuals sitting here and discussing for a cause how to align National Education Policy 2022, means we have a love for learning. Why alignment of National Education 2020 with educational is important, or with education policy is important? Why it's important to implement NEP 2020? Because it's a policy of 21st century. We cannot create or we cannot teach the 21st century learners with 20th century tools, methods of teaching, and 20th century or earlier years the styles of teaching and learning. So to create learners of 21st century, if we aim to become Vishwa Gurus, we have to develop, or we have to create good students, good teachers, and a good education system as a whole. And for this, it is not possible without adopting for a higher century policy or education policy model. in NEP 2020, 21st century skills like critical thinking, experiential learning, multilingual skills, innovations are center of focus. It also speaks about multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, comprehensive and holistic development of students. In words of Dr. Mohan Lakhamraju, the founder and CEO of Great Learning, he says that NEP 2020 is a welcome move. There are multiple things in the policy that can be game changers. Since the foreign participation is permitted only to top institutions, this will ensure quality education and will raise bar for everyone in India, and Indian higher education institutions will have to compete with them. So national benchmarks will become global benchmarks. And we have to, if we intend to mark our presence in the global scenario, we have to adopt or we have to change to this new education policy. Now, as far as nursing or the world of nursing education is concerned, the year 2020 and 2021 was very happening in terms of NEP 2020 came. After that, the syllabus for graduate nursing or basic BSc nursing, it is converted to competency-based nursing education, and throughout the country, with effect from 2021-22, it has been started, including in state of Maharashtra. So competency-based nursing education, which is divided into 8 semesters and which is credit-based, it is already in circulation. And also another important event which take place was National Nursing and Midwifery Commission Bill. It was supposed to go in Parliament in last session, but it didn't go. Maybe we are expecting that in near future, very shortly will be, it will pass from the Parliament. And all these events, it marks a change in the field of nursing education. As we say that NEP 2020, the last education policy revision, as the earlier speakers were also told, that it was in 1986. The syllabus last, which was revised for graduation, graduate nursing, it was in 2005, and then it was revised in 2020. And NNMC bill, if it comes into force, it will replace the Indian Nursing Council Act, which was in 1947. National Education Policy 2020, this is, everyone has told, just to emphasize and reinforce again, it emphasizes on institutional restructuring and consolidation. It moves towards a more holistic education, towards optimal learning, motivated, energized and capable faculty. It also speaks about teacher education, reimagining vocational education, professional education, including health professional education, promoting high quality research, effective governance and leadership, transforming the regulatory system, where it speaks about tight but light governance system. As far as being administrator and being concerned with nursing education as a principal since more than 20 years, I can found that most of our time and energy, it goes in vain when we do repetitive works of sending or sharing the same data again and again with various authorities. So the NEP 2020 is also, it also emphasizes on sharing the common information on websites which can be taken by all the regulatory authorities, and instead of having more than many regulatory authorities, it will always be better if we have one regulatory authority which NEP advocates about, that tight but light accreditation and accreditation system. Promotion of, it also speaks about promoting Indian languages and use of technology. To elaborate on few points, as we were discussing that, it speaks about enhancing gross enrollment ratio to 50% by the end of 2035, from 26.3% in 2018 to 50% by the end of year 2035. That is almost doubling the capacity and adding 35 million new seats to our higher education colleges. Two-pronged approach, that district level HEIs plus online distance learning, both will be in place and both will have their place in the education, higher education system. The second, it speaks about holistic and multidisciplinary education, which we very well understand. as all the earlier speakers, they spoke and they emphasize on that. So we need to be flexible to blend with discipline across humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, formal sciences, and applied. The labs, because in lab at a time, limited number of students can only practice. But if we have artificial intelligence and if we have our procedures developed according to or as per artificial intelligence in the way of learning games, it can be a breakthrough in the way we teach or in the way we make our students learn. Culture of research and knowledge creation, an investment into the future of country. India spends about 0.69% of GDP, which is less than 1/3 which China or US spends. So here also there is need to increase how much we spend on the education. Optimal learning environment, it has to be provided. Internationalization, the new education policy will open doors to global universities to set up campuses in India, plus develop Indian university to spread across the world. As we very well know that whatever nursing graduates we are producing, majority, a substantial number of the graduates, they move to foreign countries and abroad. But when it comes to education, very few candidates from foreign nationals, they are coming to India to learn or to study in nursing. So when we can prepare nurses to work abroad, we can also make arrangements so that students from abroad, they come to study nursing in India. So that is somewhere we need to work on. Support to bring more inclusivity, faculty autonomy and freedom to innovate. This is again a place or an area where we need to work. As far as nursing is concerned, we are doing so much, but again, when it comes to innovation, when it's come to research, we are somewhere or other, we need to improve in that. This is the area we really need to work hard and to come up with that. Regulatory bodies consolidation, setting of higher education commission, as I said, and as you all know that right now we have different councils for different faculties. So if we can come under a common umbrella, that can be a added advantage and that can smoothen the work. Institutional consolidation, simplify the HEI structure into universities and autonomous degree granting colleges. No more nomenclature such as deemed to be university, affiliating university, etc. So the institutes will be having more autonomy and we are very much looking forward to it. When it comes to affiliating colleges or affiliating institutes, our liberty to innovate, our liberty to be flexible, it is very much diminished. We have to teach the syllabus, whatever has been prescribed. We have to take examination as per the scheme of examination. We have to give the learning experiences as far as it is concerned, or it is standardized, or it is prescribed by the affiliating bodies. So if national education policy will be taken off or will be worked upon, the colleges will be having more flexibility, more freedom to learn, to innovate and to design the curriculum as well as the modes of evaluation. As I said that from 2021, the revised syllabus has been adopted by most of the colleges and throughout the country, and the core competencies which has been focused in this revised syllabus is patient-centered care. These are the graduate attributes. Patient-centered care, the nurse should be the student nurses who are passing after 4 years should develop a professional attitude, teaching and leadership, system-based practice, health informatics and technology, communication, they must be able to work in team, collaboration, safety, quality improvement, and it also speaks about evidence-based practice. Now, speaking about National Nursing and Midwifery Commission Bill, it advocates about single level entry and also about an exit examination, which right now we don't have any exit examination, though we have entry examination for admission or for the entry to the graduate level courses, but we don't have any exit examination. It also speaks about ratings for nursing institutions, where it has been recommended that we must have our own accrediting body, Latin Nursing, National Nursing and Midwifery Rating Board, where again, when we talk about one umbrella, it may be questioned that how nursing can be accredited by different accrediting body. So national exit test, as I said, and it also advocates about uniform national level entrance test. So these are the key highlights of NNMC bill. The world of nursing, as we were, since morning we were speaking about multidisciplinary, multicultural, multitasking. When I say about nursing, nurses comprises of the highest health team force or health force in the healthcare team. When we speak about collaboration and coordination, nurses are there who are coordinating with physicians, with surgeons, with dietitians, with nutritionists, with physiotherapists, with pharmacists. So already we are at the center of the healthcare team. We are at the centrally we are coordinating round the clock. It is viewed, the field of nursing, it is viewed both as an art and a science. Since the beginning, it has been considered because we have subjects like sociology, psychology, other humanities, and so on. So it's an applied discipline which expresses itself in practice and has its foundation rooted in scientific or empirical knowledge, theory, and research. No signal. Right. Right, I'll move ahead. That I was saying that nurses already they are working in a team. They are the heart of the healthcare team, and it is being considered as an art and a science. Also, it is being considered as an applied discipline which expresses itself in practice, and its foundation lies deep rooted in scientific and empirical knowledge, theory, and research. It is also expressed as a caring, therapeutic, and teaching discipline, and the nurses contribute to healthcare within multidisciplinary team. The role of nurses is constantly changing from traditional times to modern times. It is not displaying. Right. I'll move ahead. If we speak about nursing, right now we are offering certificate course, diploma course, degree course, postgraduate degree course, and also nurse practitioner course. So the NEP policy which says that the learner should have the liberty to exit at any point, what I mean to say, or what I proposed is, already we have A&M program which is of 2-year duration, and it is a certificate course. We have a diploma program which is of 3-year duration, which is called as GNM, and we have a 4-year program which is known as BSc Nursing or Graduation in Nursing. So what instead of, and at present the entry level for all these courses is 12th plus 2, preferably science. And if you want to map it with the NEP 2020, what it says, now we are admitting A&M students separately, GNM students separately, and BSc Nursing students separately. What I think that it will be better if we have a single level entry, and the student who want to exit after 2 years, we need to map up their syllabus so that in the beginning of 2 years of graduate program, we must cover the syllabus, the minimum syllabus which is there in A&M. So if the students exit at 1 year or 2 years, they can be given a certificate course similar to or at par with the A&M which already we have and which is not in other discipline right now. Similarly, if the student exit after 2 years, we can give GNM 3 years. At the end of 4 years, the BSc Nursing as it is. In competency-based nursing curriculum, again, the last final 8 semester, it is exclusively kept for internship. So that is right. So this is what I I was intending to tell that right now we have A&M program of 2 years, certificate GNM diploma of 3 years, basic BSc nursing of 4 years, and then we have another course called as post basic BSc nursing, which is meant for GNM. The students who finish their GNM, they come to PBBSc, and when they finish PBBSc, they are at par with the BSc. So instead of having these 4 different programs, it can be combined as to map with the national education policy. The students can enter at +2 level, and after a year, if they quit, they can be given, or they can redeem their credit in lieu of A&M, if in 3-year GNM, and in 4-year BSc. So we need not to have this many programs. After that, we have PG program called MSc Nursing, but this is not credit based right now. And we have nurse practitioner, which is also a PG degree course, and which is also not credit based right now. So these are the subjects. I just wanted to say that the subjects which A&M is studying, a GNM also is studying, and the same a BSc nursing student and the BSc nursing, the subjects are same, only the contents are little bit different. So if we can reorganize the content, we can come to this new proposed model to map with NEP 2020, where single level entry and exit can be multiple, collateral exits can be there. So these are the subjects. Thus I wanted to tell that these are the subjects which we are teaching, and we can reorganize it as per the policy if it comes in force. Now, today I have been asked to speak on incorporation of electives, credit-based assessment, retention of credits and academic bank credit, lateral entry and collateral exit in nursing point of view, multidisciplinary education, skill development and objective-based education, and integration of Indian knowledge. So these are the key features of NEP 2020, which almost everyone since morning, they have been emphasized on these points. I'll deal with one by one. Incorporation of electives in the revised curriculum. Elective courses are given by the in our syllabus, and basically the new syllabus, it is comprised of foundational courses which has applied basic and behavioral sciences subjects. Core courses, it includes subjects like nursing foundation, community health nursing, adult health nursing, child health, mental health, and midwifery and OBG nursing. And we have elective courses also. Apart from that, we have mandatory module in every year as well as elective module. So this I have just highlighted, enumerated the mandatory module subjects, topics. Elective modules, these are the elective modules where we choose from any one of the given module. Like in 3rd and 4th semester, these 3 modules are given, where the students need to select any one, like human values, diabetes care, and soft skills. In 4th and 5th semester, the elective modules given are personality development, addiction, psychiatry, adolescent health, sports health, accreditation and practice standard, developmental psychology, menopausal health, and health economics. Again, student can select any one. And 5th and 6th semester, the topics for elective modules are scientific writing skills, lactation management, sexuality and health, stress management, job readiness, and employability and healthcare settings. So these are the modules already it has been given by Indian Nursing Council in the new syllabus. Now, what are the challenges in implementing these modules? Modules, both mandatory and elective, shall be certified by the institution or any external agency. Number of electives to be completed at 3. Every module is given 1 credit and it must be of 20 hours. And 1 elective module by the end of a year or 2 semester we need to finish. Whereas no separate hour has been allotted for elective modules in the syllabus. So again, it's a challenge for the educational institute where to accommodate this extra hours. And from this number of the list of elective modules, if we are selecting at the college 3 or 4 modules, if every student select different module, it will be difficult for the teaching institution how to arrange different classes, different teachers, and different resources to complete these modules, and also to certify. Pros: the module includes topics besides nursing, which helps fostering the unique capabilities of each student. Multidisciplinary team will be involved in teaching. The interdisciplinary topics are chosen for elective modules. Each module has a credit score. The completion of module will have to be displayed in the transcript of the students. What are the challenges? We need to design the modules. As for mandatory module, the contents are given by the affiliating body or the higher Indian Nursing Council, apex body. But for elective module, no contents are given. So we need to design the module. The module is to be selected within the list by INC. The college has to generate certificate for this module. The module is to be verified by the experts, and there are no allotted hours for elective module in the syllabus prescribed hour. So we'll have a tough time finding time. Now, how the credit system has been distributed in the revised syllabus: 1 credit for theory, 20 credit hour, or 20 hour of theory has been given 1 credit, 40 hours in lab or simulation lab has been given 1 credit for practical, 80 hours when students spends in clinical, they get 1 credit. So for theory 20 hours, for lab 40 hours, and at clinicals 80 hours. If the student is spending, he'll get 1 credit. Total course credit including internship in entire 4 years is 156, out of which the last 3, 141 plus 12 plus 3, the 3 is for the elective module, the 12 is for mandatory module, and 141 it is for the entire theory and theory lab plus practical. So 7 semester, 1 semester is equal to 20 into 40 hours per week, 800 hours. Each semester, 7 semester comprises of 800 hours, and 8 semester is exclusively kept for internship, where 22 weeks are allotted and 48 hours a week the student has to work. So the total comes to 1056 hours for the hour for credit. Credit-based assessment. Now the credit has been allotted by the council. The syllabus is already, we have started adopting to that, but there is no provision how these credits will be accumulated, how it will get transferred, and how the students will redeem it, it will get transferred if the students leave in between the course. So credits get, this is the whole structure or the principles of credit-based assessment. Credit gets deposited. Transfer of, if the student leave your institute and join another institute, the credits will be transferred. Academic Bank of Credit, it's a credit facility originally envisioned by Government of India in the National Education Policy 2020. Academic Bank of Credit is a virtual digital storehouse that contains the information of credit earned by individual students throughout their learning journey, and it will enable the student to open their account and give multiple options for entering and leaving colleges or universities. There will be multiple exit and multiple entry points during the higher education tenure, and credits will be transferred through ABC seamlessly. Already detailed discussion has been done on this Academic Bank of Credits. Is nothing but it's a type of digital bank where your credits, whatever a student is learning, the credit will be, the student will earn the credit, it will get stored, and whenever students want to redeem it, it can be redeemed. Objectives of Academic Bank of Credit, again, to promote student-centric education, focuses on learner-friendly teaching approaches, implement an interdisciplinary approach, allow students to learn the best courses of their interest, and enable the student to learn at their own pace. If after taking admission in nursing, after 1 year the students want to pursue some other course, he can leave at any time and he can join a course of her or own choice. His credit for first year will stay as it is, and if the student want to come back within 7 years, the students can come back also to the same course. The academic bank will be accountable for opening, closing, and validating the academic accounts of students. It will carry out tasks such as credit accumulation, credit verification, credit transfer, and redemption of the points. The validity of this academic credits earned by students will be up to 7 years, and students can redeem these credits up to that particular time period. The courses include online and distance mode courses offered by government and other institutes. The credits can be redeemed and students can seek admission directly in second year or at any other point of time at any other university or institution. The validity will be up to 7 years, and the student will have to rejoin if you want to continue within 7 years. Right now, as far as nursing is concerned, the 4-year graduate level course, a student has been given a time period of 8 years. The students can complete a 4-year course in a maximum period of 8 years. So this is the rule right now. And when we talk about PBBSc nursing and MSc nursing, the course is of 2 years, and the student has to complete the course by 4-year maximum time period allotted. So importance of academic bank of credit: it increases the students' freedom in choosing their courses and academics. It enables the student to drop out in any year and then exchange the credits earned so far with a certificate or diploma if they are eligible. They can redeem the credits and rejoin the same or any other institute in future and can continue with their education. The institutes cannot keep the students in the courses against their will. Concerns and challenges associated with this: ABC will affect organized systematic learning pattern, which till now we are having. It will have impact on remote institution where multidisciplinary teaching or only one faculty is there. There can be conflict of interest between states governed. Providing additional seats to students under ABC in premier institutes. The participating higher educational institutes should obtain the approval from their respective statutory bodies like Governing Council, Board of Management, Academic Council, etc. to participate in ABC scheme, and transcript will depict the actual credits completed by the students. So these are some of the concerns and challenges which we need to work on, that how it will be implemented. We know we have the syllabus, we have the credit, but how to transfer this credit and when it will be applied, who will be regulating it? So this all are the questions today. So academic bank of credit, it's a mechanism to facilitate the students to choose their own learning path to attain a degree, diploma or PG diploma, etc., working on the principle of multiple entry and multiple exit, as well as anytime, anywhere and any level learning. So credit, it consists of, already I have explained, just to list out fast, credits will be accumulated. It will get recognized by the institutions or universities. It will get transferred. The students can redeem it. And academic bank account, as sir also was demonstrating, the DigiLocker. So in DigiLocker type of thing will be there. Already the website is available, but the universities and institutions need to enroll themselves in that platform so that student will be enabled to work on it. Lateral entry and collateral exit. To enable multiple entry and exit points in the academic programs, qualifications such as a certificate, diploma, degree are organized in a series of levels in an ascending order from a level 5, first year of the course, first year of the higher level course, to level 10, which is of doctoral degree. So as I said that this, when after +2, the entry level to the college level or graduate level will be at 5th level. The student, if he is leaving the course at level 6, he can be awarded with a certificate, at 7 with a diploma, at 8 with a degree, and 8, 9th and 10, simultaneously it can be worked upon till the award of a PhD degree. Healthcare education needs to be re-envisioned so that the duration, structure and design of the educational programs need to match the role requirement that graduates will play. As I said, we have certificate programs separately, we have diploma program, we have graduate program. And we have a bridge program which is known as post-basic BSc nursing. So if you want to map, if we want to map nursing educational structure or the programs which are available with the NEP 2020, we can work on it that the single level entry can be there, and this certificate, diploma and degree can be given to the students. And what is the plus point with nursing is that already we have the registration mechanism of certificate course is also available with Maharashtra Nursing Council, of GNM course is also available, and BSc are also available. So it will be a little easier to work on. Now, this is draft policy of NEP 2020. It advocates about a common foundation course for all science graduates, and based on their performance, they have the option of choosing their field, like from MBBS, BDS or nursing. So graduates from other medical disciplines such as nursing, dental, etc. will also be allowed lateral entry into MBBS course. It was as per draft NEP 2019, but it was not in the final draft 2020. So it can also be worked upon, which I find it attractive and appealing, because when we have all the healthcare professionals in their first year, they are more or less they are learning the same subjects. So if we can make it like foundation courses same for all the health professionals, and based on their performance and also based on their interest, after completing the foundation courses, entrance test can be there, and that will serve as an entry test for entering to the field of their choice and the field which they deserve based on their performance. The first year or two of the MBBS course will be designed as a common period for all science graduates, after which they can take up MBBS, BDS, nursing or any other specialization. Common foundational courses based on medical pluralism will be followed by core courses focused on specific system and electives that encourage bridging across the system. So this draft or this points has a point in National NEP 2019, but was not present in the final draft. So this is what we advocate about multiple or collateral exit at the end of 1 year diploma, at the end of 2 year advanced diploma, and at the end of 3 year degree, and the 4th year can exclusively be kept for internship and research projects. For the master's program, a 2-year program with 2nd year devoted entirely to the research for those who have completed 3-year bachelor's program as per NEP. But what we are doing right now is 4 years graduation program. After that 2 years master's program we have. So if as per NEP from 5 to 10 we need to reach to the doctoral, 5 at the entry and 10 at the doctoral, 1 year we have to sacrifice. So the student who has undergone 4 years of graduation course can be given in another 1 year with a PG degree. A 1-year master's program for students who are completing a 4-year bachelor's program with research. An integrated 5-year bachelor's and master's program with an option to exit at the end of 3rd year with a bachelor degree with an entry to master's program is another option. We can design an integrated graduate plus postgraduate program of 5 years where the student can have the liberty to exit at 3 years with a degree in their hand, and if they can continue, they can get a PG degree in 5 years. So this model can also be worked upon to map with the NEP 2020. Now talking about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach. Already as I said that nurses are multitasking and are dealing with multiple disciplines at a time. Industry, academia, linkages, interpersonal relationship and communication. It is strengthened, it has to be strengthened further. Educational team or the teacher, the experts, it can be comprised of physicians and other health professionals too. Overall, as per NEP, when we aim for overall development or holistic development, comprehensive development, we must see that we are producing competent, confident, conscientious nursing professionals who are able to or who must be able to give their competency or show their competency in a global platform. Incubation center, we need to work on and changed professional training, when we said multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, the students, a nursing student, if she has interest, she can learn nutrition and dietetics, she can learn physiotherapy, she can learn any other skill, and she can exchange the credits, and they must have a liberty to move on because all these points are interrelated. When we talk about multidisciplinary, we have to think about lateral entry, collateral exit as well. Competency-based education, credit hour model of learning with traditional faculty assignments. Students progresses through procedure at their own pace. They demonstrate competency independent of the time spent mastering the competency. And whenever we talk about competency, we have to see that we are focusing equally on the combination of head, heart, and hand. So the knowledge as well as the sympathy and empathetic attitude with which care is being given, and for hand it tells about the development of skill. So all these three, or the combination of all integrating this three domain of cognitive, psychomotor and affective is required equally. Intentional opportunities for students to demonstrate competencies repeatedly in different contexts throughout the program. So this we need to make available. Integration of Indian language and culture. As NEP is concerned, students must feel a proud on Indian culture, Indianness, Indianization of the entire educational system. 3-language formula to be promoted to promote multilingualism. Programs in Indian languages, mother tongue or local language as a medium of instructions to be promoted. Touring of HEI students to different parts of the country, especially where rich cultural heritage are there, to be promoted. It will help to know the diverse culture and diversities of India. Scholarship for people of all ages to study Indian languages to be provided. Curbing the role of various councils for medicine, nursing and dentistry to only setting professional standard and outsourcing inspection and accreditation work to empaneled agencies. As we were talking about, that affiliation is going to scrap. So this place will be taken by the accrediting body, which will be responsible for accreditation and rating of the higher educational institutes. Online education will also have to be promoted. The different platforms are available right now where nursing students are also learning with this platform. It needs to be strengthened and promoted further. The few of them to list out are Swayam, NPTEL, Diksha and many more. Conclusion and recommendation of this session. NEP 2020 comes with a set of proposals to reform the healthcare education setup in India. Nursing education needs to be re-envisioned so that the duration, structure and design of the educational programs need to match the role and requirements that graduates will play. The reforms are intended to bring about a profound impact on health professional education, including nursing education, and thus improve the quality of healthcare delivery system at large. Healthcare experts caution that even if integration takes place, it has to be based on evidence-based science, else there would be a grave mismatch. The NEP 2020 is only a policy, not a law. Implementation of its proposal depends on further regulation, statutory bodies of both states and center, as education is a concurrent subject. Through the policy seeks to bring a holistic change in education system of India, its success depends on the will and way in which it will be implemented. Now to end, if we can't change, we don't grow. If we don't grow, we are not really existing. So change, as everyone said, that change in beginning, it's painful, but it is always for betterment. We need to see where, when and how NEP 2020 can be implemented in health professional education, including nursing education, and the points which I have focused on regarding having the common entry point for all the graduate up to graduate level courses, which is prevalent right now, need to be further brainstormed, think of and researched upon to come to a final conclusion. Any questions if there?
Thank you, Dr. Rupa. You have enlightened us with how NEP is important, central and integral, and it has a holistic approach for quality nursing education and nursing services. Integration of nursing education and services and outcome will be very good quality patient care, and aligning NEP with nursing education will increase the happiness index of stakeholders in terms of flexibility, lateral entry, multiple interdisciplinary education, and you have main focus of NEP was on relevant to the very higher education and healthcare education. Towards the competency and outcome-based curriculum, we have focused using the innovative educational approaches and technology, which is promotive, preventive, and community health, ethics, and values were incorporated in that. But what I feel that keep multiple entries and lateral entry can be critically examined, and
Yes.
there should be a role clarification is required for the positive impact of NEP on nursing education. Thank you.
Right. Before I leave, I want to thank the organizing team of this one day very much required conference. And I am sure that the declaration which we are going to make at the end of this session of a day-long workshop, it will have a very great role to play in designing and mapping the NEP with higher professional education. And I'm sure that we are going to get something out. So before I leave the dais, I want to quote few lines of Dushyant Kumar. That we know that we are here for a purpose, and we are going to take some message from this conference. So in उसी के साथ जोड़ते हुए कुछ लाइनें आपके साथ शेयर करूंगी. हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से अब कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए. सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. धन्यवाद. हो कहीं भी ये आग जलनी चाहिए.
Can we have a round of applause? Rupa ma'am,
for completing.
Rupa ma'am, if I may interrupt, there was a question that was asked online by Ravindra Kardi sir. The question is, if a student rejoins within 7 years when he leaves the institute, will his details be maintained by the administrative section?
Yeah, the detail has to be maintained by the administrative section, and how it will be carried further has to be designed again by the educational institutes. But yes, the record has to be kept by the institution, as well as it will be storing in digital platform. It will be there in DigiLocker when this program come into implementation.
That is exactly the phenomenon of accrual, retention,
Redemption. That will be there.
concept ही नहीं दिमाग में होता है. Concept is simple. बैंक करेंसी जैसी आपकी है, वैसी academic currency है.
The student earns the credit, it gets recognized by the institution, it gets deposited in the digital account of the student, and the students can redeem it, he can use it in exchange of any certificate, diploma, or he can rejoin the course within a span of 7 years. That's the concept.
Account opened which is valid for 7 years. It is that simple. There is a money deposited, that money is retained, it is not accruing interest on its own, but that it is deposited, it can be redeemed within 7 years for the purposes of further profession. This is the simplest. It is a banking principle as applicable to academics, where the currency is credit instead of rupee.
Here the credit points which a students earned are his, like his money, and the students can redeem it, right?
Fundamental level, simple level.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the clarification. Thank you so much, ma'am.
May I now request Dr. Mrs. Vaishali Mohite, Dean, Krishna Institute of Nursing Sciences, KVV, chairperson of the session, to felicitate Dr. Rupa Ashok Verma. Thank you, madam. May I now request Dr. Mrs. Renuka Pawar, Dean Academics of School of Dental Sciences and the member of organizing committee, to felicitate chairperson and co-chair for the session. Thank you, madam. I would like to request all delegates to kindly fill the feedback forms sent on your mail as well as on the WhatsApp group. Everyone please take a note that we have sent 2 feedback forms, one about the seminar and the second one for the suggestions on NEP. Moving ahead, now that we are about to begin with the session 6 of today's function, may I now request Dr. G. Varadarajulu, Dean, Krishna College of Physiotherapy, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, to chair. And I also request Dean Academics of Krishna College of Physiotherapy, Dr. Tipu Vishnu Devi Madam, to co-chair for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, speaker for this session is Dr. Mrs. Suvarna Ganveer. She is a professor and head of the Department Neurophysiotherapy, Dr. Vittal Rao V.K. Patil Foundation's College of Physiotherapy, Ahmednagar. And she's going to deliver a talk on alignment of NEP with the allied health profession. I request Chairperson Dr. G. Varadarajulu to introduce our speaker.
Very good afternoon, one and all. It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce my own professional, Professor Suvarna Ganveer Madam. She's head of the Department of Neurophysiotherapy, V.K. Patil College of Physiotherapy, Ahmednagar. She's a doctorate holder, an young and dynamic doctorate holder in Maharashtra, and FAMR fellowship and postgraduate diploma in epidemiology also. She's a NAC coordinator. She's a certified ICF trainer. She's a member, Primary Care Group, World Rehabilitation Alliance, IFNR representative. She is an associate editor, Journal of Indian Association of Physiotherapists. She is the editorial board member, WIMS Journal of Physiotherapy. She is the Maharashtra State Coordinator, Indian Association of Physiotherapists Women's Cell. She is a member, Indian Federation of Neuro Rehabilitation Task Force. She has published more than 100 research papers in her credit. She is an approved faculty of MUHS. Above all, she is a dynamic leader, taking up the challenge of lot of professional developments in the field of physiotherapy in Maharashtra. We welcome you, madam. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Respected mentor of all, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, sir. Dr. Shingare, sir, respected dignitaries of the university, respected resource person, delegates present here for this national level seminar, one-day national level seminar. I am very happy to be a part of this particular national level seminar, and I am given a Herculean task of speaking on the topic alignment of NEP 2020 with allied health professional education. About a month ago, when sir called me up and told me that I have to speak on this particular topic, the first thing that I had to do was download the curriculum of other professions. So going through those professional curriculum was a big task, and since morning we are listening to multiple entry, lateral entry, multiple exits, academic bank of credits. So I believe for me as one person to talk about these issues related to all the other professions would be little difficult. So I have tried to list out the common issues that were listed in the National Education Policy, which will be applicable to all the allied health professional education, that is occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, prosthetics and orthotics. So, so the National Education Policy, which is in public domain, which is very well available on the website of education.gov.in, and just one sec, sir. So the first issue that I would like to talk about is, which is given in NEP 2020 in the chapter 20, professional education. It says that the students should be assessed at regular intervals on well-defined parameters. So that is particularly, I would like to emphasize that this particular part, that is well-defined parameters, assessment on well-defined parameters is something which is very common to all the allied health professional education. And we all know this particular common saying that assessment is the engine which drives student learning. But along with this assessment, there is one particular component, that is constructive feedback, is something which is very important and which is usually missing in the assessment systems of any healthcare profession. So another important thing about assessment is, are we assessing the important, or are we making the assessed important? That is, are we assessing the right parameter, or are we saying that whatever we are assessing is absolutely right and does not need to be changed? So probably this is the pertinent question which is asked by one of the legendary figures in the field of medical education, Dr. Tejinder Singh sir, in his article which is published in January 2023 in the Journal of Postgraduate Medicine. This question he has asked with reference to the competency-based medical education that is introduced, and he opines that the assessment methods that we have right now needs to be aligned with the content of the curriculum. So this is something which we need to retrospect ourselves as the healthcare professionals. As healthcare professionals, everyone would agree that the psychomotor skill is something which is the end product of any graduate for any pathy, for any healthcare profession, for any therapist. It is expected that a graduate should be competent enough in the way he or she gives the treatment to the patient, in a way he or she assesses the patient or treats the patient. But the current assessment system that we have right now is that probably we are assessing the student on one long case and two short cases. That is, probably we are teaching him or her 15 or 20 skills, but we are assessing the student on a very few small sample of skills, whether it is a formative assessment or whether it is a summative assessment. So to counteract this particular problem, objectively structured practical examination is something which is very well documented in the literature, which has its own advantages in the form of promoting skill-based learning. Most importantly, it allows better sampling, that all skills are assessed, whichever are taught to the patient, which assesses the students in the requisite skills. Most importantly, it brings objectivity in the grading system, and the quick constructive feedback can be given based on the checklist which are available. But the point here is that the curriculum framework documents that I went through for all the pathies, for all the healthcare professionals, did not include OSPE as one of the method of assessment at the formative or summative assessment. So probably there is a need that we can include this particular assessment method as one of the assessment method in the formative or summative examination. So the issue that is suggested by NEP is that the students needs to be assessed on well-defined parameters, and hence the opportunity that NEP suggests is that we can develop or adopt robust objective methods for assessing the students. Second important issue which I feel which is applicable to all allied healthcare professionals, because they are more concerned with the preventive aspect, is that there shall be a greater emphasis on preventive healthcare and community medicine in all forms of healthcare education. Again, this is mentioned in chapter 20, which is the professional education chapter. So, being a allied healthcare professional, we are more concerned, or we are more useful in treating or preventing the non-communicable diseases, which is an important healthcare burden right now. So probably this particular preventive aspect is something which is very important to be incorporated into the curriculum. And this was an old article of 2010, which is the preventive role of physiotherapy in national health service and industry. And I like the definition of prevention that they have given in this particular article, though it's an old article, but I feel this is very important and relevant from today's point of view also, that the prevention is divided into or classified into two parts or two types. That is proactive prevention, which is inventory in nature, and reactive prevention, which is secondary, which is a secondary measure. So, and they have given a very nice example to this, understand this particular concept is the proactive prevention, which is shutting the stable door before the horse escapes. And the reactive prevention is shutting the stable door once the escaped horse has been recaptured and returned. So probably we are working at the reactive prevention, that is the disease has occurred and probably now we are trying to reduce the complications of the disease. But probably now we need to start working on proactive prevention, wherein we already know what are the risk factors of developing a particular disease. And probably we can work on those particular risk factors, especially in non-communicable diseases, which can be easily prevented. So the professional education, the NEP that has raised the issue of preventive healthcare and specific healthcare drives or awareness programs can be initiated by their own specialties to combat or to treat the non-communicable diseases related to the concerned healthcare professionals, allied healthcare professionals. The third point that I would like to bring about is, which is given in the chapter 23 in technology used integration, which is very common, is for all the allied healthcare professionals, is advancing core AI research, that is artificial intelligence research, and especially in the healthcare. So this is the issue that they have mentioned in the NEP policy. And What is artificial intelligence? Each one of us is a part of artificial intelligence right now. In some way or the other, we are using the artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence, by definition, it uses machine learning models to search medical data and uncover insights to help improve health outcomes and patient experiences. And the most common roles of artificial intelligence in medical settings are in terms of clinical decision support and imaging analysis. And each one of us know that this particular artificial intelligence has already embedded into our education system, whether we wanted it or whether we did not want it. But now students know many more apps than us, which can look at from where they can read about the human anatomy, function, structure and functions of the different systems of the body. So probably students are much more aware about these artificial intelligence apps, which has embedded into our education. Similarly, the patients also have got a very good access to these particular apps, whether it is the motion tracking device, whether it is a fitness testing device. So patients are also very well aware about these particular artificial intelligence apps. But what about the therapist who are treating the patients? Are there any apps which are available for the therapist who can use those particular apps for the treatment of the patients? So I would just like to give an example from the field of physiotherapy. Very commonly we have to do something called as gait analysis. We need to assess the gait of the patients, whether they are suffering with neurological dysfunction or musculoskeletal dysfunction. And there are two opposite ways of assessing the gait. That is, one is called as the observational gait analysis and another is called as the gait analysis laboratory that we use for assessing the gait. So observational gait analysis is nothing but, you just make the patient stand and walk on a particular path, and the therapist would be assessing or observing the patient and would note down whatever are the impairments or whatever are the problems in his gait. In contrast, there is something called as gait analysis laboratory, which is a very high techno-savvy laboratory with high functioning cameras, 3D cameras, and with the force plate platforms, which is a very costly affair. So either at one end you have an observational gait analysis which is very crude, and at another end you have a very sophisticated, expensive way of assessing the gait. So many of the institutes may not be able to afford this particular very expensive instrument or setup. So probably here the artificial intelligence can help the therapist to assess the gait of the patient, and that can be done with the help of something called as Kinovia app, which is a freely available app for the therapist, and in which the video of the patient can be uploaded and the analysis can be done. But the problem with this Kinovia app is that this particular Kinovia app, the research has been done only on the healthy subjects. So there is a scope for the therapist to use this particular artificial intelligence to treat the patients, to do the research with these artificial intelligence apps in the patient population and come up with a particular solution with the help of artificial intelligence, which can be a solution for the expensive instruments. The fourth point that I would like to mention about is in chapter 24, which is online and digital education, in chapter 24.4, which is a very common form of learning that we are used to now due to COVID, that digital learning, which is a blended model of learning. But again, it is not mentioned anywhere in the curricular document that blended models of learning can be included. So what are the blended models of learning? It is the educational practice of combining the digital learning tools with more traditional classroom-based face-to-face teaching, and there is an opportunity for collaboration at a distance, and there is an increased flexibility that is provided for the teachers as well as the students in this particular digital education. The UGC document, which is available on the UGC website, has very well given all different types of blended modes of teaching and learning, and one of the most important, which I feel can be incorporated into our curriculum or into our day-to-day teaching, is something called as the flipped classroom. The flipped classroom reverses the traditional classroom structure of listening to a lecture in the class and completing the homework activities at home. Whereas the students in the flipped classroom watches a short lecture video online and come into the classroom to complete the activities. So this is a pictorial presentation of a flipped classroom, wherein the traditional classroom, the lecture is given to the group of the students, and in a traditional way, you give assignments to students, which the students go home and do it on their own without any discussion. Whereas in a flipped classroom, the students are given the lectures, online lectures to listen to at their own pace, and then they are given a task which they have to do it in a group in the classroom. So that is a concept of the flipped classroom, where the critical thinking, where the discussions happens with the group of the students when they are given a task or the assignment. So again, this is a very nice article that was published in 2013, which was about blended learning in physiotherapy education. And the most important thing that I liked about this article, which was mentioned in the conclusion, is that the blended learning is not only about using the digital technology. Blended learning is all about the development of clinical reasoning, critical thinking, and reflections, which needs to be enhanced through this particular blended learning. For example, the flipped classroom with the use of the technology. So it is not only saving the time of the students, or it is not only saving the time of the teachers, but the development of the clinical reasoning, critical thinking through the group discussions is the primary aim of using this particular blended learning. Having said about blended models of learning, there are two more additional issues which I feel which needs to be explored, which needs to be discussed, and I leave it to the audience to discuss about these particular two issues. That is, one is about the virtual labs, which my previous speaker also mentioned about, is the use of MOOC, that is massive open online courses, that is the platforms, e-learning platforms that are available, that is in the form of a Swayam Prabha or Diksha or NPTEL. But the issue with these platforms, e-learning platforms, are that on these platforms there are very few lectures, there are very few learning resource materials which are available from the point of view of students of allied health professions. So probably there is a scope for us to develop ourselves and to make these particular e-learning resources material available on these particular e-learning platforms for our own students, which the students can access at any given point of time. Second important issue is the training and incentives for the teachers. So anything that needs to be implemented out of NEP, the training of the teachers has to be given. So as allied healthcare professionals, we need to devise certain strategies, the way MCI or the medical professionals, MBBS professionals have come with extensive training of their own teachers. So probably we also need to think about the strategies as to how would we train our own teachers to deliver this particular content of the NEP. So having said that, this should be done, that should be done, alignment should be done, the question always comes is who will do it? Who will bail the cat? So I feel that each one of us is a teacher. Whether you are a teacher for an undergraduate course, whether you are a teacher for a postgraduate course, or whether you are a teacher for a PhD course, each one of us is a teacher. So the base of this particular pyramid as to who will do it, the base is formed by the individual teacher. So each one of us needs to take up the responsibility that yes, I would like to align the few issues of NEP with my curriculum. So individual teachers are the primary persons who will take up this particular task of aligning the NEP. The heads of the departments or heads of the institutions who are at a little more authoritative positions, who have got the certain liberty of taking the decisions at their institute or at their departmental levels, can be the secondary person, can be the persons who can take up this particular task at a little higher level, at a little larger level. And finally, some of us are at the council level or at the university level or at the association level who still have further got some more power to take up the policy decisions. So probably those persons can take up the task of aligning the NEP. So the point here is that when we say that who will bell the cat, so it is I who can bell the cat. I may be as a assistant professor, I may be a head of the department, I may be maybe a BOS member or somebody. So it is my responsibility to take up that task. How to do it? You know, the next question is, having said this should be done, that should be done, and who should do it, then how should be done? So probably, let's take an example of, say, OSPI, that everybody knows that OSPI is a good method of assessment, but still it has not come into the curricular document. So why it has not come? So probably we can have a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach for adopting the OSPI. Probably the individual teacher can decide that I would like to implement OSPI in my own topic or in my own subject. Probably a department head can decide, probably an institute head can decide that I would like to implement OSPI. Probably at the university level, a policy decision can be taken up that yes, OSPI can be included. So we can have the both-way approach, that is a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach for implementing this particular method of assessment, just for an example. Another example can be if there is something like a preventive program for diabetes that needs to be initiated. As I said, that proactive intervention is something which is needed, proactive prevention that is needed at this stage. So probably top-down approach is required where a policy decision is taken at the association level, and then the heads of the institutions and departments can decide that they want to implement. But then finally, the implementing agency is the individual teachers and the students, which forms the base of this particular pyramid. So that was a very short description about the NEP, which would align with the allied health care professionals. So there are two issues that we talked about, which were given under the heading professional education, and two points that were given under the heading technology. And without underestimating the importance of the small steps, so everybody says that there has to be alignment of NEP with the profession. Probably professional education, probably each one of us can take a small step. Probably aligning the whole educational system with NEP would take a little longer time, but probably one of us can take a step, each one of us can take a small step and start aligning the content which are given in the NEP with their own subject or with their own system. So with this, the unexplored issues, that is the virtual labs and training of the teachers, I would be more than happy if you would like to share your experiences or your thoughts on this particular area as to how this can be done with the existing structure. So thank you so much. And I would just like to thank with sincere gratitude to Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir for believing in me that I would be able to do justice with this topic. Thank you so much, sir. Rightly believe. Thank you, sir.
So it's very nice and very lucid presentation, madam. In fact, it is a unique one where you could highlight the certain points from the NEP guidelines and expressing it where it can be very much aligned. So especially on the evaluation system, then artificial intelligence, all those things are the areas where definitely one could think of. For the members who are here, the physiotherapy education also is at par with the MBBS, BDS, BSc nursing. So there is much scope even at the entry level 2 years program, like how nursing madam has very classically differentiated. In the same way, even this program also we can make it at different levels. And again, we can incorporate the multiple entrance and lateral exits with careful attention at all the stages. The syllabus goes along with the medical program very much. So whatever is applicable for MBBS program may be very much incorporated to physiotherapy program also. And really, madam, it's a very nice presentation highlighted on this. And thank you very much for Would you like?
Thank you, madam. Excellent presentation on aligning NEP with allied health sciences. Right now, we are under the state councils. We are not even aware about the allied health council, which is about to come. So I think it takes a long time and lot of investment of time and energy is needed for that to achieve the goal of aligning NEP with allied health sciences. Thank you, madam.
Yes, sir.
So as we end this session, I request respected Dr. G. Varadarajulu sir, Dean KCPT KVV, and chairperson for the session to felicitate our speaker, respected Dr. Suvarna Ganbir ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your one-of-a-kind presentation. May I now request respected Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am, Dean Academics, KIMS, and member of organizing committee to felicitate the chairperson for the session, Dr. G. Varadarajulu sir. May I request, respect Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am, to felicitate the co-chair for the event, Dean Academics, KCPT, Dr. Tipu Vishnudevi ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with session 6 of today's event, may I now request respected Dr. R.C. Doizat sir, Dean Krishna Institute of Pharmacy, KVV, to be the chairperson for the session, and Dean Academics, Krishna Institute of Pharmacy, Dr. Mrs. Akshata Kopade ma'am, to be the co-chair for the session. The speaker for the session shall be Dr. Atmaram Pawar sir, who shall be speaking on alignment of NEP with pharmaceutical sciences. I request the chairperson for the session, Dr. R.C. Doizat sir, to provide a brief introduction to our speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Atmaram Pawar. Dr. Atmaram Pawar is presently serving as in-charge principal and professor of pharmaceutics at Pune College of Pharmacy, Pune. He has 30 years of educational experience in institute as a teacher, a researcher, administrator, and a pharmacist. He has actively pursued research in area of particle engineering and targeted anti-cancer drug delivery system. He has 4 patent applications, 127 international and 37 national peer-reviewed research papers, and he is listed in top 2% scientist by Elsevier September 2022. He has guided 10 PhD students and 7 more are registered under him. He has a particular interest in incorporating new concepts in teaching and modernization of curriculum. He has been awarded with IGPER Professor B.M. Mittal National Award 2007. He has authored over 11 curricular books. He has worked as Secretary IAQC, NAC, and Advisory Board NBA at PCP. And he has served as a committee member for PharmD Committee and member BPharm Syllabus Committee of Pharmacy Council of India, served as Dean BVDU, and he is BOS member at University of Pune, Shivaji University, BAMO, Aurangabad, Solapur, KLE, JSS, D.Y. Patil, and at present he is also a BOS member at Faculty of Pharmacy, Krishna Institute of Medical, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Karad. It's my pleasure, sir. Welcome.
So it is the last lecture, very difficult. शेवटचं लेक्चर बंक करायचं असतं, पण तुम्ही थांबलाय त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. So as this is my third meeting actually with Patak sir. The first meeting in Bharati Vidyapit when the sir was invited for a board of management. Second meeting was in the Nagpur and the third meeting, but I really impressed. सरांच्या मागे सांगतोय की त्यांची जी कपॅसिटी आहे समजून घ्यायची आणि समजून द्यायची. सो त्यामुळे मी त्यांना तिसऱ्याच मीटिंगमध्ये गुरु मानलेलं आहे आणि सकाळीच जे काय ते बोलतात त्याचं आणि त्यांनी आपल्याला खरं अलाइनमेंट करून आणायला बोललं होतं आणि मी तो प्रयत्न केलेला आहे. सो आय विल नॉट टॉक ऑन एनिथिंग NEP. आय विल स्टार्ट हाऊ वी कॅन डू ॲज अ टीचर, बिकॉज सुवर्णा मॅडम सेड हू कॅन डू. आपल्याला सांगितलं होतं खरं सरांनी ते, तर आपण आता करून घेऊया चालू. ओके नाही तर आय एम प्रेझेंटिंग भारती विद्यापीठ पुणे कॉलेज ऑफ फार्मसी विच इज रँक 21st. And as you know what is the objective of education? बघा मार खातोय मुलगा. सो मैंने कहा पढ़ ले अच्छी बीबी मिलेगी, ये तो बोलता है पप्पा भी PhD है ना. So because father admitted me in a pharmacy so that लग्न होईल, चांगली बायको मिळेल. And today also in many majority of cases nowadays trend is changed slightly, but it is there. लग्न चांगलं होईल, नवरा चांगला मिळेल, बायको चांगली मिळेल. So our higher education or education is focused on that, but really it is for higher degree, higher education. Definitely we want higher degree, and higher degree is not giving good salary. There from 1990s we started the professional degrees also. So now the people are becoming engineer and doctors. So really we are here to get a degree, and universities are there to provide degrees, but what about the knowledge and the lifelong learning? So therefore, so what experience I have of 30 years, I have some experience, it may be same with you, correct? What is the objective of education? Really speaking, in the first meeting, principal hold meeting and asked, have you prepared the syllabus list? हो सर, हे 45 लेक्चर, हे 45 लेक्चर मी असे घेणार. Over. And I try to deliver that whole syllabus from very small book. Nowadays nobody using big books because we give value out to Indian, our faculty members who written small book of 40 rupees instead of 4,000 rupees. And we start reading from first line to last line, and we say that syllabus is over. Then at the end, principal conducts another meeting. Is syllabus is over? Yes sir, this is the completion report. So this is the objective. Another objective is taking the examinations, sessional examinations, 30 out of 30. 31s are not possible. So 29, 28, 30 is the good marks. Last university examinations, we are very happy. Actually not happy with 99%. We want 100% only. Nowadays, the trend is each and every college and university 100% result should be there. In the previous days, there was a celebration, 100% result लागला की संस्थापकांना बोलवून त्याला नारळ द्यायची. नारळ नाही, श्रीफळ म्हणतात. Now, the students should be there in the university list, but my question is, the ranker in the university, where is disappear? Check the list of your university, check the last 5-year data. I did this work when I was writing one article, and it is very unfortunate. These people are missing as a prominent or as the leaders, correct? So then I found the reason, because I got the information that almost 30 out of 30 in the internal examination was the main reason. पण सगळ्यात असे नसतात, बऱ्यापैकी चांगले पण असतील. But my point is that really that is the purpose of education. Or we missing something. If our purpose is to complete the syllabus, what about the knowledge transfer? If our purpose is have 100% examination results, is the result is due to the understanding or it is the recitation? If we have the good marks, really the good marks are give the guarantee of achievements and the satisfaction. So likewise, really we are developing overall students that thinking and the reasoning ability and the leadership quality, this is more important for me. Therefore, I expect some interactive session, but I will end my talk at exactly 5. Don't worry. So, why we use cold cream in a winter when there is a low temperature? Start. So there is no examination, nothing. You go घेऊन यायचं नसतं. So if you are having any, because I have the 13-14 books, in each preface I written one statement that classroom is the best place to speak wrong things very confidently because teacher is there to correct it. So always the teacher should give it is not expected that they should give the only right answer. So any simple reason? आपण कोल्ड क्रीम का वापरतो ज्यावेळी हिवाळ्यात टेम्परेचर कमी असतं? तर पहिली गोष्ट क्लासरूम मध्ये पण अशीच होते की नेव्हर स्टुडंट्स गिव्ह आन्सर. कारण त्यानं चुकीचं आन्सर दिलं तर त्याची 7वी पिढीला पाप लागेल असं म्हणतात. And therefore, our teaching learning is only completion of syllabus, only full 1 hour 60 minutes. The teacher comes and he delivers the talk and there is no interaction. So, main thing is that the reasons are many, and this is my 3rd lecture on the same PPT, this initial part, because when sir called me on one Sunday at 9:30 in the morning, he said, "Pawar, namaskar, तुम्हाला कराडला जायचंय. काय करायचंय? पाटील सांगतील." आता पाटील कोण शोधून काढले मी आणि इथे आलोय. तर काय बोलायचं का अलाइनमेंट बोलायचंय तुम्हाला फार्मसीवर. सो आय ट्राईड टू अलाइन द थिंग्स. The first we should have the interactive teaching, and first we should go to the root cause or root answer, and that answer I am not also willing to give because you are not participating it. So major important thing is that if instead of this question, if we have the defined cold cream and discuss formulation and application, then usually pharmacy student first check the pen, ink kiti hai bagtat. They check the time, they count the number of pages, and they decide I have to write 30 minutes on this cold cream. So cold cream is very important in the pharmacy. It is in the winter, it is not in the summer, because in the winter there is low temperature, so cold cream is used because cold cream is very good cosmetics. Fantastic. 8 marks, 9 marks, really we get, correct. So this is our train, and we have to change that train, but how to change it? There is examination. In the examination, usually it happens that our friend always asks, भाई सिर्फ पहला वर्ड बता दे, बाकी सब रट्टा मार के आया. So friend तो friend रहता है, ये भी देता है, द बोलता है. So our whole system, teaching learning is for syllabus, completion of syllabus, and examinations are for checking the recitation memory. Correct. And therefore, we are expecting that NEP will change our word. Really it will happen or not, we have to check. So what is missing? Missing is a interaction. Due to that interaction, student never speak in the class. There are 2 reasons. When I was a student, I am from Retre Harnaksh, studied diploma pharmacy in Government College of Karad. And when I went to the Pune College of Pharmacy, माझे टीचर सगळे इंग्लिश, माझ्यातली सगळी मुंबईची पुण्याची मुलं इंग्लिश, आणि पवार 3 बटणं ठेवून कोल्हापुरी घालून गेला होता तिथे. त्यामुळे 4 वर्ष आम्हाला बोलायची परमिशनच नव्हती जणू. सरांनी विचारलं की सरांचा मूड आला की विचारायचे. आता आपल्याला जरा तोंड सुख घ्यायचं आहे म्हणलं की पवार पाटील आम्ही दोघं चौघं होतो. इंग्लिशच्या नावानं बोंब बोलायचं नाही आणि क्लासमध्ये बोलायचं तर फक्त इंग्लिश बोलायचं. तर झालं असं, इफ सिन्स वी नॉट स्पोकन, द चान्स नॉट गिवन टू अस टू स्पीक, आवर ब्रेन नॉट ट्रेन टू थिंक, बिकॉज द थिंकिंग इज द मेन थिंग इन द लाईफ. NEP असू दे किंवा जीवन असू दे. And for thinking, we should give a chance to speak. So it was not happened. So creative thinking, critical thinking, innovations, it will lead to the product and industry. Therefore, we'll see what happens. This is another good question I got in the WhatsApp University. That this was a question in the IS examination, which is the minimum area with maximum decoration. First, any answer? फेस. मॅडमनी बघितलंय बहुतेक, नाही चांगलं. बघितलं नसेल तर उत्तम असतं, कारण आपण विचार केला ना. विचार केला तर NEP इज अ व्हेरी ओपन सिस्टम. So my point is why I taken this yesterday only when I got it. So really we have to think something and speak. It is more important than the routine lecture teacher देता है चालले चला कधी झालं का त्यापेक्षा मजा जरा करू हो ना पुढे जाऊ आपण. Okay, next. So what NEP says? NEP says towards the less content, don't make syllabus pregnant, which is not deliverable. Doctor आहात ना तुम्ही लोक. But at least at present, our syllabus, pharmacy syllabus, we have 7 subjects per semester, 8 semester by 7. का शिकतो कुठं शिकतो कशासाठी शिकतो माहित नाही हो ना एवढं शिकावं लागतं. So content is less, but what is more important is about how to think critically, solve the problem. सकाळपासून चर्चा झाली तीच आहे. And I am trying to make these lines are how we can achieve it in our NEP. So there are boundaries as we know, art, commerce. In the medical also, physiotherapy is separate. In the core medical also, gynec is separate, pediatric is separate, everybody is separate, and we are thinking to come together. So really we can come together. I am giving the example of pharmacy. So these are all assorted things, but as a multidisciplinary approach, I can come together. Suppose I want to make a drug synthesis, I will take admission to the chemistry, but at the same time, I will join that science college also to learn good organic chemistry. Because at present, pharma PGs are not in the bulk drug manufacturing. Most of these are the organic chemistry people. So why, if I learn something organic chemistry from pure organic, it will be good. At the same time, I will go to nearby engineering college and I will check the plant design, how it works. And at this time, after 4, I will see that in the campus, there is a performance art. मला तबला वाजायला आवडतो, मला गाणं म्हणायला आवडतं. संध्याकाळी राग इथंच आला तर घरात राग पण यायचा नाही. हो ना? It's very simple. So this is the collective approach what is expected by NEP. And we have to work for that. And it is possible. So we have to join hands with others. गायनेकच्या टीचर प्रोफेसरनी पेडियाट्रिकच्या प्रोफेसरशी बोलायला पाहिजे, त्यांनी हार्टच्या बरोबर बोलायला पाहिजे, त्यांनी सायकियाट्री बरोबर बोलायला पाहिजे, तर ही पुढे जाईल. Not only the medical should speak with our pharmacy because we are running PharmD now. It is a multidisciplinary project. PharmD, pharmacy plus clinical aspect. Correct. So there are many things where we can have a hand with the other discipline and then it is possible. Correct. As sirs are saying from morning, syllabus is a cafeteria. For that I have the another word only. Our syllabus, B.Pharm syllabus is a really multidisciplinary. If we see, we have technology, drug synthesis, drug formulation, production, instrumentation. In the pharmacy practice area, like a doctors, we have clinical pharmacy, community pharmacy, hospital pharmacy, drug information center. In the IT sector, we have the e-pharmacy also, marketing, regulation, IPR, QA, NABH. So this is the best example of multidisciplinary syllabus. So pharmacy have that. But what is the problem? Pharmacy syllabus is Bhim Thali, like a cafeteria. Correct. So it should be buffet. I want only sweets. I am a vegetarian. Otherwise I want only non-veg food. Why that these should be there with the full of the content? If my determination is to become a drug synthetic chemist, why I learn many subjects? There are almost 40 subjects, correct? But I should be in a depth. In that particular subject is possible, and I can jump from pharmacy college to engineering college to suppose management college. So including technical things, I will get idea of accounts, taxation, marketing. This is the possible because this is required for me to go ahead. So therefore, what is the limitation of Bhim Thali? Because Bhim Thali gives a variety of subjects where we lost the interest. काय शिकू काय नाही काय माहित नाही काही कळत नाही. Second, no master, only jack. Third, confusion about the career. So many students are taking admission in the pharmacology. Suppose in the M.Pharm pharmacology. अच्छा, आपका तो इंटरेस्ट सुटिक्स में था. हाँ सर सुटिक्स था, अरे कोलॉजी में ले लिया. क्यों नहीं मिला ना सर? कितना confusion था, क्यों मिला, ले लिया. So there are many things, but if we have the unique system, flexible system, then we can choose the subject properly as per our interest, as per our passion. It is flexible to carve our own path. So I can decide how to go ahead in the life, and it is the way where the NEP is expecting flexibility. So therefore, this is the structure which is expected by sir. There is alignment. So this is the first slide. So in the third year, we have the 120 credits. Otherwise, that 40 credits per year, and we have the certificate, diploma, bachelor degree, what from morning we are discussing. Then the gap, then the 7-year period, then the EBC, all is already covered. So here it is a choice of student to select you. If your college have all the components what I want, including performing art, or including share market, or including marketing, because pharmacy people mainly do the MBA also. Means if I have the collaboration between the management college and my college in the same campus, such students will come to me. So it is the choice of student now, not a choice of us, correct? They will decide the college as per their requirement, and the remaining is the same, that is the ABC, otherwise they jump from one college to other colleges. But it is the syllabus, ठीक है. But syllabus making is our responsibility. Like Suvarna madam told, each and every university, which is the autonomous university, cluster university, or the full university, that university teachers has to design their own syllabus. These are the different bodies. Okay, no problem. Yeah, this is the point, including vocational, performance art, criteria based. What is there, we have to design it. And design will be like this, alignment. Major 20 credits per semester, minor 8 credits per semester, multidisciplinary, again we have the 9 credits in the whole 3 or 4 years, likewise. Secondly, ability enhancement, skill enhancement, value added, then the internship, research project, likewise our credit system get distributed. It is written in the NEP credit book. So likewise, those who are from pharmacy, they can understand. So these are the major subjects from different fields. From production part of view, dosage form, physical pharmacy. From analytical part of view, some analysis. From co-logy part of view, cognitive part of view, practice part of view. Means if you want to learn PharmD, now PharmD started in this campus. But PharmD students at present learn pharmacognosy. They learn in-depth chemistry. They learn Drug and Cosmetic Act, which is mainly for production and sale of medicament. So, and always they come to us and say that, sir, these are the subjects we never required. These are not required for the clinical pharmacists. Why they are included? Means student will have a choice to work with the medical college. They will be attending your therapeutics lecture or PV lecture, adverse drug reaction, likewise. This is possible for PharmD. So therefore, we have the different components, and these are this can be considered as the major subjects. Second subject, minor subject or interdisciplinary subject. Suppose I am a production person, I will check some quality control, validation, documentation, GMP, GLP like a subject. These are there in another department of same pharmacy. Correct, it is possible. Otherwise, I will go for law college or any cosmetic center, and I will have a different mixed system, core subject, secondary subject, minor subject, and these are the different alignments given for that. So degree in a particular discipline, if 50% of the credits I complete from a particular subject, then that will be degree. Degree may be dual degree, also it is possible. In the two subjects, it is single major degree. In the double UG degree with the double major, where instead of 50%, you have to have a 40% credits, then you can have a double major degree. You can have a interdisciplinary degree. We can have a multidisciplinary degree. So as per the selection of the majors and minors, as per that credit system given 20, 10, 9, will get that degree as per the credit gained by that student from a only pharmacy or pharmacy with the medical college, pharmacy with the engineering college, pharmacy with the science college, pharmacy with the performance art, what it may be, but it is a possible, it is a complete open system. So these are the multidisciplinary credit, 9 credit and different subjects given in the NEP. These are the natural physics, science, mathematics, statistics, computer, information, literature, commerce, humanity. Likewise, means student can learn accounts, taxation, business development, economics, finance, stock market, multimedia, Python language, EI, R language. It is a, because he is taking core subject from pharmacy and he can have a R language. So this is the freedom given in the multidisciplinary. Ability enhancement, that is writing skill, debate skill, group discussion, literature, technical events. Then the skill enhancing, that is hands-on training, soft skill, scientific models likewise. Then the value added, as you know, everywhere the things are going on. In Pune, Sri is coming for the same lecture. After this 5, there will be big lecture on the value addition in the education as by the Sri. Then the summer internship, then the research is already covered there. So credit allotment. So lecture, 1 hour lecture is 1 credit. So 15 hours is the semester pattern. So 15 weeks is the semester. Means in that 15 weeks of semester, we have the 3 lecture subjects, 2 lecture subjects, 1 lecture subject. For that, it is given is 1 lecture means 1 credit. So 15 lectures of 1 hour, that is 15 lectures will be 1 credit. If we have the 30 lectures, then it will be the 2 credits means number of weeks. If there is only 1 lecture of particular subject per week, there will be 1 credit, 2 lectures per week. Then these are the credits given as per the number of lectures. Tutorial, 1 hour, 1 credit, practical, 2 hour, 1 credit, and other works. Likewise, the credit system is given, and we have to design our syllabus as per the credit, having a 20 credits per semester or 20 credits per semester or 40 credits per year, 2 semester. So this is way we have the first semester, then we can give break, then they have a second semester 15 days, then we have the end semester examinations, then have the summer vacations. In the summer vacation, it is made compulsory that students should do the summer training of 8 weeks, and the term break we can give. This is the total yearly pattern we can make of 2 semesters and some training and align our subjects accordingly. So in this way, if it is the first semester, I can have a dosage form like tablet, capsule, suspension, solution, all the information I will give. I will have the physical pharmacy to explain how the formulation is developed, what is solubility, insoluble, emulsion, suspension, what all it will be covered. Introduction to pharma analysis, how I can check the drug content, whether the drug is stable or not. Likewise, then I can check interdisciplinary molecular biology from science also, biotechnology also. I can have another multidiscipline from statistics or computer applications. I have the communication skill. I can join coding also and environmental science as a complete value added, and this will be in general example of a structure that we can have for a pharmacy for single semester with total credits, how it is possible. What is the main point? If I have 2 majors, the 2 majors counts 10 credits, 5 credits for first major, 5 credits for second major. 1 minor are the 4 credits, means really pharmacy syllabus is of 14 credits only. Nowadays, all the subjects are of pharmacy only. But in this system, number of subjects will be less. So what is the content in the first line? The content should be less. The content should be less, but more value should be given for thinking. Therefore, we have to manage that. Now at present, we have the 5 practicals, means daily student is busy in the practicals and theories. In the NEP, only 2 days he will do the practical. बाकीच्या वेळी काय सिट्टे मारायचे आहेत का? So what is important? How to manage and engage the students. So therefore, basic fundamental is that each and every university should have a highly qualified and experienced dedicated teachers. then and then it is possible. Otherwise, people will give only degrees and degrees. Because teacher will be required for designing of your own syllabus, teacher will be required for, so these are the things other than the classroom teaching we have to engage. So this is the most challenging activity, but definitely exposure to the number of activities will give the knowledge. Otherwise, it is a simple thing. I am a PhD, but always I ask, if you are a PhD, सायकलचा पंक्चर काढू शकतो का? नाही. ढकलत नेतो. स्किल माझं डेव्हलप झालं का? नाही. जर का तू खेडेगावात असता, मी रेटरे हरणाक्ष भावनगर यायचो, पंक्चर सायकल व्हायची, मलाच काढायला लागायची त्यावेळी. माझे बाबा काही यायचे नाहीत. आता आमचे बाबा 4 चाकी घेऊन मागे येतात, डबा द्यायला पण येतात शाळेत. म्हणजे वेदर वी आर ओव्हर प्रोटेक्टिंग आवर स्टुडंट्स or we are giving more exposure to our students is my point. Therefore, I given this example. So we have to expose our students to the different fields and manage the students effectively so that they can learn more. Second semester, I will take unit operations like mixing, size reduction, because I am going for a pharma production, definitely. Then I will go for a concept of formulation. I want to prepare a, suppose expectorant syrup. How I can go for a complete formulation development. Then the instrumental analysis. I will use the UV, HPLC, likewise. Then the biophysics, bioelectronics, likewise. Accounts I will check. Then the scientific writing, likewise. Means now up to second semester, my vision is I will go for a production and I am taking this subject. But it is possible in the second year, you can change the subject also. So certificate course is over. The first year is over. After that first year, student will take some training. He may join second year or not. Or he may join the second year but not in your college, in other college also. Correct? It is his choice. Where he can change his subject. Now, he taken the analysis, introductory part is over. Initially his thought process was to become a production person, but now he is getting more interest in the analytics. Analytical, not analytics, analytical, instrumentation analysis, drug content, degradation, blood content, bioavailability, he is more interested. So he can shift to the chromatographic analysis, quality control, GCP, likewise. So means the person as per his interest. आता आपल्याकडे काय झालंय, आम्ही 10वीत नाही तो खरं 3D बघितला तर जन्मला येतानाच आपण सांगतो हा म्हणजे डॉक्टर होईल आणि हा म्हणजे इंजिनियर होईल, हो ना. तर आता तसं करून चालणार नाहीये, वडिलांनी ठरवून चालणार नाहीये. मुलगा शाळेमध्ये गेल्यानंतर, कॉलेजमध्ये गेल्यानंतर ही विल डिसाइड, ही विल चेक हिज पॅशन, इंटरेस्ट. मला काय जमतंय, इंजिनिअरिंगला जायचं आणि मॅथ्स येत नाही, he will change that, he will come to the biology. So we are giving options and these are the options possible because the statement is there, the create 10% additional seats for such students, or if any admission is vacant you fill that. So that statement is there in the NEP content. Level of majors and minors, correct. So it is explained that at induction level, at a first year level, at intermediate level, at a third year level, which subjects can be taken, correct. Means GEC will make a list of these subjects, correct, as per that level. Otherwise in the first year I will take the instrumental analysis, chromatographic and mass chromatography. It is not possible. In the first year he will have to only do the titration likewise, simple experiment. So this is the proposed thing. The numbers 0 to 99, 99 to means 100 subjects are given level wise, and the student will have a option to select this and calculate their credits, and he will get passed in the third year or the fourth year with the degree. So in the PG also, will be the fourth year or means total 2 years or 1 year. Therefore, they given the different subjects for PG also. So what I am proposing here, as sir has given chance, I thought before this I attended almost, if today's count I take, then I attended total 15 NEP lectures to understand the concept. But in all 15, I got only the content which is framed by NEP. ऐसा करना चाहिए, ऐसा करना चाहिए, ऐसा करना चाहिए. Then I take a challenge. as per the capacities. What sir told, experiment to karna chahiye na, fail jane do. So I did this experiment and I proposed that our thing should be downstream design and upstream selection. Correct? Means if that any particular person want to go for a herbal drug manufacturing, what he should study in the final year, third year, likewise, because if he is manufacturing any herbal formulation, correct, last point always we say PG किसेत केले, PG मी सुटिक्स ला केले, मग कोलॉजित कशाला आला, असं होतं, हो ना. So that designer should think that for a particular job, what content should be there, correct. So this is the foundation course, last, intermediate course, advanced course, likewise. And if the person want herbal drug manufacturing after a corona, that boom is there, nutraceuticals, immunity boosters and all this, my student will select crude drug, Ayush concept in the first year, second year extraction, PKPD of that extraction, kinetics, dynamics, animal models, toxicity, likewise safety. Then he will study the formulation development, quality control, quality assurance, schedule T as per the government, then the marketing, then the bioanalysis, phytoanalysis, stability studies, export also. Company kadel and export karel. Because we given the framework, how to select, how to, if your choice is this, how you can select different core subjects, minor subjects. So this platform we have to make, and therefore the university needs very good teachers, and good teachers will be in the demand definitely. So pharma is from last 10 years having the full admissions, very big demand. For me, for 100 seats, I have the 1200 like applications. All seats get filled in the first round only. Why? Because not due to the corona, but it is due to the, it is a Bhim Thali here also. We have technical and non-technical things. Starting from advertisement to the share market, our students are working. In the hospital they are working, in the market they are working, in the production they are working, in the toxicity they are working. Because this is the possible, the clinical pharmacist, academician, regulation, export, nutraceutical, industry, R&D, retail pharmacy, and therefore we have to design syllabus considering these lines, where what should the ultimate aim possible, because teacher know better the things happening at a global level and national level to design your syllabus, correct. These are the things, whether it is e-pharma, pharmacy practice, that is the clinical pharmacy, or the pharma science technology, that is industrial pharmacy. These are the different things which are possible. We have to design syllabus as per that. Therefore, I say, after each level, त्या मुलाचा पोटा पाण्याचा प्रश्न मिटला पाहिजे. After each level, there should be some skill development. So in the first year, if current first year, if the student drop in the pharmacy, very difficult to sustain, because we teach inorganic chemistry, different salts, organic chemistry, same of 12th, some reactions are there, APH, very basic, just extension of 12th. So we have to think, if in the pharmacy student comes and live in the first year only, at least he should become a lab technician, lab assistant, or assistant in the retail pharmacy. Some component we have to think, what skills I can develop in the first year, and mention these are the subjects you can take in the first year. Likewise, in the second year, same diploma pharmacy, we have the 2 years course. But in the degree college also, if he take the social pharmacy, pharmacology, some therapeutics, means as per the current diploma syllabus, he select the such a subjects, allow him to open the medical store, because he studied 2 years with taking the subjects which are related to the diploma pharmacy. It is a possible, correct. Likewise, he may be lab assistant, retail pharmacy, Ayush store, or assistant to the manufacturing, or data entry, something as per the skill what he studied. He can be a skillful person and he can survive. If he got an interest, family stability, again within the 3 years, with that ABC system, he will join the third year also. In the third year, he can go in the production, either F&D, R&D, drug development, there are number of things we have, correct? Bulk drug chemist, Ayush factory, animal housekeeper, QA, QC, marketing, IT, BT, correct? And in the 4th year, he may have some research component also, or he become a M.Pharm also. Likewise, we have to decide downstreaming, which are the skill developments required for what job first. And then for that possible job or possible entrepreneurship, you have to design your syllabus so that student will go upstreaming, they will select the particular subject and they will achieve their goal in the life. This is another WhatsApp university. Very fantastic example. It is open for discussion. Keep ego ahead. A real story of India. Correct. What is the question? This is the 3rd standard or 4th standard question paper is there. Question is, तुम्हाला आवडलेल्या कुठल्याही स्थळाचे तुमच्या शब्दात वर्णन करा. Answer written is, आमच्या घरी एक स्थळ आले होते, खूप चांगले होते, त्याच्या घरी गाडी होती, त्याचे ऑफिस होते, पण त्याची पत्रिका जुळत नव्हती, दोघांची वगैरे थोडं स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक झालं, दोघांची पाहिजे होती ते दोघांची झालं, हो ना. तर असं सर्व त्याने लिहिल्यानंतर त्याला टीचरांनी 0 मार्क दिलेले आहेत. शेवटची स्लाइड आहे. मी सांगितलं होतं की तुमचं 5 वाजता लेक्चर आपलं संपेल. आयुष्यात कधी 45 मिनिटाच्या वर अजून लेक्चर घेतलेलं नाही. 15 मिनिट मी चर्चेला ठेवतो दररोज. 30 वर्ष 45 मिनिटच लेक्चर घेतो, त्यामध्ये 4-5 जोक क्रॅक करतो आणि 15 मिनिट मी डिस्कशनला ठेवतो, हो ना. तर आता डिस्कशन माझं चालू झालेलं आहे. 5 मिनिटं आपल्याकडे आहेत. तर बरोबर का चूक? टीचरांनी 0 मार्क दिलेले आहेत. मी बोलणार नाहीये, मी टीचर आहे ना. स्टुडंटला बोलायला संधी दिलेली आहे, विचार करायला संधी दिलेली आहे. आणि बोलणार नसाल तर का बोलणार नाही? म्हणजे चुकीचं बोलणार म्हणून आउट ऑफ सिलेबस. कसा काय आउट ऑफ सिलेबस वाटला? हा, करेक्ट. पहिला क्वेश्चन इज नॉट स्पेसिफिक. व्हाय इट इज रिक्वायर्ड? बिकॉज इन अप्लाइड क्वेश्चन्स it is very simple in the life to draw question paper with the discuss, define and classify. And today's 99% cases we have the examination based on discuss, define and classify. Discuss and define रट्टा मारून लागतं, सॉरी क्लासिफाय आणि डिफाईनला रट्टा मारावा लागतो आणि डिस्कसला हात दुखायला नाही पाहिजेत आणि पेनामध्ये इंक पाहिजे, बाकी काय लागत नाही, हो की नाही. म्हणजे सरांनी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे फर्स्ट दॅट टीचर इज नॉट दॅट मॅच्युअर्ड. NEP जायचंय ना आपल्याला. हा, हो ना. हे सगळं यायला पाहिजे. माझं पण काम झालं, हो की नाही. तर याच्यातूनच आहे आपल्याला. आता इथे झालं, पण एक साधं बघा की पुढचं घे जरा. हा, माझ्याकडेच आहे, सॉरी. नाही, बघूया की तेच. हा, नाही, हे इंटरप्रिटेशन केलं असंच मिळालं तर, पण एक मला इंटरॅक्टिव्ह टीचिंगचं लेक्चर घ्यायचं होतं आणि मला हे मिळालं, मग मी हे चांगला याचा उपयोग करतोय. स्थळ या शब्दाचा लोकेशन, टुरिस्ट स्पॉट आपण घेतो. मराठीमध्ये स्थळ रिश्ता पण म्हणतो. मॅरेज प्रपोजल आहे. म्हणजे सरांना काय वाटलं होतं? शनिवार वाडा. सरांना शनिवार वाडा. सरांनी वर्गात काय शिकवला? शनिवार वाडा. मुलाच्या अपेक्षा काय होती? शनिवार वाड्याबद्दल लिहावं, हो ना. मुलानं काय लिहिलं? मुलानं जे लिहिलंय, 4थीच्या 3रीच्या मुलानं लिहिलंय, त्याची कपॅसिटी बघा ना, कसं फिरलं वार. टीचर जो 7वा पे घेऊन शिकवत होता, मिळतो का नाही चेक करा तुमचा. 7वा पे घेऊन रुटीन चेक शिकवतोय तो.
ते त्यानं लिहिलेलं नाहीये, पण घरात खेळता खेळता आजी आणि आजोबा जे गप्पा मारत होते ते एकदम सुंदर लिहिलेलं आहे. शिकवणे आणि घडवणे यातला जो फरक आहे ना, तो NEPत आहे सर. शिकवणे घडवणे. आम्ही आतापर्यंत काय केलंय? शिकवणे. आणि NEP म्हणतं घडवणे. एवढ्यासाठीच हे घेतलेलं आहे, हो ना. तर हा मुलगा घडला कसा, एवढं लिहितो कसा? कारण त्याला इनफॉर्मल एज्युकेशन मध्ये सुद्धा एवढं ज्ञान मिळत होतं. फॉर्मल एज्युकेशन देताना सर कुठल्या टोन मध्ये बोलत होते? सर PPT दाखवत होते. हायर एज्युकेशनला काय असतं बघा, PPT दाखवणे आली सिस्टम चांगली, पण एवढा त्याचा दुरुपयोग झालाय की एकदा PPT बनली की रिटायरमेंट होईपर्यंत परत पुस्तकाच्या लायब्ररीत जावं लागतच नाहीये. कधीही सांगा, आर यू रेडी सर? 1 मिनिट. यस, रेडी रेडी सर. सो व्हॉट इज सेड बाय फ्लिप द क्लासरूम? रिअली इट इज हॅपनिंग नथिंग. फ्लिप द क्लासरूम म्हणजे काय? आय विल गिव्ह माय व्हिडिओ PPT ऑल टू द स्टुडंट्स. स्टुडंट म्हणतो म्हणजे उद्या लेक्चरला जायची गरज. Why it is happening? Because our question is based on define and discuss and classify. Our question is not applied question. So NEP expect thinking ability, not recitation ability. And this person, this student is very excellent. खूप मोठा माणूस झाला असेल तो. 0 मार्क पडून सुद्धा, कारण त्यानं जे कंटेंट लिहिलंय ते शाळेतला मुलगा लिहू शकत नव्हता. मास्तरांनी ओरडलं तरी मास्तरांचं लिहिलं नाही, आजी आणि आजोबाचं लिहिलंय. तिसरी गोष्ट, मी माझ्या भारतीय विद्यापीठाच्या पुणे कॉलेजमध्ये 4 वर्ष बोललो शकलो नाही, पण 300च्या वर लेक्चर दिली. नंतर इंग्लिश पण दिली, मराठी पण दिली. का? माझ्या क्लासचं वातावरण असं होतं, इंग्लिश येत असेल तरच बोलायचं. म्हणून NEP म्हणतं आईच्या भाषेत शिक. कारण नॉलेज पाहिजे असेल तर ग्राउंड लेवलनं कळायला पाहिजे ना मला. माझी आई मला शिकवत होती की एरे रे पावसा, आणि शाळेत गेल्या गेल्या सर म्हणाले रेन रेन. कसं चालणार आहे? किती कन्फ्युजन माझं. ह्या रेटऱ्यामध्ये मी राहतो. माझा पुतण्या प्रशांत पवार आहे, त्यानं त्याच्या मुलाला इस्लामपूरला घातलं शाळेत, कारण गावातली सगळी पोरं इंग्लिश शिकतात. सेपरेट बस केली, तो इस्लामपूरला जायला लागला, पैसे भरायला लागला. शाळेच्या वर्गाच्या बाहेर आलं की सगळं मराठी. त्या मुलाची मी टेस्ट घेतली, त्याला काही येत नव्हतं. 8वी पर्यंत परीक्षाच नाहीये, बिनधास्त पुढे जातो. मग ती शाळा बदलली, नाही सांगलीला घालू, बोर्डात घातला त्याला. अरे नको बाबा म्हणलं, तुझा चुलता पुण्याला जाऊन इंग्लिश शिकला नाही तर तो काय शिकणार आहे म्हणलं. त्याला बरं वाटलं ना. मग सांगलीत पण जमलं नाही. आता परत पट्टीबापुराव महाविद्यालयात आलाय. आता त्या मुलाला काय करून काय नाही माहीत झालं. पहिली 3 वर्ष इंग्लिशचे, केरळीबाई होत्या त्या काय बोलवत होत्या, त्याला काय घेणं देणं नाही. बाबा ब्लॅकशिप म्हणायचा, पोरग बघायचं कुठं ब्लॅकशिप आहे बाबा, इथं ब्लॅकशिपच नाहीये. अरे ते अमेरिकेत होतं, हो ना. माझ्याकडे ससा होता, माझ्याकडे खारुताई होती. खारुताईन ससा शिकला की दर्जा कमी तुमचा, हो ना. टाय घातला की दर्जा वाढतो, मराठी शाळेत गेलं की दर्जा कमी होतो. याच्यातून NEP आपल्याला मार्ग दाखवतंय, आणि NEP आपल्याला परत आपल्या भारतात नेतंय की जिथे पहिला विद्यार्थी मी कोण आहे हा विसरून जायचा. राजाचा जरी मुलगा असला तरी तिथे विसरून जायचा. त्या गुरूंच्याकडे जाताना वर्ष 6 महिने राहायचा, गुरु म्हणतील ते चर्चा करायचा, काम करायचा, आणि म्हणून ते दिव्य लोक झाली. आमच्याकडे बोलायला लागलं की पहिला प्रश्न सरांनी विचारले, बोलू का नको? नको बाबा, बोललो तर सर म्हणाले पवार सर 7व्या पिढीला सुद्धा पाप लागतं. त्यामुळं आमची मुलं बोलत नाहीत. त्यामुळं लोणचं घालायला वापरतात. स्ट्रेसच नाही ना, हो ना. मग ह्या सिस्टममध्ये पहिलं आपल्याला ग्रेट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज गिवन टू द टीचर्स, हो ना. आपल्याला आपली उंची एवढी वाढवावी लागेल, आणि हळूहळू बदल होणार आहे. एका दिवसात काय बदल होणार नाही. तरी एवढीच रिक्वेस्ट आहे, मी पण फार्मसी काउन्सिलमध्ये, तुम्ही तुमच्या काउन्सिलमध्ये. आमच्या प्रेसिडेंटला विचारलं मी, सर आपलं काय? हमारा नाही होता. अरे जग पुढे झालं ना, नाही होता. हे तुमचं बघून ना आमच्याकडे पण आता वन सिलेबस केला इंडियाचा. अगोदर बरं होतं, पुणे विद्यापीठाचा सिलेबस वेगळा, शिवाजीचा वेगळा. आता आमचा पण सिलेबस एक झालाय. काय एक झालाय? मेडिकलचा आहे ना, मग तुमचा का नको? म्हणजे आम्ही आता उलट्या वाऱ्यानं वाहतोय. तर एक दिवस यावा, नाहीतर आर्ट सायन्सची मुलं फार्मसी शिकतील इकडून तिकडे कोर्सवर, प्रायमरी घेत हे घेत, आणि फार्मसीची मुलं फक्त भीमथळी खात बसतील, त्याला काहीच कळणार नाही. एवढं चॅलेंज आमच्या पुढे आहे. सो व्हॉट आर द चॅलेंजेस? चॅलेंजेस आर फर्स्ट, करिक्युलम कंटेंट 20 क्रेडिट्स आहे, समजून घ्यावं लागेल. वी हॅव अ फोकस सिलेबस, त्या मुलाला निवडता यायला पाहिजे. सेकंडली 14 to 16 क्रेडिट्स आर फोकस सब्जेक्ट्स, म्हणजे बाकीच्या ठिकाणी काही शिट्टे मारायच्या नाही आहेत, त्याला तशा ॲक्टिव्हिटी द्याव्या लागतील, ह्यासाठी सांगतोय. करेक्ट. सो थिअरी प्रॅक्टिकल्स आहेत. प्लॅन फॉर इफेक्टिव्ह टाईम मॅनेजमेंट. स्टुडंट्स एनरोलमेंट, ह्या वर्षी तुमच्याकडे 40 ॲडमिशन झाली, पुढच्या वेळी 40चे 40 मुलं तुमची असतील का नाही मुलांना माहीत, तुम्हाला नाही. सो दॅट स्टुडंट गेट शिफ्ट टू द अदर कॉलेजेस ऑल्सो, और अदर सम कोर्सेस दे विल टेक. करेक्ट. सो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, आत्ता माझा 100चा कल तर 100चा लागतो. कदाचित 40 मुलं कोलॉजी करतील, 40 मुलं गुणेचं करतील, 40 मुलं मेडिकलच्या कॉलेजला फिजिओथेरपी शिकतील जाऊन, सांगता येत नाही. हो ना. म्हणजे इथं चॅलेंज आहे. कॅम्पस टाइम टेबल, आता मी माझ्या कॉलेजचं टाइम टेबल मी करायचो, आता मला ह्या कॅम्पसचं टाइम टेबल बनवावं लागेल. वेअर देर इज इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेज, फार्मसी कॉलेज, मॅनेजमेंट कॉलेज अँड मेडिकल कॉलेज. बिकॉज स्टुडंट इज स्टडिंग 2 subjects in the morning in the pharmacy. In the afternoon he is going for therapeutics with the doctor. हॉस्पिटलचे राऊंड घेतोय आणि संध्याकाळी त्याला तबला आणि पेटी वाजवायची. तेवढं तुमच्याकडे व्हायला लागेल. आजच विचार करायला लागेल. कौन्सिल बदलेल त्यावेळी बदलेल, पण जर का कृष्णा महाविद्यालयानं आणि मी चालू केले, मी प्रिन्सिपलशिप घेतल्यापासून पहिलं केलं आहे की आता 3रं वर्ष आहे हे, 20% क्वेश्चन ॲन्युअल एक्झामिनेशन किंवा रेग्युलर एक्झामिनेशन अप्लाइडच असतील. त्यामुळे माझ्या टीचरांना सवय व्हायला लागल्या, पहिली टीचरांना सवय व्हायला पाहिजे की हाऊ टू ड्रॉ अप्लाइड क्वेश्चन. हो ना, ह्याला आपण संधी द्यायला पाहिजे. देन द रेग्युलेशन्स आहेत. We are deemed university, we are the private university, we are Pune University. My college is, half college is a granted college, half college is a private college. So there is a fixed number of seats are there, fixed salary is there. मी सुटिकचा म्हणजे सुटिक्स शिकवणार, सुटिकची मुळे पळून गेल्यानंतर तू काय करणार? NSAच्या कॅम्पला तरी जायचं बघ, हे आपल्याला तयारी करावी लागेल. हो ना. सो ऑल दीज आर द चॅलेंजेस डे बाय डे. ड्यू टू द एक्सपेरिमेंट्स डेफिनेटली हे सगळं कव्हर होईल, कारण सरांसारखे गुरु आपल्याला भेटणार आहेत, भेटलेले आहेत. हो ना, नक्कीच. पण एक्सपेरिमेंट आपल्याला करावे लागतील. वी हॅव टू डू मेनी एक्सपेरिमेंट्स अँड देर विल बी. सेकंडली फीज. नाउ वी हॅव अ फीज ॲज पर द कोर्स, B.Pharm कोर्स फीज, MBBS कोर्स फीज, फिजिओथेरपी कोर्स फीज. नाउ that there will be campus fees as per the which subjects you are selecting. एवढी सगळी कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स आहेत. So we process is already started. Some autonomous colleges, काही डिपार्टमेंट पुढच्या वर्षीपासून लावतील. पण सर्वात महत्त्वाचं आहे, ॲज पर माय नॉलेज दिस इज द फर्स्ट वर्कशॉप फॉर अ मेडिकल अँड पॅरामेडिकल इन इंडिया हॅपनिंग. though there is no any provision in our councils. कौन्सिलचे साहेब लोक म्हणतात आमचा काही संबंध नाही NEP-ला, तरी सुद्धा आज कराडला इथे हे होतंय. त्याच्या मागं जो काय विचार आहे, आणि असा मोठा साहेब कधी फुल दिवस बसताना कुठल्याही वर्कशॉपला, मी एक 300 लेक्चर मारलेले. तुमच्या माघारी जर सांगितलं तर माझी आणि तुमची 3री भेट आहे, पण तुम्हाला मी गुरु मानलेला आहे. धन्यवाद. किती वाजले बघा? 5.
Any questions? Anybody has got any questions? Thank you, Dr. Pawar, for your beautiful, lucid, interactive presentation, and you stuck up to your word of 30 minutes, and we also couldn't make out how those 30 minutes passed. So thank you very much. And the most important part was you made it very clear ki how you are going to implement that. The most difficult part of NEP was, everything was fine, but implementation part was the biggest challenge. That you have made it very clear. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful session. You have given importance of education along with the basic understandings for the students, and itself your today's session was an interactive. The same thing we have to apply in our teaching learning sessions, sir. Even regarding the multidisciplinary approaches for holistic knowledge with depth of the core subject, integration with other programs, even you have put forth the structure for the pharmacy syllabus, downstream design, upstream selective approach in pharmacy education. Even you have told regarding the skill, most important that the skill development for the students at each level, so that student will survive. That is student, very important point to be noted today, sir. And important point to be noted for the teachers for regarding applied questionnaire based approach in the assessment of the students. Thank you once again, sir.
रेटरे हन्नाक्षला भवानगरच्या नाना पाटील विद्यालयामध्ये शिकल्यामुळं आपण एक पुस्तक लिहिले छोटंसं औषधं घेताना. ह्या मास्तरच्या पुस्तकाच्या 21,000 कॉपी लोक यूज करत आहेत. तुम्हाला हे पटलं तर औषधं घेताना वाचा. घरात ज्या रेग्युलर घटना असतात त्याच्यावर हे पुस्तक आहे. आपली मायबोली खूप चांगली आहे. जन्माच्या अगोदरच इंटरनॅशनल स्कूल आणि 1.25 लाखाची जुळणी करायची काही गरज नाही. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pawar sir, for this extremely wonderful and lucid lecture, which was like a breath of fresh air. As we conclude, I request respected Dr. R.C. Rohit sir, Dean KIP KVB, the chairperson of the session, to felicitate respected Dr. Atmaram Pawar sir as speaker for the session. May I now request Dr. Poo Vishnu Devi ma'am, Dean Academics, KCPT and member of organizing committee, to felicitate the chairperson for the event, respected Dr. R.C. Rohit sir, Dean KIP. I request Dr. Poo Vishnu Devi ma'am to felicitate the co-chair for the session, Dr. Mrs. Akshada Koparde ma'am, Dean Academics, KIP. Thank you so much, ma'am. As we march towards the end of this event, may I request Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir, Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare sir, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra ma'am, and respected Dr. S.R. Patil sir to grace the dais for reading the declaration as we conclude the event. I take this opportunity to welcome respected Dr. Tripti Vagmari ma'am, Director IQAC, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Wardha, to read out the declaration. But before that, I shall request Dr. S.R. Patil sir to introduce Dr. Vagmari ma'am. I take this opportunity to welcome respected Dr. Tripti Vagmari ma'am. to grace the dais.
Learned Pro-Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor Ma'am, Director IQAC, Dr. S.R. Patel, Director IQAC, Datta Meghe Institute of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Tripti Wagmare, learned resource persons, ladies and gentlemen. We began early in the morning and all of us are witnesses to a very marathonic discussion which has to be toned down. There are divergences, ladies and gentlemen, which we came across through the deliberations in each segment, very succinctly brought by the learned scholar in their areas of domains pertaining to that particular part of the health professional education. If you look in terms of the possibilities, there cannot be a dark cloud without silver lining. NEP 2020 has to be viewed in the context of it being a document where objectives are listed. The possibility of we overlapping the objectives with existing operations, they will never match. They are bound to be mismatched. NEP does not contemplate putting the same wine in the new bottle or same wine in the same bottle with a change label. The objectives are defined. There are complexities in each pattern of education that we have discussed. But then, it is imperative that there has to be a commitment that we would like to espouse for the purposes of aligning the health professional education with the said objectives. If we are contemplating that existing structure will be matching with the objective, it cannot. It cannot, and it just cannot. It's not a minor alignment. It's not just fine-tuning of the existing system. Perhaps the need is the revamping of the existing system for which the objectives are defined. We know the constraints, we know the limitations, we know the situation. That's a different part of the story. There are n number of constraints and considerations. But I am highlighting three important things, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly how the process of any change which is of this magnitude has to begin. There cannot be a patchwork which will be in a position to suffice. And therefore any contemplation of any patchwork, जेव्हा आभाळ फाटलं असतं, तर थिगड्यांना त्याची भरपाई कधीच होत नसतं. Objectives are clearly defined. Now we are required to be working out on the second phase. The whole difficulty is we start working on operables. How can operables work in the context of rigidity of the present system, flexibility desired in the system? How it is possible for you to align? And therefore we are stuck up. Primarily the objectives are defined. We need to work out the approaches which are possible, probable for the purposes of alignment of the objectives. That is the first important. Second important phase is working out the approaches. With those approaches, then the operations will come. We have not yet thought as to what exactly will be the approaches. When you are talking of multidisciplinarity, what will be the approach? Without a defined approach, the approach could be solitary, the approach could be hybrid. We will have to take a call on it, and therefore there has to be an approach. My understanding on this entire proposition was See, all we have concerns in their hearts. And we are wanting to work out the existing problems in terms of them, whether this implementation will be difficult or that implementation of there is bound to be a difficulty because you are going to work out a huge paradigm shift. Let us focus on approaches. With these approaches, then you will have to go for structuring of the operations. Is it possible for you to evolve a syllabus without evolving a curriculum? There cannot be a syllabus. We talk syllabus contemplating it to be a curriculum. Teaching modes, teaching modalities, assessment modes cannot come into picture without curriculum being worked out. And therefore, when you contemplate multidisciplinary or integrated curriculum, obviously the teaching tools have to be commensurate with the curriculum that is structured, because curriculum for the purposes of its operationalization has to be converted into syllabus. There are therefore definitive steps, ladies and gentlemen, in educational alteration, which world has seen. You and me are not doing it for the first time. There are people that the developed world has undertaken. 2014 remodeling which has been done in the United Kingdom is a role model there before us, but we will be picking up in terms of our needs, our requirements. They are only 54 medical schools in UK. Today we are 618 medical schools in medicine, we are 315 schools in dentistry, and perhaps a number of schools in the domain of health professional, which amount to running in several thousands. Therefore, my submission, ladies and gentlemen, is yes, it has been absolutely an enlightening, it has been absolutely an academic feast where people have poured in their heart. They have brought out things so succinctly, their effort, their indulgence. I bow my head in reverence. There cannot be a magical wand on these situations, right? It cannot be a magical stick by virtue of which we will be in a position to work out solutions. Hence, in this conclusion, wanting to record my profound sense of gratitude to all the learned resource persons for extraordinarily hard work that they have put in, that they have built into this entire thing. Be it Dr. Bhushan Putwardhan, be it Dr. Leena Madam, be it Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, be it Dr. Shweta Kade, be it Dr. Rupa Verma, be it Madam Suvarna Gandhir, be it my brother Dr. Atmaram Pawar. Each one of you have perhaps, let me put it across, it was not just an intellectual acrobatics that you are playing. You have put in everything that you were able to conceive in the entire domain for the purposes of really working out the best which could be availed for the way that country needs to walk forward on. And perhaps what Dr. Pawar has rightly put in, perhaps this is the maiden effort that has been undertaken by Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth in at least igniting this up for the purposes of taking what is the first step that is required to be taken forward. And believe me, let me tell you, I have also seen and I have also been a part of this entire process now for more than 4 decades at all levels. Hats off to all number of the people I am seeing from the morning, and very rightly put in by Dr. Atmaram Pawar. Never any occasion came in my life where I was required to be a party to an event right from 9:30 in the morning till its conclusion. Never in my life. Never in my life. And that by itself, I mean, I'm pouring my soul to you. I want answer to my apprehensions, because I will have to be comprehensive when I will be putting things across. There are n number of difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. रूह कांपती है जब इन सारे चिंतनों को सुन करके रास्ता निकालने की बात आती है. रास्ता निकलेगा, रास्ता निकालना होगा, रास्ता निकाले बिना गुजारा नहीं है. और इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि let us not be bogged down. There are problems. मुझे बताइए CBME कितने रेजिस्टेंस के बाद में निकला? CBME के निकलते ही CBNE आ गया, CBNE के निकलती CBDE आ गया, CBDE के साथ के अंदर में CBAE आ गया. Beginning has to be made. This is an opportunity. in this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, believe me, the learned inputs, the analytical inputs, हाँ गलत आप लोग करते थे और वो गलत स्वाभाविक है. क्यों? क्योंकि आप you were wanting to be taking the problem in a whole. ना, I am very clear, very focused in my mind right now what we need and what the planners of this country need is and what will be the approach for the purposes of incorporation of NEP in the health professional education. And let me put it across, Dr. Shingare, very succinctly. I am going full-handed. I am able to get an approach out of the entire day's deliberation. We will be working out on operations after the approach is settled. Working out on operations, with the objectives we will be linking the outcomes, and then those outcomes will be worked out with commensurate modalities, modes and manners which will be availed. There are 5 steps in this entire planning which will have to be borne in mind, but phase 2 of the plan in terms of the approaches, they have been definitely there, but that will need. Somebody has to take the mantle, and therefore the purpose of this declaration, Madam Vice Chancellor, is not that we are giving a ready-made solution. Nobody has a solution as of now, much less humble people like you and me. But we are determined to give a rationalistic path for the purposes of invocation of desired solutions as a part of wanting to be intellectual think tank for this larger remaking of India in the context of health professional education all over again, as a part of not for you and me, but as a part of making our future generations vibrant, living in resurgent India. It is that onus that you and me are required to be taking. Dr. Pawar was repeatedly telling, याला असा शिक्षक लागतो, याला तसा शिक्षक लागतो. होय, क्राइसिस आहे. पण क्राइसिसने पडून जाण्याचाही मार्ग सुकर होऊ शकत नाही. There are only 2 ways, either face it or escape it. I think day-long deliberations and all of us with, see, me sitting over here, I had taken a compulsion for myself. Because I believe that there is a responsibility on my head which I am wanting to be putting across with learned people like you, to be working out something which will be in a position to be contributing to the larger cause. But the team led by Dr. S.R. Patil, the team led by Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, the team led by all the dean academics, all the heads of the institution, and ladies and gentlemen, all of you, you name an event कि आप मैं अगर दिन भर मेरे रहने का कोई कारण नहीं था, आप भी तो दिन भर से लगे हुए हो. कौन सा कंपल्शन था जो आपको यहां बिठाए हुए? Why you are here? It is your concern. It is your speculation. It is your commitment. Yes, we need to put across as milestones, rise to the occasion, and put it across in a mode and manner which will be conducive for the future times to come. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need to resolve our intent in the form of a declaration. But mind well, this intent resolution will not be the end point of it, because with the concurrence of the learned Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth is willing to take the onus of even putting across that approach paper to be incorporated with the declaration, to be made known to all the concerned authorities in the country, including the respective councils, for the way in which a way forward is required to be undertaken in terms of the alignment. And it is with these humble little words, I am going with a very, 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 very contented, happy, satisfied heart and mind कि ऐसे भी लोग आज भी हैं कि जिन्होंने अपना एक पूरा दिन इस सारी वस्तुस्थिति के लिए लगा दिया. Hats off to you. And therefore, with great sense of appreciation, with great sense of thanks and gratitude, with a very high degree of appreciation for the team led by Dr. S.R. Patil, M.V. Ghorpade, and everybody, you have put in your best foot forward. And my words really are at bay to all the learned experts, resource persons, because I am not finding how they need to be thanked. I want to remain in their debt and in the form of being there in an indebted manner, not to be paying them back through any ornamented words. I therefore request Dr. Tripti Wagmare to bring out the declaration declaring the intent and resolve on the said count born out of the deliberations of the entire day, and simultaneously take the onus and responsibility of bringing the approach paper that would be an enclosure to the said declaration with joint signatures of all the faculty resource persons except Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, obviously because he was the inaugurator, and Madam Observer who was here as an observer, so that this, let this be declared as, Madam Vice Chancellor, a steering group on this purpose for invocation of subsequent developmental propositions which are required to be undertaken in a continual manner, so that the ignition of today does not die down. It gets converted into an illumination of tomorrow to illuminate India as a whole in its illuminating light. Thank you very much. With the concurrence of all concerned, with great pleasure, with great humility, I would like now hand over the mic to Dr. Tripti to read out the declaration, and with a request to all of you to raise your hands for the purposes of adoption of the same, so that the declaration will be adopted. It will be confirmed on adoption, thereby it could be availed to be made known to all concerned, of course with the approach paper as an annexure thereto. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over to Dr. Tripti Wagmare.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Advisor to Chancellor Sir, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, respected Dr. Patil, all the participants, the star speakers of the day, and the people who were managing backstage. With the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, may I read out the declaration, which is actually a history in making today, and we are all a part of this history. So I'm reading out the Karad Declaration on espousal of National Education Policy 2020's spirit and intent in health professions education, an outcome document of NAC-sponsored national seminar on alignment of health professions education with NEP 2020, the way forward. It was an IQAC initiative of Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Karad. We, the experts representing National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, experts in health professions education from faculties of medicine, dentistry, nursing, physiotherapy, and pharmacy, along with leadership and internal quality assurance cell of Krishna Vishwavidyapeeth, Karad, having met at KVV Karad, the pious confluence of Krishna and Koena on 4th of February 2023, will, with participation of our respective institutes and participants, pledge our commitment to the conscious adoption and systematic translation of NEP's vision in health professions education of our country. I'm going to read out the various inclusions in this document of declaration, which is aligned and of course focused towards successful contribution towards good health and well-being, the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which is given by the United Nations. So the point by point, the first point is to acknowledge, as we all being participants of this scientific delegation, we acknowledge that national education policy envisions a transformed India by transforming higher education into 3 Ps, that is progressive, productive, and performance-based. We collectively realize that the translation of principles of NEP necessitate concrete and urgent action plan for Indian higher education to emerge as knowledge superpower, generating highest number of competent health professionals, and can only be achieved through a broad alliance of people, government, health sciences universities, civil society, and the private sector, all coming together to secure the future of present and future generations towards a very healthy society. We commit to the vision of NEP 2020 being translated into action in health professions education, not just conceptually, but in actual practice, without overpassing the existing regulatory systems. we pledge to concentrate our efforts towards revival of the traditional Indian system of personalized medicine, buttressed by robust evidence and practice-based comprehensive integrated principles of healthcare for preventive, promotive, diagnostic, curative, and rehabilitative medicine. We ensure shared responsibility with the national academic community in health professions, develop new standards towards academic flexibility and freedom, and create tools to describe, monitor, and measure its integral conditions, strictly adhering to the ethical principles which is intrinsic to any change. We hereby commit to ensure accountable, effective, inclusive, and transparent intra- and inter-institutional collaborations towards consequential integration of various disciplines in health professions for better health care and employability. We hereby commit to ensure and support official delegations to NEP 2020 implementation related events, representations, and active participation in decision-making and implementation process. We commit to produce national reports voluntarily and regularly on progress towards actualization of NEP in health professions education by sharing experiences with sound scientific evidence that pave way for generating best practices, thus giving us sound basis for establishing new regulations that are forward-looking and far-reaching. And finally, we commit to provide inclusive and equitable access to quality health professions education to all learners, irrespective of gender, age, race, caste, creed, ethnicity, and especially those in vulnerable situations, to all such opportunities evolved as a result of reforms envisioned today in the scientific seminar. So this is adopted on behalf of all the expert participants, organizing team of NAC-sponsored seminar on alignment of health professions education on 4th of February at KVV Karad. I request respected Dr. Patil sir, so that all the speakers and of course Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am to sign this declaration. So we adopt this declaration as the first signatory, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, Dr. Neelam Mishra. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shweta Pisurkar, expert of this national seminar. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Suvarna Ganveer, expert. Dr. Atmaram Pawar, expert. Thank you, sir. Dr. Satish Patil, Director of IQAC, Karad.
Dr. Trupti Varma.
Dr. Rupa Verma, expert. Thank you very much. So, the declaration has been signed by all present in this national seminar, and we request all of you to acknowledge the adoption of this declaration by raising your hands. I think all backstage, yes, because we all are present here. Thank you so much for being an active participant in this. So this declaration is declared as adopted on behalf of the Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karad. Sir? And yes, in this meet of national seminar on alignment of health professions education with NEP, a way forward. And as you rightly said, sir, as per your directives, we will definitely give a way forward as an approach paper. So the IQSC of DMHAR and the IQSC of KIMS Karad will jointly make an approach paper with all the deliverables for, as an annexure to this declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, respected Dr. Tripti Vagmari ma'am. May I now request Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra ma'am to felicitate respected Dr. Tripti Vagmari ma'am. Thank you so much, ladies. I now request Dr. Mrs. Amrit Kaur Raizade ma'am to propose the vote of thanks for the event.
Thank you, Josna madam. It was indeed a pleasure to host you all on this occasion. But as Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it is a pleasure to host you all on this occasion. But as it is rightly said, all good things come to an end. I hope this ending marks the beginning of joy and escalation for you all. Marking the closing of the event, it is my honor to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of Krishna Vishwavidyapit, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chairman Executive Committee NAC, Honorable Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, for his kind guidance. I take this opportunity to thank the backbone of KVV, Honorable Dr. Suresh Bhosle, for his untiring efforts to keep all of us in a coexistence with each other. I express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra for his soulful involvement in this event and making this event a grand success. I thank Honorable Dr. Praveen Shingare, Pro-Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidyapit, Honorable Dr. Mrs. Neelam Mishra, Vice-Chancellor Krishna Vishwavidyapit, and respected Registrar Dr. M.V. Ghorpade, Krishna Vishwavidyapit, for being constant source of support and guidance. I am obliged to respected Dr. Tripti Vagmare for her gracious presence and reading out the declaration of the seminar. I thank all learned resource persons of today's seminar from the bottom of my heart for their exuberant and lively sessions. I would also thank all university officials, deans of the constituent faculties, medical director, medical administrator, and head of the departments for their support. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for the detail. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by the organizing committee members, mainly Dr. S.R. Patil and Dean Academics, who have been working untiringly for the success of this event. I will fail in my duty if I don't mention the photography department, IT department, electric department, and non-teaching staffs for their logistics support. This concludes a remarkable national level seminar, Alignment of Health Profession Education with NEP 2020, a way forward. You all have been a delight to share this experience with. Hope you enjoyed the event as much as we enjoyed having you all here for it. Thank you everyone and have a lovely evening. Thank you so much.
Before we conclude, we want to thank MOCs, Dr. Raizadeh and Dr. Josna. Please come on the dais.
It was a real marathonic job. Very well done. Proud of you. Sir.
National anthem.
I request everyone to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
एक साथ राष्ट्रगीत शुरू करेंगे. शुरू कर.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा. विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा. तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे. गाहे तव जय गाथा. जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता. जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय. भारत माता की जय.